Hey, good morning.
Good
Nice to
morning,
see you.
Kartik. How are you doing
Good
today?
morning, everybody. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thanks. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome everybody to Chart Raiders Day 5 of Week 1, final day. Can TA-Mafia come back? I guess we're going to see. Can Team Enigma join them in the run-up of their account for the final day of the week? We're going to see. Kartik, you've been gone for the past 2 days, but you're here with us now. How much have you missed Chart Raiders in the last 2 days?
I missed it so much, and I'm sure I have missed a lot of actions. I was reading the chats in Discord about how Team Padam and everything is going. So, yeah, I feel like I have missed a lot, but time to catch up with everything. So, let's go.
Absolutely. Teams have been trading already for about an hour now and just starting to set up their positions for the day. Bitcoin took a big move down, man. Like Bitcoin got kind of punished overnight. Yeah, we kind of went right to this straight to the weekly level here. You've got the weekly origin that it hit. Take a look here. You went straight to it, and yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is just testing it right now. We're gonna see if it can hold. We go back to yesterday, and Bitcoin just couldn't hold its move all right at the end of the stream. So I'll catch everybody up. Right at the end of the stream, Bitcoin was trying to hold a ladder point. It was trying to have a breakout. It couldn't ultimately do it. It failed down, and now it's pushing its lower range, seeing if it can hold its move. So today is going to be an explosive day for Bitcoin. There's no doubt about it. There's going to be a lot of movement today. Yeah, even already a 0.8% bounce, an 80% bounce here. Right from just even a few minutes ago, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes ago. So we're going to see what Bitcoin's doing. I think there might be some opportunities for re-entry on this weekly level. Haven't quite hit it. It is the weekly origin. This will be a huge breakdown if Bitcoin can't hold this. What kind of prices are we expecting, Kartik, if we can't hold this weekly origin level?
I would say, well, I haven't looked at the charts, but I have marked few things. I mean, if this doesn't hold, I think we can go to 24,000, like the first step, and then maybe slowly go way more down. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I'm eyeing up that 20K range. I'm looking at 20K. I'm expecting a pretty big drop here, man. If we can't hold this weekly origin level, I'm expecting to hit the floor in a pretty big way. So teams have got to make a decision. Do they want to short this thing? Do they want to long it? Is the origin going to hold? Is it going to break and collapse? Bitcoin is ramping up today for sure. I'm sure there's going to be all sorts of news articles. I'm sure there's going to be crazy amounts of information coming through the media today, but really in the end it's just simply a data point on the charts. The science never lies, and we're going to see if Bitcoin has what it takes to hold the move today. So it's going to be an exciting day. I think we jump right into teams. We don't want to miss any action. All the teams right now are going to be looking to enter their first trades. Nothing on the books yet, so before we do this, let's go check the standings and where teams ended up after yesterday. Arcane stayed pretty still. They took some trades, and they didn't really get what they were looking for out of yesterday. They did take one good profitable trade, but they weren't able to get in and into most of their trades. They did take one really profitable trade, but everything else they had kind of missed, so they stayed flat. Enigma took a slight loss yesterday. Paradigm Shift took a loss yesterday as well. Phoenix went up, and TA-Mafia took a ton of trades and ended up break even. They were up some pretty crazy profits yesterday, and then they ended up breaking even by the end of the day.
My favorite team is doing good.
Yep, they are doing great. They are still in first place. Paradigm Shift. Bitcoin almost hitting that weekly level. It does need to test down a little bit further here. How deep into this level is it going to go? I think we should go over to my chart while we wait for teams to take trades here. I don't think any teams in any trades yet. However, let's go take a look at my chart. We just barely got there. We are about $10 away from the level. So, at this point, you got to think, okay, do we test this level perfectly and reject? Do we go a little bit under to this 29,120 level? We're getting close, man. We're getting close. This test of this weekly is here. Yeah, it's going to be an explosive day, man. If you're trading Bitcoin today, get ready for some action, because today is going to be an extremely crazy day. These origin levels, they don't fool around, man. So Kartik, you've been out shopping for an office, getting kind of upgrading your setup and getting everything ready to go. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, I mean, I was just working from my home, and it was quite disturbance over here. I plan to get my own office now again. I just got like carpets, furniture, air conditioning, everything done by today.
Wow.
So there's just a bit of paint job left for that place. That's gonna happen in next 2 days, and from Monday I'll be sitting in that office, focusing everything on chart readers, 100%.
So are we gonna see some cool chart raider swag in your office? If I send you some pretty cool things, you gonna hang them and display all the cool chart raider swag?
Definitely, that's the
Okay.
plan.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on the menu. I've got you booked in for one care package drop. So I'll send you something pretty cool for your office. I'll send you a nice office warming gift there. Some cool chart raider swag. We got
Thanks, man.
some pretty neat things that I'm getting into with not for sale or anything, not for sale to the public or anything like that, but just some pretty cool things on the back end that I'm going to be showing. Some chart raider swag that I'm going to be rocking. Nothing for viewers yet, maybe one day in the future, but I'll definitely have to get you on the hookup list. We'll get you all fixed up and juiced up.
Well, thanks, man. I'll be waiting for that. Actually, I was thinking about like what should I hang in my office, but yeah, thank you
Yeah,
so
that'd
much.
be awesome. Yep, absolutely. No team in this trade yet. Bitcoin again bouncing kind of off this this origin level. Man, these are some pretty wild moves from Bitcoin. There's a lot of crazy scalping going on. We're going to switch to my chart real quick. There's a lot of crazy scalping going on right now with Bitcoin. You've got another point, another 60% off 100x here. You've got 80% here. This thing's getting pretty violent. It has moved down like a full 120% just in the past 10 minutes. Like Bitcoin's getting really violent right now. There was a short here that Arcane just missed by about $1. So unfortunate for them. They did report that earlier on. They missed it by $1.50. This short right here. Had they gotten into that, they would have been in a pretty lucrative position because we did drop almost 3 full percent since then. So we would have been seeing Arcane in some pretty crazy trade right now. But unfortunately, they missed it by about $1. So they're not in it yet. But yeah, we're gonna see the action today on Bitcoin for sure. We are gonna see a lot of action. Okay, it's going to be an exciting final day. It's pretty cool. First week of chart raiders, final day, testing an weekly origin level, the whole entire move of Bitcoin being dependent. You know, the thing is, Kartik, if we start closing candles under this weekly level, we are risking a major pullback. You could see $2,000-$3,000. You could see one of these crypto purgers where you see $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 of price movement down within an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. We could see an indefinite move for days on end. We could just see this thing just completely get crushed. So we got to be very careful. All traders have to be very careful right now. But if Bitcoin holds this move, it leads to an explosive day. If Bitcoin can go to some of these deeper levels, hold its move, maybe it comes down a little bit down here, 29,000 flat. It can actually crawl up 5 or 6% within maybe 5 or 10 minutes as well. So yeah, it is. Yeah, if you're trading Bitcoin right now is the time to be alive, because this is a pretty historical moment for Bitcoin right now, seeing if it can hold this upper range and develop its move. So yeah, it's going to be a fun day, man.
Personally, I wanted to dump. I don't know why.
I want it to dump as long as teams are in their shorts. That's what I want. I want it to dump, but I want teams to be in shorts if it does dump, because it can hold too. The move can hold.
Yeah, that's right.
I think you look at Bitcoin holding its move first, but I think you've got a really tough job here of saying, okay, Bitcoin can hold its move. How deep into this weekly can it go? Like you've seen before in the past where you've had this kind of weekly level here, and you've had this weekly origin. It has gone through it quite a bit. It did cut down through about $3,000 to 26K a while back. So how deep does it go? I think 29,120 would be my first kind of spot to look at. The daily origin, and if the daily origin can hold, you can kind of bounce back up, and you come down, you break this level, you bounce off of that, come back over top of this daily right here, set up another huge pump up for Bitcoin, and seeing how far it can go up. But if you get that, you're looking at maybe a 5% trade for teams. Bitcoin's so close to its level. Let's watch teams see how they're dealing with this. Paradigm, I don't think, is in a trade. Got a few stream upgrades coming through today.
That's nice.
There's not really ranges developed in higher time frame holds.
3 and 5. Three-minute has.
This thing's moving, holding
20,
right now.
30.
I think it holds right now. I think we take this like 1 minute if it can confirm it.
Let it close and close the ladder, or let it test the ladder point or break the ladder point, and then set up a floating hold and look on something like that.
It closed the 1 minute. I like that level, that 1 minute level, a lot. 380.
Yep.
It's the 3 minute too. What I'm gonna do is type the digits in, get ready.
Yep.
So 29, 378. Oof, that's a big 374. It could test the origin again, though.
381.
Yeah. Is that the 1 hour? I can't. The price is different on here, so I don't know.
381's the 4 hour.
4 hour. Okay. Did it hit that wick up top? No. It's going to, I think.
I'd like to see it close that, break that 3 minute ladder point. Then we've got the 3 and the 1 in confluence with the origin for re-entry.
Yes, I very much like it.
That'd be very nice. Like TA-Mafia, nice.
How deep did it go through the origin? 23? It's not that bad. We would have been out on that first test though anyway, 70% or 50% or whatnot. It's a couple minutes, freaking crazy.
I reckon it was going for that weekly though. It was like a couple hours left, man.
But
I think that
and being a weekly origin, like it's possible to front run it.
I think we might see like a 1 or like a 2% up before we are going down. That's what I think, like this 15 minutes or something, or the 5 minute on the top. This could be somewhere I would try to look for a shot.
Here, we go to my chart real quickly here. There's a 15-minute inverse there. You can see the sunlight coming through on my scene here. Don't mind that. It's pretty early here. I always get this morning time sunlight. You can see this 15-minute level here, so I think this might be a spot teams may consider shorting. I think you're right there. TA-Mafia.
I think Paradigm has a shot over there.
Pulling back.
Okay, yeah. Which let's see exactly what that hit.
Thank you, Primo, for the mention on the mic.
15.
A 15.
15
Yep.
wick.
It has hit that 15-minute
Yeah, it
level.
hit
It did
15
hit the wick, and it is now pulling back.
2, 5, 6,
Let's see, it
7.
hit the 3.
If TA-Mafia was in that short, they'd be up 30% right now if they had taken their position. They didn't. It did go higher to the wick. If they took that, they'd be up 50% in a 1-minute candle.
Yep.
Well, I got to tell you, Kartik, Bitcoin is going absolutely
that.
crazy, and you just hope teams take advantage of these smaller moves too. Because on a 1-minute candle, we saw a 50% pullback off that 15-minute level. Bitcoin is getting extremely volatile right now. Let's go check over TA-Mafia. They didn't take the short on this trade. They do have an open long. Looks like they are trying to get in on the rebuy.
Very close.
Yeah, super close. Crazy pullback off that 15 though.
Mm-hmm.
Bitcoin is holding its move, trying to develop a level. Let's quickly go over to Arcane, see how they're doing with this trade. They're not in anything yet, but they will be possibly taking a trade here. Let's check in on Enigma.
Come on.
I think Phoenix is in a
I
trade.
don't know.
Go check over Phoenix.
I know.
What's your hit?
Long.
Wait, you guys are what are you guys re-entering?
I wonder if Phoenix is in a long or a short here. Let's take a
374.
look. Let's listen in on them, see what they're doing right now.
I was trying to make the other
They are in a trade, so they have caught the bottom of this move. So if this keeps moving up, Phoenix is going to be in a huge position today.
It could go here, but I'd rather do it here.
Phoenix takes the lead today, gets in on their first trade, catches the perfect knife.
I'm retesting that original 1 minute.
If this thing boosts up, Phoenix is going to have an explosive day. There's no reason to get out of this trade. They can sit here in this trade and just kind of let the driver take the wheel type of day.
The newer ones. Yes.
So we did discuss maybe triggering out on that one, but that would be a bit premature.
Let's quickly move over to TA-Mafia. They might be able to get in their trade here as well.
Probably creating the 5-minute trend.
Let's see if they get entry, and if it holds, it is so close for them right now. Let's give Phoenix some love in the chat.
That's probably the 1 minute tester.
Phoenix has an absolutely crazy
Did it test it?
entry here.
Well, no, it
I mean,
hasn't.
Now you've got to wonder
Oh,
if TA-Mafia starts to move their trade down. We have
What is it
come
up top?
very close to their level. Couple different
Be
options here,
careful there.
Kartik. Let's quickly talk over what it could hit in this
15?
moment.
No.
You could definitely go after this level, or you could go after the
what- the
origin.
origin
My
that broke
screen
the
is
move out
fried.
is what
Let's
it
not
hit, I
use my
think.
screen right now.
No, didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's that
Stick with the breakout point. It's like a back test
8
on the
a.m. morning
4
sun
hour
comes
too,
through,
and
and you can't stop the brightness of it. Just
kind of broke it.
geographically where I live, I got
That
about
did
an
not-
hour of time where it's kind of fried.
Here we go.
We might get it here, guys.
We can talk through the trade. Let's see if TA-Mafia gets in this trade or not. They do have a 1 minute hold level at 29,369. So you've got a
One
1
to
minute
three
hold
or
level
the
there.
one?
You've got an
The one.
origin
Yeah.
that could be formed down at 29,302.
Tested the 3.
So close.
You've got a 3 minute hold level at
There you
29,387.
go. It's touched.
I missed some big cat, dude.
Missed.
Looks like about $1 away from their entry here. Let's see if they can still take this trade and still get in it. On a Binance chart, this thing hit to the cent.
Yes, yes.
On the BitGet chart, it just missed it by $1. They may get filled here. They may get their order.
What do you think?
Looks like they've canceled their order. They're going to go for a lower level here.
I
Hopefully
cancel
that's
it.
not a
I mean-
mistake. Hopefully this thing doesn't bounce.
Yep.
Still hold the body though.
Is testing the body right now. They might want to consider going for the origin level if they've taken this off.
That was a pretty quick cancel, not gonna lie. Cause it, like, even if it breaks down, it didn't really do anything yet. It just hit the level and then,
Bitcoin
like,
could
for 30
break
seconds.
down here. Captain,
But it does kinda
Captain
look like
Confused here, mentioning
It
that
wants to move down.
a
It
little too
created a
close for
3-minute
comfort.
inverse.
Yep, that's fine. That's fine.
Go take a look at Enigma, see what they're doing.
Tested the 3 and
No
it's-
trade yet. Phoenix still in their trade, I believe. Looks like Enigma is going to go for that 1 minute origin level, and if that holds, you could see a pretty big reaction up. So Enigma is going to take this opportunity to try to get on that 1 minute origin. Kartik, would you try to take a chance on this 1 minute origin here?
Let me think.
What origin again, Ty? Or?
Maybe not.
Nah, we don't know.
It is a risky trade, but if it holds, it stabilizes Bitcoin because it is the creation of the origin level and will ultimately reject the local dump. Now, that's not to say this will hold Bitcoin up all day long, but in a local sense, against the current range, it will at a minimum start to break over or retest the ladder point. So it could be a crazy good entry if it holds, but it will have a tough time holding because Bitcoin is trying to dump right now, and there is that weekly level right there. So while it is risky, if it does hold, it becomes a pretty good position. Team Enigma looking to take that trade. Team Enigma and TA-Mafia have a lot of work to catch up today. They've got to get in trades today. What do you think they're doing for a strategy today? If you were in Enigma shoes or TA-Mafia shoes, final day of the week, what do you have to do to get back in this game? What do you have to do to get first place, second place, third place, get back in profits? What do you got to do on the final day here? I think you've got to take these risks, right?
That's true. Even like a few percentage with that level, this is like really like an ultimate polarity, I would say, right?
Yep.
So even if I can get like few dollars, I would definitely try to get some trades like this. But for the long, like just to be safe and secure, I think I remember once in a mentorship class you said that this range is easy for shorts and hard for longs. So I believe this is kind of the same thing that is happening. Like shorts are really hard right now, or longs are really hard right now.
Absolutely, I would agree with you. But if there is a success in one of these longs, you will see quite a large reaction.
Keeps holding. I mean,
1 minute body still holding.
but-
Let's go back to TA-Mafia here. Noticing that 1 minute body is still holding the move.
Just see what happens if it gives us another opportunity.
Just monitor it.
yeah, I mean, it's in that decision point, right? Because if 313's its polarity,
But I think Mafia's got to get into trades today. They've got to take a lot of attempts. They've got to take smart trades. They can't afford to lose too much more, so they've got to take smart trades. They've got to really work on their exits. TA-Mafia's story this week has been getting into these laser accurate trades. They've gotten into impeccable trades. However, they haven't been able to take profits in them because they've been waiting for bigger explosive moments. We've seen it countless times this week where TA-Mafia has been in a trade that's been in the profit over $1,000, and they've sacrificed most of those profits every single time waiting for the bigger move. Not necessarily something you disagree with, but had they taken all of the shorts and had they taken all of the shorter term trades, they'd probably be up about $5,000 or $6,000 this week. So TA-Mafia's story this week has been trying to get into the longer trade, the big $2,700 leverage, 100x on the position, trying to take $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, maybe get up to $10,000 on some of these trades. That's been their story.
Yeah, and it's also like they're using like a huge margin, 2,700 if I remember right.
Absolutely, yep.
yeah, it's like just like one trade. They need just one trade
Yep.
to make everything right.
A little high here on the books for Enigma. You'd like to see it down at 29,303 because the origin does have to test. So they are saying that it's going to ladder over top of the origin. I'm not seeing any other levels. You could create a 3-minute origin at 29,300 exactly. You have a 1-minute origin that can be confirmed here if it hits 29,298. 310 does feel a little high, but I think they just don't want to miss the move. I think they're front running it because they're scared that it may not get hit on BitGet. So we're gonna see if this actually plays out perfectly for them, or if this is something that doesn't work to their benefit. Getting very close to the level right now. Bridger Lewis asking if it can deep dive to the 4-hour level. Well, that's the thing about this weekly origin level right now, is that it can actually deep dive to any of these levels or targets. So Bitcoin, it absolutely can hit this origin. It can hold its range, or it could go, you know, $400, $500, $600 under the purple level on your screen, which you're seeing is the weekly origin, and then it can regain that weekly origin. So there is no reason why Bitcoin can't deep dive right now. It's all about the reaction off of this weekly origin level, the purple level you're seeing on Enigma's screen. Everything on Bitcoin is riding on that. Bitcoin starting to break their local trend. Well, looking like it's going to attempt to do it. Bitcoin now starting to develop a 1-minute hold level over top of the previous 1-minute level. I don't think TA-Mafia is in this trade. I think they were looking a little bit lower as well. You can see they've marked that 1-hour hold level there. Or sorry, that 1-minute hold level. It is starting to ladder above it. They've got their 5-minute hold level above. They're starting to gain a 3. So they're looking at all possibilities here. What can hold the move up or down? How do you think the reception of Chart Raiders in week 1 has been seen by our audience and everybody out there so far, Kartik? How do you think people are enjoying this? Do you think they love it? Do you think they can't live without it? What are your thoughts? You took 2 days away.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure people are loving it. I can see a lot of talks also in Twitter, and so many of my friends, especially in India, who are learning your science, they're all talking about this thing. Like, we have a small WhatsApp group over here. Like, I know few people like who are learning your science, and I sometimes help them with if they have any kind of doubts.
Very
so
cool.
They're also very excited about this. I'm very excited about this. I see that our audience, they stick throughout the whole stream, which is also a great sign. They are loving it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think this thing's gonna explode in few weeks or maybe few days.
Well, let's hope so. Fingers crossed, right?
15 candle.
This has to
Opens in a
happen.
minute.
I promise this will happen.
I think
Sir.
I think 2986 looks good.
A little bit of talk from TA-Mafia. Really, TA-Mafia's got to take these trades today. They have to start getting into them. We are only 40 minutes into the stream, starting to hit critical levels. They've got a long day ahead of them. If they manage this properly, TA-Mafia, with the leverage they use, they could go from last place to first place in one trade. That's so
If this
crazy about this range right now.
if this does keep holding though, building, I think the long here.
Some people in chat, Yan saying
Either
he's
way.
gotten in a long
way,
from the
they're
1-minute
win-win.
shield. Bitcoin having a bit of a pullback, trying to hold this 1-minute level,
Yeah,
but
nothing
it's
there.
not quite there yet.
This knife catch might be so sick, dude. Works right through it. That'd suck. No, I think it's good though.
Yan saying he's got a very tight stop
Looking at like
loss.
1%, like quick 1% or something, get out. I'd even be happy with the 50 because I think it inevitably goes lower, but
Confused, thinking this goes lower. Let's check in on Enigma. They might be getting into their trade here.
986.
Well, we're about to get through probably.
Yeah.
We're approaching that 1 minute origin level. They are at that 310 price. They might be getting filled right now.
We're not filled, are we?
No.
Oh no, they're not there yet. Bitcoin has to pull back a little bit more for them. There it is. We're about to test that 1 minute origin. There's a test going a bit deeper.
Are we?
Yep.
Let's see if this can
Now we
hold the
see.
move. This is the final point where this move can actually hold the 1 minute origin.
If this doesn't hold the move, then we're going down big time.
It is going deeper in the move. It has tested all levels. It has to have a pull up here. And to create this, we've got a possible 3 minute happening, as well as a possible 5 minute. It actually went after the 5 minute origin level. I hadn't even noticed. There's a 5 minute body there that could actually, or a 5 minute break level that could actually create an origin here off of the 5 minute trend. I hadn't even looked at my 5 minute time frame, but that's what it's testing right now. But it has to hold this. It cannot start losing these
Yeah,
levels.
no, this is gonna shoot through.
Now you're going to see if it can regain that 1 minute origin. Here's the final candle before it dumps. Looks like TA-Mafia might be the smarter trading group on this trade, just due to the fact that they didn't take the trade. But we're going to see. Enigma in their position, considering if they should get out. The move is technically still holding.
This level.
We could create a 5 minute interior trend here. If this holds, it is the deepest part of the move. You can attach your 5 minute candle to the 5 minute, both distribution candles on the 5, the lowest point and the point that's being created right now.
$3 off.
Two minutes until this 5 minute closes. So we need this thing to hold for 2 more minutes, and if it doesn't dump down in the next 2 minutes, we should see a push up here. It is trying to hold its move. Here it goes. Here's the attempt at trying to develop this. There goes the 5 minute level. The 5 minute level is gone. It cannot create a trend now.
How much was that?
Only $100.
What's the bell?
It is starting to push up. Enigma just got out of their trade, and now it's starting to boost up.
Just tell me what the bell is.
It hit the weekly level.
7-9.
962.
It just
Man,
hit the
this
weekly
is so
level
annoying.
as we were thinking, and it's having a huge reaction off the weekly
We're still
level.
creating that origin.
Yeah.
It's just a decay.
Let's see if Paradigm is in a trade.
Origin and
Paradigm is not in a
trend.
trade yet.
interior.
No teams taking
what
this
happens.
weekly level. Let's check in on everybody. Make sure we haven't missed anything here. Paradigm hasn't opened long. Let's check over on Phoenix. They were in a trade before. Not sure where they are right now. Every team going for a lower level, and every team ignoring the weekly origin. Well, let's see if it holds. That's all we can do. And Bitcoin continuing this violent action, up another 50% in 2 candles. Another huge opportunity there. At this point, do you buy the rebuy on the weekly origin, or the weekly origin? Do you take the rebuy on that? Or do you just try to get in this trade?
On their radar. Just hope it doesn't build here.
Maybe rebuy. Maybe we won't even get a chance to enter right now.
It has hit the weekly origin and now it is going up.
That looks like a good setup. 385. Create a 3-minute in the 5. If he can gain it, I think that's good for
a long.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't though. Please break it down.
Bitcoin not out of the woods yet. It has bounced the origin. Again, you can't fall too much in love with this origin because like we were saying earlier, yes, it could bounce off the origin, but it can go $1,000, $2,000 lower and then it can move right down.
I'm trying to
regain the origin after going down $2,000.
Because I don't have
Anything's
anything
possible.
that I know of. There was an origin back here, I think. Somewhere. This one? Or maybe, I think it was a 1 minute. 1 minute origin or something. 1 or 5, can't remember. That one? I think that 5 maybe? Yeah, it was a 5. Because that's what hit in the past. But that's the only thing I can
Take a
find
look at
there,
all
plus the
teams,
range
how they're
trend. I think
managing
it's
their
more the
trades right
trend
now.
level, but
Paradigm currently in the lead. Let's hear how they're dealing with this. Let's listen in on Paradigm for a minute.
Long stream. Yeah, I think our short up there is good. I think if you're longing, you should be somewhere inside that 4 that we talked about, somewhere inside of here. Everything else is kind of risky biscuits.
Input talking about his favorite breakfast snack, risky biscuits. Everyday traders wake up breakfast. Just going to go to a quick recap of the standings so far. Today we'll round off week 1 of Chart Raiders. So teams will be awarded points today based on where they finish. First place for total profits and loss this week will get 10 points. Second place will get 8
What do you
points.
want to take?
Third place will get 6 points. Fourth place will get 4 points. And fifth place will get 2 points. So every team fighting for those points today. It will be over at the end of the stream. So when we clock out of the stream, the points will be awarded to teams going into next week. And then we'll also start talking about what next week challenge is going to be for the teams. Quick overview of all the teams. Challenge will finish when the stream ends, so at 2 p.m. MDT. Unless the stream goes longer, it could go longer depending on what kind of action traders are in, but it could also be just right at 2 p.m. MDT. Quick look at Arcane. They have managed a great trading week. They are currently in second place, being led by Paradigm, who's in first place, and the other 3 teams following. We'll have new scores going into next week, so we'll see how teams are preparing this weekend for the upcoming challenge. Every team does go through their skill test this weekend, so our team stats will be updated for next week. So remember these scores, take a screenshot of it, take a look, compare it to what's happening next week, and then we'll be able to see kind of what teams are prepared, what teams are ranking higher or lower, and that'll reflect basically if they're ready for the week or not. Team Phoenix got stopped out. They have a back in 5-minute marker on their screen. Hardik, I think right now teams have really got to be thinking about taking a lot of scalp trades. I don't think I would be sitting in any one trade too long right now. With the amount of movement that Bitcoin is going up and down, back and forth, you've got a ton of 50%, 60, 70% moves happening. These teams are trading 100x, so that adds up quick. If you were to take 3 or 4 trades, you could easily be 250% in a pretty quick time here. So I think that's what I'd be looking at if I was the teams today after seeing Bitcoin and kind of how it's moved so far. Bitcoin still pulling back, not able to stabilize its move. So the options now become, do you reverse the weekly origin? So does it touch it perfectly and bounce off? Do you go much lower into the move, go after the level that Arcane has on their chart, take a trade there and bounce back up over the weekly? The problem with that is that you break this daily ladder point. So Bitcoin did try to make a ladder point, and ultimately it would break it down if it does that. You also have 28,730, which is a daily origin. That would be kind of my final target in this trade, 28,730. That would be my kind of ultimate goal if I could get there today. 28,730 I think would be a pretty crazy level to bounce off of. It is a daily origin level. It will represent holding up the move. This is what could hold Bitcoin up. You can go a little bit under 28,730, so you do have to do your work looking deeper into that range to see if there's something that can hold Bitcoin up under 28,730. There's not going to be a lot though, because you know what? You have a 4-hour level above it. You may be able to sneak in an hourly candle. Nope, nothing on the hourly. You may be able to get... No, everything tested on the 15, so you don't have anything either on the 15. You may be able to get 28,563, which would be an interior 15-minute origin. That is looking like it's about as deep as it goes for Bitcoin. Nothing else really on the charts there. $28,562 kind of being the final target. You've just got to scan through your charts and look for the origin. Simple as that. Got one at 28,600. 562 looks good. I think I would go for 562. If this thing dumps, I think that's where I may try to take a risk.
Yeah.
I mean, to go up to where we want to short, we're gonna have to gain these shields.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. We failed though. We held off the 3-minute hold instead.
I think this little potential origin could be good, man. Like we could afford. I mean, it's not like a risky trade, but we could afford to take these more risky ones.
Mm-hmm.
Paradigm still has their long set.
What do you think about it?
They are the Paradigm is in a short right
Just
now.
feels
Paradigm
thin,
did just
like-
enter a short. Let's go listen
I
in
mean,
on
the
them.
15. All right, here we go. Pulling back here. Let's pull it back underneath the trend. Jay, want to get a target, please?
They've taken the ladder point here on
There's
the
a hold
1 minute
the bottom,
chart.
which is going to confirm, which is confirmed.
Looks like they are
but
trying to play the
that's
breakdown
it.
on
We're-
Bitcoin. First
go
team to
for
try to play
weekly
the
origin,
breakdown.
That's 51%. Let's see if we get shields.
Bitcoin has laddered off this weekly level right now. So if this does hold, we might break this weekly ladder a little bit here.
Protecting the leg of the move.
Bitcoin can't push up in about 30 seconds. You are going to develop that next 1 minute shield.
It's either that or we go to that 1 minute origin.
Okay. 20
If this
seconds.
holds down,
We
there
still
could
wouldn't
be a
have got in if
huge
we
breakdown
stayed at
for
838, so
Bitcoin.
good thing I went ahead and did the wick.
If this continues to hold,
we're
this
in
may
the
be it.
We're in right
We're
now.
in.
Yeah.
Absolutely love this position from Paradigm.
There
They
you
are
go.
taking their chance on the short here. Bitcoin will try to break down. We did just print that candle. We do
All
have
right,
a new
give
1
us a
minute
shield
hold
on this
level.
candle.
We
That
are
would
starting
be
to go
very
underneath
nice.
it. We could see a dump
Yes,
happen
all
here.
right, we have 1 minute. We've got that white candle. Let's pull back below trend. Keep an eye on that.
Bitcoin is having a tough time breaking up right now.
$35 seconds.
They have followed the trail of 1 minute levels here.
Still holding the move.
It's about to get a 1 minute hold level. 20 seconds.
All right, 10 seconds.
Bitcoin's starting to try to break up. It's not over yet. It's still
We're
laddering
pretty
its
low in the
move.
range, like very low.
Still
so
laddering its move.
I would be aware.
We've got another hold level created.
Now it's hit the level they originally put in. so
29,375
it'll
on
go down.
Binance.
We have a new 3 minute and 2 minutes on the 5, so nothing there.
29,370, 29,365.5 on BitGet.
Yep. 45 seconds on this. What's going on the 3? We're good on the 3. Not enough to go up to tell us much more. Looking for a blue candle in 30 seconds.
Okay, that's all we want. It's a blue candle.
A lot of action going on
red,
over
not
on
case.
Team Arcane's chart as well. Looks like they've got an open short a little higher. Let's go back to Paradigm.
Not broken the leg.
It's having
It's
trouble
a very,
gaining its
very
level right
slight
now.
trend, but it's a trend nonetheless.
It's having trouble
We've got
gaining
10
this
seconds.
inverse level. It is still laddering from point to point, from here to here to here to here. It is still technically a ladder, but it's
3,
not
2,
able to break
and
its move yet.
1.
We now move this one candle higher. It needs to break
Let's
the
see,
move
do
down,
we
and if it
have-
does, you might see a big breakdown in
We have an
Bitcoin here.
origin being created.
Gonna see what happens.
Let's see if this thing wants to create and hold.
Okay, that's looking
Is there an
scary.
origin on the bottom?
It's still laddering its move, but it does need to have the pullback. It looks like it's trying to break it right now.
All right, let's look for a pullback.
It does have to pull back now. It cannot really
Attacking the
move
1
any
minute
further
rally,
up.
but not the 3 minute.
We have a new 5 minute opening and a new that's pretty high up. I would be aware of that.
And we're breaking the trend in this candle, so that's not good.
They have taken a huge position size. They have a massive amount
Okay,
of
we're about
leverage
to hit that
on
previous 1
this
minute.
trade. You're currently minus $300.
It's 29. Yeah, we're about to get licked if we go any higher. Stopped out, but we're having a pullback, hopefully.
This is pulling back off that 1 minute candle.
Let's get pullback on this candle.
Looks like they've got a
45
bunch of
seconds.
different targets in this trade that they are working
Really
with.
want this candle to turn blue because it's going to gain that 1 minute valley if it doesn't.
The next thing they need to watch out for is
Yeah,
what it can bounce off
turns
on
blue.
the bottom. We have a 1 minute
we can
level,
array
we have a
trend.
3 minute level, and we have a 5 minute level on the bottom side. 5 minute
25
level on the bottom
seconds.
side is already pre-tested, so you got to be careful with that 5 minute level. You're more looking to hold the 3. You can see on their screen they've marked that 1 minute hold level up top as their final point in this trade. However, that is what it is bouncing off of, so their entry is a little high. However,
What did that hit? Did that hit a 3?
this might still pull back the move.
No. Okay, good. That's what we need. We need to get a blue candle.
Team
Let's
Paradigm
get under
has
this
been in
inverse here,
such
this first inverse.
control of all their charts all week long. It has been incredible to watch them trade.
All right, trying to raid to the end of the white.
They are close to break even. They are getting
Under
there.
trend. Here we move it on down. Let's move it down.
Okay, move it down.
Next candle can give us a shield.
Yep.
26 seconds before the
exactly,
white candle
God.
can give them the shield in their trade. The next
Well,
ladder
what's
point
left to
in
hold
it,
this move is either that weekly.
you
hourly or
can't
that 1 minute now
negate the
in
reverse
this
levels in
immediate
this
range.
scenario. Since you did hit the
Gotcha.
very top of this move, you have to follow the trail of body candles. So actually 29
Should we take
410
along one of
being
those
the
points?
spot
We
that
have,
they want to see,
7
see
seconds on
hold.
this candle.
Not the current candle, 2 candles to the left, but
Palms are
actually
really
the
down
reverse
near that
candle
4 that we
body
had.
at
Okay.
29 410. 2 candles after the body of the currently tested candle.
In terms of
Blue candle.
in terms of profits, you guys
See it on
have
my
to tell me
screen
if you
here.
want to be
Because it did
digging
test
in
this level right
immediate
here,
range or
you do
see
want to trail
the
it down to the
development of this
next
move
body of the move right here. As the shield,
based
you
on the
do
higher
not
time
want to
frame
use
that
this
we have
one.
now. I know. Or at least too far away.
Technically, we
still
have gained a
moving
shield
along. We have
29 410. It
35,
cannot break
33
above that.
seconds.
And if it does, it has to not close
Can-
above
can- not this
29
candle, the next
419,
candle
which is
would
the
be
body on the
Use an
distribution.
inverse.
This is a massive 100x trade by Team Paradigm right now.
15 seconds.
Looks like they're using about $1,500. They're using all of their weekly profits on this one short. If this thing does break down, they are going to be in a massive, massive gain for the day.
3, 2, and 1.
Quickly looking at all screens here.
Okay, we're
No other
still
teams
okay,
in
still
trades
under
right now.
trend.
See how Paradigm manages their trade here.
All right, 45 seconds. All right, nice blue candle. Let's get us in range to hard close that inverse on the next candle.
If we get down, Jay, what's our target?
This immediate range, I would say the weekly origin.
So they are trying to play the weekly origin. Do they hedge it or do they just lock up profits?
On pick yet, because these candles are
Yeah, it'll be weird.
way off. Yeah.
All right.
60% is what they're
3
looking for on the
seconds.
bottom for this trade.
We're just
Are
being
looking to bounce
compressed.
off that.
On Binance, it's 240. Or yeah,
It has
something like
just
240,
touched
'cause there's,
the current shield at
tiny one on
410.
origin here, which doesn't matter.
It's got to get there first.
thing.
So.
I mean, yes.
They are still in a loss on this trade. They have to have a pullback here.
Okay, still printing white. 35 seconds.
We are currently
Holding
fighting
trend.
that final hold up
Maybe
that I
5
talked
minutes
about. This
soon.
one right here. We have to identify
We have
that
a
this is the
3-minute
test
hold
of the
on the
body.
bottom now.
So you have to trail it to the next body as the reverse, which is what you're seeing tested right now in this moment. So they really have to be aware of this. Hopefully Arcane picks up on this and don't
20
exit their
seconds.
trade too
Looking for a
quickly
blue
here, because
candle
if this
here.
does hold the move, then you've got this candle here, which is the same as this, which you can now set your current trail to, which will give you an actually perfect spot for this thing too short. 6 seconds. This has to develop something here. See how they deal with this
Alright,
now.
did not attack the valley. That's good. Five-minute close blue.
That is a good sign.
They do have
15
5-minute
and
data they're
4
working
minutes.
with. Could see a rejection on that 5-minute hold level at 433. Starting to get over top of it. They've got to start thinking about exiting this trade soon.
10 seconds on this candle.
Looks like they're starting to consider setting up a stop loss here.
Still holding, didn't break the move. Very slight trend, but trend nonetheless.
A tiny origin in this range, and this candle can hard close it, so I'd be aware of that. 425 on the 1 minute.
Gotcha.
Take a look at TA-Mafia. I don't think they're in a trade yet, but they will be looking to enter a lot of trades today.
All right, we got 10 seconds.
Paradigm
Pullback
still
now,
in the trade.
Pullback.
Hoping for that pullback. Excuse me, I'm getting over a little bit of a cold here. I've had it all week.
It didn't break the leg. Small pullback.
Today is definitely the worst of it, as I'm starting to get a little bit of
Still don't have a shield, which is concerning.
noise in my throat.
No, I know.
Apologies.
Very much so.
Kardik, what do you make of this trade right now?
Stop out is at 470.
You can always think about getting out, guys. Just remember
I
that.
think, so for this trade, the last resort I have is a 29,500 that could create a 1 minute origin. If this passes over above that, then I think it's a big move. So that's like the last thing I would see if this can still hold on or not.
Yep. Currently what I'm seeing on my chart is we do have that 1 minute level that has been tested. We have wicked through it once. We are laddering off of it, off of that wick. So you do have a little bit of a pullback happening there, but not much, not enough to really consider yet. If you continuously hold this 1 minute level, obviously you lose the move, right? So you got to be very mindful of that as well. This is trying to set up the pump on Bitcoin.
Right. That's not good. So far it's holding.
You know, when you look at this chart on the larger scale of things, this is a spot where if Bitcoin starts to break up too much, you're going to see a lot of shorts from higher exit. Because this had tested that weekly level, it is saying, look, we've got a weekly level below. There's an origin here that's been in existence for over a year, I believe it is. I'm not sure exactly when this got created, this weekly origin, but I believe it's been over a year now that it's been in play.
15 open is in 1 minute.
Year and a half
Okay,
this origin has
I've
been
got
here.
a
We
closed
just
bar,
tested
scroll
it for
bar,
the first time.
loose,
So there's going to be a lot
drop
of
it down
shorts
below
exit this trade if you
at some
start
point
to
try and
break
get
this
it
move.
limited out rather than stopped out.
Gotcha.
Like we've been saying from day from the start of day 5, today is going to be very explosive one way or another for Bitcoin.
The current close price is 7% below our entry, but I've got the scroll bar in hand.
So in this kind of moment, like right now, would you pay attention on smaller time trends, like 1 minute, 3 minute, or 5 minute, or
Absolutely.
Really, okay.
Absolutely, because what happens is you are going to have to gain the lower levels first, right? You're going to have to start by building up 1 minute shields. You're going to have to start by building up 1 minute trends, then into 3 minutes, then into 5 minute, then into 15 minute, hourly, 4 hour. And when you start developing those higher time frames, you're going to start stabilizing that move to move up and give yourself targets to hold, right? So you definitely have to hold the lower time frames in order to start building those. It all starts on the lower time frames first.
Yes.
No, I'm here, but yeah, like I mean, you're asking
Starting to break its
this-
move.
at this
We're out. We're
point, you know.
it's going down. So
And you didn't say anything before, so I was just asking, you know?
yeah, we're about to get out. So
Looks like they're going to take a huge hit here on their account. They are
Just
in
to
profit,
limit
so they'll
out.
still be in big profits for the week, but they are
Not
going to take a
PPs.
hit here.
I'm trying, but it's not working. It's 2470 is what we're going for, and it's getting ready to hit it. So
They are out of their
Yeah.
trade, took a big hit
Okay,
on
well, when you
that
if you want to close limit like that, you have to put the bar closer.
count.
oh, I know.
They are still in profits, but they have just forfeited a lot of their profits. Let's hope for Paradigm's sake this doesn't move down now, because they just did get out.
Just not giving us a shield before that 15 open was
It
definitely.
hasn't technically closed it
exit
yet,
out
so the move isn't
territory.
over, but they want to limit their losses in case this thing breaks up. You can't blame them for that,
So one
but
take a
let's just
short
hope
at
it
the
actually moves
top.
up for them.
All right, find the next short, guys.
They are looking for the next short.
Or
There's
long or
that bit of a
whatever.
breakup on Bitcoin. This is what we were talking about. It's going to start to get pretty explosive at this point. Let's go back to all the teams, check where they're at. Paradigm sacrificing some of their profits there. Looks like Arcane might be getting into a short. They canceled their short. Looks like it got very close but hadn't quite hit it. They have canceled their short. Let's see what they're talking about. It has hit their level.
Yeah, it hit to the dollar on Binance.
What about BitGet?
No, I actually front running a bit on BitGet, and I think it missed.
It is hitting the origin that TA-Mafia was looking at earlier. And this is what you were worried about with that
Honestly,
trade,
I think
with
our
that
strategy
short
is
that
to just
Paradigm was
play
in,
super
is that if
safe
it
and
can't
let all
hold the
the
move,
other
it's going to
teams,
start breaking up.
You know,
Okay. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we're in first place right now, so.
If teams had taken that long at the origin, they'd be up 100% so far. Team Arcane, as you heard it from them, they are in first place now. First hour and a half of the day has gone by. No teams really being able to get into too many trades right now. All teams considering longs, all teams considering shorts. Paradigm, the first team to take a trade, unfortunately did chew through some of their profits. Checking on TA-Mafia, they're going to be the story of the day today, just because they're going to have to get into some pretty crazy trades if they want to recover. Same with Enigma.
Counter-Strike skin. Dude, I had a really sick AK skin in CS. I don't know if you played it 4Acre, but I need to play Tarkov.
But never had skins or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, they had, I think that game, the skin game in there was superior to all.
Talking about CSGO
No
skins,
games,
of course.
Even Valorant, like Valorant at the beginning was pretty good with skins, but CS.
My favorite being the
gonna be the best.
Fade skin. Everybody loves a classic Fade,
Yeah.
myself
Can't
included.
really compete there.
Yeah. Oh, the first time I played it was like the other day.
I think-
You couldn't use it.
I think when this breaks here, we adapt our order to the 5.
Looks like they're trying to take a short here. Let's check in on Enigma, see how they're doing.
Yeah, twice.
Looks like Enigma's also trying to take a short here.
Yes. Okay.
Wait, our number? Oh no, I have it marked wrong. My bad, my bad. No, it's 754. Sorry, and it's
Enigma looking for
basically the
their
same
short
thing
on
as
this
the
trade as
hourly
well.
backside.
Yeah.
That 15-minute body's got to be where teams are looking to. Up at 624,
Yeah, that's a good thing
unfortunately
to take
missing
that
the
trade.
long. the long to it, that would have been a full 130%.
See how the 5-minute flow gets respected here?
You're about to hit a potential origin creation for the 15-minute right now.
15 is getting
So
tested.
there is a
again.
15 being tested right
I'm
now.
not
We're very close
expecting
to
that to
anyways.
hold.
Not quite tested yet, but very
We have a
close
candle
to.
above the 3-minute origin. Negate the creation. Interestingly enough, we're back above the hourly base.
Yeah, we hard closed it though, right?
15-minute level kind of becoming the perfect short target here because it is the creation on the hourly as well.
Yeah. See if we go
There's
to
that
this 5-minute
15-minute
flow.
leg hit. We
I think
might
the reverse deep dive
see
to the, like, the
teams
break level
getting
to
into
create
trades
the trend
here.
makes sense.
The level was
Yeah.
just hit.
It might just be this
29,
15-minute level that shorts us instead of this up here.
The perfect
is the 15-minute
target is the
reverse. Okay,
15-minute
yeah.
level
That
here. It
makes
was
a
just
lot of
hit
sense.
almost to
We're
the
pulling back
cent.
off that now.
Huge pullback coming off of it. Are any teams in this trade? Let's go take a look.
Is the 50-minute backside from May 29? Then I think your entry could be pretty good.
Looks like no teams in this
talking about right
15-minute
now,
level,
or the
becoming the
15-minute
perfect
level rejects
target.
The hourly hold creation. Perfect.
Yeah, and it also perfectly creates the 5-minute range trend by
All teams
deep diving
missing
That
this
would've been
trade.
Literally the perfect short.
If only we'd, yeah, I mean, like, I think we had the
No
right idea. We
team
just
had
hadn't
caught
identified the
this. Teams not seeing critical information on their charts right now. You can see it on Phoenix's screen. We talked about it a little earlier. Kartik, let's go to the charts. We've got the 15-minute perfectly right here, right beside the hourly level, acting as perfect resistance. Check it on BitGet. Got that level right here on BitGet. The absolute perfect short. No teams taking this. No teams getting into the trade. Obviously, you always look for that combination level to find out where the best entry is. We hadn't looked at that. We didn't need to, but you can easily go and find that combination level right there on the 3-minute, which is also your 1-minute right there. So giving you your perfect 15-minute entry on the combination level. All teams missing this. This is the perfect target from that weekly origin to go to. The first perfect trade of the day if you were to go from here, which is your weekly origin point. That's your entry. You've got this. Let's mark it as a weekly on our chart. Every team missing this. Feels bad, man. From target to target, right to the dollar. 114% missed. The perfect short missed. No teams in this trade yet. You'll love to see the science working, but you hate to see the teams missing the right levels. Looks like people in chat catching that trade. Great job, guys in chat.
So
pull back off that short, almost 40% on that short pullback. Wow.
So you just mentioned like teams are missing out on some critical information. What do you think could be the reason? Like, what do you think is going through their mind right now?
I think teams are very mindful of this weekly origin level and what it could mean. With Bitcoin testing this, it means it can break up in a massive way and it can also break down. I think teams are cautiously. So personally right now, I would be taking every single trade I could because you've got a 1 to 2% move happening on either side constantly all day long. However, I think teams are being thrown off by this weekly origin level. Everybody knows that it could dump the move in a huge way. Everybody knows that it could also support the move to go up crazy, run up another $10,000. You could see Bitcoin back up in that 40K range off this level. So I think teams are being really thrown off by this origin weekly level. It is such a big critical level that you've got to start thinking about where can we take the trades and what becomes safe, because like we said at the beginning of the stream, today is going to be extremely explosive. So teams have really got to be keyed in today. The first thing they should have done when they woke up for the day is they really should have said, okay, here's the weekly origin. We know we're going to test it to see if it can hold. How many scalp trades can we take back and forth? And they should really be exposing themselves to these levels. Starting from that weekly on the bottom, it has hit multiple times and pulled up. As we can see on my chart here, it has hit multiple times. Even if they're aiming for 50%, they could have easily been making multiple 50% trades today. 50, 60, 70%. You do kind of want to aim higher in this case where you do have a much bigger level like the weekly. You are seeing a lot of profits come through off of this weekly test. So I think teams simply are just, they're hesitant today, and for good reason. You know, Bitcoin today, it could be the day that decides the future of Bitcoin. This is the day that says, do we go down to 20K, or could we possibly be running up again? Do you break that top at 64K? I don't know, but this is the first step in doing that. So I think this has gotten in all of teams' heads today. I think this is something that everybody has to be aware of. Anybody who's trading Bitcoin right now has to look at this and say, okay, we've got a weekly origin. I think this is getting in their heads. But at the same time, you do also want to control that risk, right?
That's right.
Would you agree with that, or do you have something that I maybe missed there, Kartik? What do you think?
No, I totally agree with that. Like, I'm trying to keep myself in their shoes, and also working in a team. Sometimes it's a bit of information overload. We
Absolutely.
tend to think a lot, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you're 100% right. If I was in a team right now, that could be my state of mind, looking at this huge support from a year, and we are hitting it. So
Yep,
it
absolutely.
makes decisions really hard. Yeah.
So we can just go back to my chart. We can walk through this trade a little bit here. Really, the story of Bitcoin has been all week attacking origin levels and hitting combination levels. When you don't have an origin, look for a combo. That has been what Bitcoin has been doing all week long. It's been a great strategy to follow through, and we simply don't have an origin level here. So you start by saying, hey, what do you have to gain to break this thing up? And you've got the hourly level right here. So you know you can't break over this, so you start looking for spots to short Bitcoin from here. Go down in time frame. Take this level here, it's your 15-minute wick, and you start finding the greediest point inside that 15-minute level. Right here being the body of the level on top of the hourly, you kind of have to front run it a bit, right? So you start looking for that combination level. You say, here's the 5-minute. Inside of the 5-minute, where's the 3-minute? The 3-minute is right here. Inside the 3-minute, where's the 1-minute? And then you have all time frames tested in one candle at the same time. 15-minute level tested, which is the 15-minute hold, which starts at the wick. You've got the 5-minute tested, the 3-minute tested, the 1-minute. You've tested every single level, and you have rejected the gain of that hourly level. So this becomes almost a perfect target for any long and a good re-entry or hedge into a short. So that's where you're seeing this level get hit here, because it really can't gain this hourly level. So when you look at this and dissect the move, you say, okay, where's the greediest spots in this trade? And when you measure them against each other, there's no reason to take that risk up at the hourly level for the 0.01%. There's no reason when you're a 100x trader. You simply take the combination level that tests every single time frame but rejects the move up as a long-term short for the day. So teams unfortunately missing this. This is the kind of information that you just hope they see, and if they don't see it, they don't see it. So combination levels in play, hold levels being gained in play. Of course, this isn't stabilized yet. Bitcoin isn't. For sure moving down off this level, but that does become the perfect first target of the day for longs, and also the premium short entry that you can say, hey, we've got the best entry. Now let's just sit, develop shields, and if we break our shields, we simply get out of the trade because we might be going higher.
Now that's a perfect example for butterfly 2 lessons.
Yep, absolutely. Arcane still in, Arcane not still in first place. Actually, Arcane was in second place, and Paradigm took their first short attempt a little too low on the charts. And I don't think it was necessarily a bad trade. It just broke up to the higher level. Paradigm tried to take the short to break the move down. It couldn't execute the short. They did relinquish that first place spot by taking that short. They are slightly under Arcane now. They have slipped to second place. They're still in great profits for the week. However, they did lose their first place standing. So unless another team comes through, Arcane is going to win this week's top prize pool for points. So Arcane maybe doesn't even have to take a trade today. I think for the sake of their own account balances, they'd like to. As trading teams, they do keep all of their profits. So they do work with funded accounts, and then they do keep all their profits. So you definitely don't want to sit out of trading. You don't want to say, hey, we're not trading now because we're in first place. But there is a certain strategy there where teams can say, hey, well, we just care more about the points than we do about the money that we make this week. Bitcoin pushing its level now, trying to regain that hourly, bouncing off it. Teams do have a second chance to get in on this short. Looks like Team Enigma is trying for it. Let's go take a look at them, see what they're talking about. You did just hit that hourly break level, so you did just hit that final point, which is the hourly, sorry, not a break level, so the hourly body, so you did just hit that. Let's see what they're talking about and how they're handling this.
So it would be the back test of this origin, backside, deep dive, fails to create the hourly hold level.
You now have created an origin as well. A little further back in your charts on the 3 minute. I'm still scanning through to see if there's anything else. It's not a 5 minute yet, but it can go back up and test 29,630 again to make a 5 minute. It's having its bigger pullback off of this 3 minute origin level that it just created. There is a 3 minute origin in play and even possibly a 1 minute origin here. It is a 1 minute origin in play at 29,602, the first origin level on the chart. What will break Bitcoin out of this range? Anna saying great commentary and energy content. Thank you very much. I'm actually very sick right now, so I'm glad I'm pushing through it.
Here.
I'm quite sick. Last night I thought I could possibly had caught COVID. Happy to be here and putting every ounce of energy I have into this thing while still being sick. But thank you so much, Anna. Definitely still could have COVID. I haven't taken a test or anything. Just got extremely sick. Well, I've been sick all week, but then yesterday hit me pretty tough. I was knocked out pretty hard right after stream, and hadn't done too much work after that, and woke up still feeling pretty terrible. But we're here today. Got the weekend to recover. Back on Monday after today for week 2, season 1, week 2. But just again pushing through today, and hopefully able to hang in there all stream. Thankfully, I have Kardik to help me. Kardik is back. He's our co-host. He's been searching for an office for the past 2 days. He has kind of found his perfect home for Chart Raiders streams and stuff like that, an office for himself.
The 15 is in play rather than...
Which one?
5 is in play rather than 15. Take a look at my chart.
The 15 minute what?
Yeah, man. I hope you start feeling again fine again pretty soon.
29.
Yeah, we'll feel better. Just have to take it easy, not push it too hard.
Yep.
So currently right now what I'm doing is I'm scanning through my charts to see if there's any other spots that could create an origin in the future. We do have something up at 29,738. I am charting on BitGet, so 29,738. We do have a 5 minute body there that could potentially create an origin. We have a higher up 3 minute that also could create an origin there. Do we have any 1 minute data that could create an origin? We have one way back at the very beginning of this move, all the way back at 29,714. However, that did hard close the candles a few candles after, so we can't use that. Don't really have any origins in play, just the current 1 minute and potentially what could be created at 29,776. Take a look at all teams right now, see who's doing what, who's looking to get into trades. This 15-minute level is holding right now. And pretty much delete all levels below it. You just want to see if that 15-minute level can hold. Looks like Phoenix may be considering a trade here. Let's go check in on and see what they're doing.
Should be getting in now. Should be in. We're in.
They are in their short. They just entered a short to see if this move can reject and pull back.
Gotta be careful. I think it's super risky.
Phoenix is in their trade.
I agree, but still
Looking at maybe a 1 minute origin level here.
So we just like get out of it.
29, 614.
The 1 minute anyway. 1 minute.
I think they're gonna have a very tight stop loss on this trade.
You gotta get back underneath it.
All right, if we don't pull back,
Bitcoin not having its pullback, threatening to break its move.
10 seconds for the 3 minute to open up outside.
They do have their local trend on their screen. You can see Team Phoenix is using trend as their guide here. Love to see it.
Like this.
2 more seconds.
Okay, hold on. Oh,
gotta have a pullback here now.
Sliding candle.
Yep.
What point do they get out? They've got to be very cautious. Jesse not agreeing with this trade. Jesse, the one team member, saying, like, guys, I don't like this trade, but we're gonna see what happens. You are back testing a 4-hour trend that you had lost, so this could cause a huge pullback.
This 3 minute outside this range trend creeps me out.
Do have that 4 minute trend.
Wait,
If you do,
you?
you will see this happen from time to time. You have a bigger time frame trend. Let's mute Team Phoenix and go over this real quickly. You have a bigger time frame trend. It is on your chart. You will sometimes test the backside of that trend and pull off of it. And the reason you do this is because over time, if it continues to pull back, it is representing that it is hard closing larger time frame. So if we were to go to a 4-hour chart here and you see that is actually threatening to be lost right now. That larger 4-hour trend is actually threatening to be lost. So you will see instances like this where you do hit the backside of a trend and pull back. And if it continues to hold, it is saying, hey, I'm trying to open a new 4-hour candle underneath. You've got 1 hour and 7 minutes before you open a new 4-hour candle, and possibly 5 hours and 7 minutes before you hard close that in distribution, which could cause a bigger dump. So this doesn't actually become a terrible target to take a short either in a moment like this.
Because in 7 minutes, if this goes to distribution for the 15, then it'll create a 15 round trend as well.
Yeah, we're just like laddering up into this like very thin 1 minute.
It hasn't broke the local origin yet, which is that level at 29,604, 1 minute origin level.
All right, we're coming underneath that 3 minute range trend again.
Anime asking if I've ever traded for institutions before.
1 minute shield here.
I get offers weekly from large
inverse,
institutions,
so-
and I never take them. I kind of do my own thing.
Yeah, that 1 minute.
Anime
just
gaming.
created, yeah.
I mean,
I don't ever really dabble in that, as
5
I'd rather
minutes
kind of do my own
nice.
thing than trade for somebody else. So, yep.
I mean, how long do you give it?
It does.
Rather
create a
help
1 minute
build this
shield.
industry and create something cool like chart
Yeah,
raiders
that's
than
just
worry
using-
about, trading with a bunch of suits.
We'll gain one in 40 seconds. So, and a 1 minute downtrend as well.
30 seconds to the 3.
This
opens
is starting to
another
pull back and
candle,
develop for
and
them.
If it opens it inside the trend, then we're good.
I've also been asked to train many different hedge funds. I've been asked to train many different institution runners, family offices, so forth and so forth. I've had quite a bit of exposure in this industry, but I always shy away from that stuff.
What?
Nothing.
Been asked to manage many funds from these crypto companies. Of course, I wouldn't name any of them directly, as that would kind of be just not a good ethical thing to do for privacy reasons. But
like I did the other day.
Well, it's an even smaller invest now.
maybe one day I'll write a book about all this stuff, and then my story can be told in there. But for now,
we need to really gain some sort
quick
of
and short
shield here
answer
in the
is
next
I sure have been
15
offered a lot of
minutes, I'd
different
say,
cool
or
things,
pretty big
but
nasty.
I'd rather just kind of break stuff and
If this
create
closes
something like this.
accumulation, they're like really small on the 5 minute, then to an
Help
easy
clean up
5
the
minute shield
industry
as well.
and make something pretty cool for generations
on
to
that.
stay and
20 seconds.
revolutionize day trading.
The hourly does close in 5. I mean, I don't want to gain the hourly.
Kartik,
hold,
do you like
but
this
I
short?
mean, by the
What's
time
your
you do that,
opinion on
I'll
the short? Do you think
probably
this is a good short by Team Phoenix? Do you think it's a little risky? What's your opinion on their short here?
Yeah, I would have tried something over here. I still think it can go a bit down. If that happens, good for Team Phoenix. But on the larger scale, I would target something on above, like 1 hour or something.
Yeah, okay, the 1 hour inverse level. The only problem with that is that you gain the 1 hour level on the bottom, so it gives you the perfect bounce point. I like this short by Team Phoenix. I think this is about the best short you could have taken, and if it develops, I think this can break the entire move down. I think this short by Team Phoenix is absolutely brilliant. I think they have entered a little too high, but not that high. I think it's a really great entry. I'd rank their entry. If I had to say on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd rank it about a 9. I think they've used all the right information. The only thing I would say they don't have their 4-hour trend, seeing that it could test the backside of that, because you would look to see this 1 minute origin level. That really becomes a trade point, but you could deep dive that 1 minute origin level to the backside of the 4, which is simply what happened, and then it just becomes a little better entry off that 1 minute. But I really do love this risk that Phoenix is taking. This could be a great trade. It's not necessarily going to break down, but if it is going to break down, this is a spot it would do it from. So great first trade by Phoenix. They're using all the right data. They've got their 5-minute shield developed. They've got perfect entry. I would rank this a 9 out of 10. I think their entry is fantastic. I think they've missed one small thing, but nevertheless, their entry is still on point. They're currently in profits. Let's listen in on them and see how they're managing this position. I don't think any other team is in a trade right now.
1 minute long is. I think it's going to that 3 minute, like the level above it, and then we get back in the long and pick it up.
I don't know.
I think it's time to run a poll, Kardik. I think we run a poll. Ask the audience if they like this trade or if they think it was a silly trade. Well, maybe not, because it just took a big blue candle down. Okay, let's redo that. Let's make a poll, Kardik. Let's do, is Bitcoin going to break its weekly origin? Yeah, let's do that. While you do that, I'm going to show some love in the chat. Drop in the Phoenix spam. Everybody show love for Team Phoenix in the chat right now. They're in a great trade. People in chat taking the same trade. Yan taking that same 1 minute origin. Congrats, Yan. You're in good profit so far. Let's listen and watch Team Phoenix as they manage this trade.
I don't know, because if it rejects off this 15, then it's laddering down. You create the 15 range at the bottom. So
yeah. So then,
yeah, if we get down there, we'll have a 15-minute shield. What's the hour look like? Nothing really on the hourly. Or the 4.
Yeah, we're getting a 3-minute shield.
Let me see.
A really interesting thing that could happen off this trade, actually, because no other teams are in trades. Team Phoenix may actually take first place if this trade really dumps down. Team Phoenix in 4th place yesterday, crawling their way back up to 3rd place, and now possibly could take first place with this trade. So if this thing dumps down and goes down in a big way, Team Phoenix may actually come out in 1st place this week.
To say we're creating the hourly.
The possibility is definitely there. There's no reason why it couldn't happen.
See what happens over the course of the hour after this.
You just don't want to see Bitcoin developing ranges. It is developing a little bit of a ladder right now.
So
it does have to continue to move down.
3-minute trend here, hopefully. In a couple minutes.
Yeah. Also, you got in 1 minute, you get a 5-minute shield.
Oh yes, we haven't actually gained that yet. Then.
And then plus you get the 15 range trend. So.
I can see the poll. Is Bitcoin going to break its weekly origin? A lot of people saying no.
Adjusted the stop to. No, I think we trigger out on the break of the origin and just keep the stop where it is.
Yeah. Could create a 3-minute, potentially set up a 3-minute downtrend here.
How long do we have to vote on this one, Kardik? Is that a 5-minute poll? Is that a 10-minute?
5 minutes. Nice in a minute.
5 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna reserve my opinion right till the end. I'm gonna kind of play my cards close to my chest in the final minutes, and then I'm going to then I'm gonna vote.
Got a new 1 minute shield to get into.
Because I mean, when you think about it, this 15-minute inverse is the one that could be the one that drops the move down completely below the weekly origin.
Split decision by our audience. 50-50 right down the middle. Yes and no. Is Bitcoin going to break its weekly origin? Half our audience thinks yes. Half of them think no.
Yep. Really interested to see what this next 5-minute candle is going to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that Akira song we were listening to yesterday?
Yeah, I haven't even listened to it yet.
That's what we need.
Right, so looks like we're getting the 5 shield plus the 15
I'm going to go ahead and cast my vote. I voted that yes, it is going to break the weekly origin. We are going to see, though.
Plus a higher 3-minute inverse.
Got it.
Shield.
I would yes too.
I think Andreas made a great comment in our chat saying that I think it might be too soon for BTC to break the weekly origin because we are far from the weekly downtrend. So that's a good thing to keep an eye on.
I mean, I know it's granted it is a
I'm
weekly
still keeping my
origin
vote
on
on
bottom.
yes.
It's a very large
But,
time frame.
yeah,
but
definitely a
think
good
of
one
the
there.
bounce that we had
Andre.
off of the weekly origin, and then we're still like laddering down against the bounce.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just we are in a prime. We could be in a prime short to break below, and like if we, we're in this position and went through that weekly origin, like that would be a very nice trade.
What are we retesting?
But
We gained the 5 minute shield.
we'll see.
We're retesting the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Haven't lost the 3 minute yet.
Jesse has converted. At first he didn't like this trade. Now he's all about it, trying to have this thing break the weekly origin. Great team spirit.
3 minute, don't we? No,
We do. No.
I mean,
Could create here.
hasn't
Something larger. It'll create this 5 minute will create a 5 as well.
Don't use that as trigger then. Kind of
use what as trigger?
The downtrend. Kind of keep the origin as trigger.
Make sure we're not missing anything
Yeah.
from any of the other teams.
But then could it try to could it still ladder off of the wick above?
Yeah, you got a local 1 minute uptrend. Could it ladder off the wick above? Yeah.
Every team's still looking to set up their
we were in at the bottom where we
Could it
just
still looking to
come
set
up
up their
and try and
shorts for
create
the
a
day or
5
their
minute
longs.
origin?
Every team deciding.
Yeah. Do you have
definitely could.
You have a 15-minute trend. Downtrend.
Yeah, range trend.
a range trend? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you call that a range trend, but a trend nonetheless.
Okay. So what shields do we have still?
Still got the 5.
Still got
Still under the 5.
Yeah.
This candle could create a nice 15-minute shield for us to gain. I mean, it'd be less of a stretch to gain than the previous one.
That is true.
And another 5 as well, but we're still under that 5.
The 1 minute uptrend's a little bit annoying. Still laddering too, we have to recognize here. Laddering up, that is.
Well, it's laddering down as well.
We're gonna keep
Less
listening
so.
to
You are actually,
Team
yeah,
Paradigm
as
for a
you know.
minute while we, or sorry, not Team Paradigm, Team Phoenix
This
for a
could
minute
just
while
be
we
like
take a break.
back test of that
I'm
5
going
minute
to take
uptrend.
a 2-minute break, and
Because we
Kartik,
were
you've
quite
got
a distance
control
below
of
it,
the wheel.
Come back up, retest it like on the smaller time frame
All right.
before the larger move down.
We just opened the 3-minute, and it's still within trend. So, yeah.
This 15-minute candle, if it's in accumulation, it will also confirm a 15-minute uptrend, but it's like an insanely steep 15-minute uptrend.
Yeah.
Hey.
And it's straight out.
So 56% of the audience think that Bitcoin is going to break weekly origin. Let's see.
Shield here. Try and break this 1 minute uptrend. Did we ever hard close the 5 minute? Yeah, I mean, we'll hard close the 5 minute. I know we won't. Gonna work on
Hi,
that.
DSTN5. What's up, man?
This is nice though. I mean, not too bad right now. Nothing to worry about. My only concern is if we get above the 1 minute hard close and then it doesn't even care about that because it creates the 5 minute origin and then we just get out and then it dumps back down.
Yeah.
But I guess we just have to get out, you know. We can't risk just sitting in waiting for that.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah. So, if you guys don't know, I was also a part of Team Paradigm, but I had to leave the
lost
team
3 minute
because
and
of
kinda have
some
lost the 3
personal
minute
reasons.
shield.
Nothing serious.
I think
Yeah.
the 5
Pete,
right now, it's
so
about to
the
close,
name
15. If
Paradigm
it doesn't
Shift,
pull back and
it
goes
was
within
given
that
by
5-minute
a
range
team
trend,
member.
Yeah.
His name is Matt.
Yeah, it'll be opening up.
One of the best
What,
scalpers, I would say.
Yeah, it
in
will,
Cotton
but,
Land.
let me see right now. I think we're okay. Yeah, we're still in the trend. We didn't gain the 5 hold. We didn't gain that 5 distribution hold. So
Thanks,
that's
man.
very true.
Staying alive,
Yep.
42069. Just trying
Continue
to get comfortable with
maintain
this,
that 5 shield
man.
too.
Pretty
crucial. We really need to start
streaming
developing
and
1 minute shields here
hosting.
now 'cause we
This
haven't
is
created
like
one in a
tough.
while.
I mean, salute to Corin that he's doing this
It's been nice
since
to
a
get this one
long
here.
time.
Could be
I
a
mean,
nice like ladder point
yeah.
here, ladder down.
This is
Let's
good.
just miss the 1 minute origin. That would be lovely.
Yes, sir.
So this candle will be a nice 5-minute downtrend. Got 4.5 minutes, but
I hope it breaks on the 3-minute time frame. It breaks these cluster of ladder points.
Yeah, so
and
I
then
think
we're
most
good.
of most of the people I know
hold.
in trading
That'd
right
be a
now,
good sign.
please just don't even care. Just
they came into trading
totally
world
disrespect
after the
that 1-minute
COVID thing.
hold.
Everybody was sitting at home.
That'd be a good sign.
They were finding new things to try out.
But it makes sense. for
But
it
last
to
year
bounce off it
I got
because
into
it's
trading. I
continuing
found
again,
Cotton
still
video,
continuing to ladder.
lifestyle of a day trader.
Well, we got the 1
That
minute
was the
down.
video.
It
I
actually
was
was a
like,
1 minute
okay,
inverse.
I need
Reverse, sorry,
to
1 minute
look out
reverse
for this
level
guy.
that bounced off.
He seems legit.
Yep.
Let's check out.
Yeah.
And then I figured out that everything, all the courses,
It
all the
could-
signs that
this
Cotton
candle
has,
or the next could
he has
close
invented.
that
It is
kind of
on free. It is free on
1 minute
YouTube, so
uptrend
you can
that
go
it
to the
first
YouTube, you
created
can
at
check
a
it
month
out,
and
everything,
larger.
all the
Oh, yeah,
courses.
3-minute uptrend now.
So I also
I'll
did
just
the
keep
same.
confirm it.
Hopefully this 5 will close the 5-minute downtrend too.
Then I studied a lot, like
yeah, that's a good
16.
shout.
I remember I was studying 16 hours a day. But yeah, it's been like almost 10
Way
months
too many
now.
trends on my screen.
I've been doing good.
Yeah.
I've been doing good.
I've just got the 5 and the 2 downtrends,
That's
the
my
5
story.
and the 15.
Short
then
and
I've got
sweet.
the 5 uptrend and this local 1 minute uptrend. Come on, 1 minute shield, hold us.
Please.
One minute to 1 minute.
Break it down.
But then I
Yeah.
never expected that
Hope it.
I will be hosting
So,
chart traders with Cotton one day. This is
Five
like a
minute look
dream.
like 2.5
I mean,
minutes.
I love this
How
thing.
close to
I'm
5?
eating,
Don't we have a
drinking,
1-minute
living this
origin
thing
right now,
all day
internally?
long. And I'm
at
sure
the
that
top,
this
yeah.
thing's going to explode soon enough,
that's annoying.
very soon enough.
Yeah, we do.
We are working a lot on the background.
What?
There's a lot of things
The
that
1-minute
will be
origin.
coming up in
Local.
near future. That's
a good
gonna
thing if it's
blow
on the top
everybody's
side.
mind.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
So
it
just
is,
stay
yeah.
tuned for that.
More of a shield.
I was just like, damn, like
Thanks, man.
another
I heard
thing
you
for it to
lost
go
some money,
after though,
so
above
that's
our
okay.
entry, but
Just,
yeah.
just take a break. I would say, relax your mind, man.
So
let's
I'm gonna
chill
be
over
interested
here.
to see the reaction
you
of
know?
the 5 if it gets down there, that 5 floating, and if it like has a bounce there and starts creating a range. then
Points.
Yeah, no, nothing wrong with
Okay.
that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good for you.
40 seconds. 3
Yeah.
minute.
All the
Doing
teams,
the
they are like
inverse.
on their A game
5 minute will
right
close.
now.
1 minute 30.
I'm so proud of Team
sir.
Paradigm
Yeah.
that they are doing so good. I've been always rooting for them, but I'm also rooting for all the teams, like this community.
Yeah,
This is my
so-
family. I really
Yeah,
love
give me-
everybody
give me
in the
what shields do
community.
we have
I
right
have
now?
a huge respect
Still have the
for every
5
trader
original.
over there. So
Yeah,
So
still the original
excited.
5, still got the 1 minute and no 3 minutes. We really want to develop a 3 minute. This 3 minute is going to close in 10 seconds.
Yeah, let's see if we can gain it.
yeah,
No, we
not
didn't get
seeing
it.
any
It's not
kind of
bad
moment
once
on
again.
TA-Mafia chart. Maybe they are on small
it's
break.
kinda
I don't
low.
know. But other teams, they
Better
might be
shields,
looking
but-
to enter some
I think Jesse's
shorts
5
or longs,
is-
something.
yeah.
And I hope
Hard close the 1 minute uptrend, but then
Team
create a new
ENIGMA
one.
short is going well. Let me also just check
Got
my
three
chart
minutes.
over
Trying to
here
go-
real quick.
Trying to get a 3 minute trend now, yeah. Candle did open below it though, so it wouldn't be too difficult for it to hard close it.
Yeah, Corin is at a break. He'll be joining us
So the
soon.
1 minute like reverse up there.
Also,
we could
somebody was asking about the
possibly
leadership
test
board
again.
that will be shown to you time to time. So don't worry about that.
5 minute, 20 seconds.
No, no, man, not right now. But I trade
5 more
in
minutes until
the
we create a
daytimes, like
15-minute
according to
uptrend.
my
5.5
time
hours.
zone. I'm in India right now. It's night for me.
15 might close distribution.
But yeah, I do take trades every
goes
day.
to 5 now.
I do practice my science. There's a lot of mentorship stuff that people who are in mentorship, we have to go through a lot of chapters, a lot of replay. So there should be this consistent flow of studies one should have, and not just with the guys with mentorship. I think everybody who is learning the science, practicing it every day makes one perfect. Right? Love you guys.
Gaining the one.
Nice.
Nice.
And on Monday, I will be shifting to my new office. So I don't know. Maybe you guys could also see me.
No, take it back, dude. Take it back, quick.
Now, sitting up over there,
Touchwood, take it back.
smiling. So
Spoiler.
yeah.
Get out of here, Tom Holland.
Who dumps? Who, like Aquaman? Or
what?
Like he's like diving into the ocean. I don't know. I was thinking of someone who like Spidey's like.
I think one should use amount.
Maybe like Hulk smash, like Hulk.
Like
smashing it down.
this is just my opinion, but always trade with the amount that
Is that
you
the
can
3
afford
minute
to
shield?
lose. So
Yeah.
I'm also a student. Like I'm
Try
like
to gain the 3
nowhere
minute
near
max,
being a pro. So I use the amount that I feel I'm okay to lose.
Yeah, it could be pretty close to getting another 5 minute.
But yeah,
Jeez,
like
the
I
15
try
is
to
so
do
far
100x
away.
every time.
10
That
seconds.
helps me stay in the game.
Nice.
Check my accuracy time to time.
Nice. I cancelled the long at the bottom. I still think it's a decent trade.
Yes,
I agree.
for day trading.
On this.
I was
eventually.
in one of the team
Take it
paradigm.
easy.
Now
Yeah,
I'm
woman
hosting.
origin on the bottom. It's what is it? It's retesting the from the 1 minute from the past. It never really created it, but it's interesting.
Do up the 3 minute.
Gonna, yeah.
That shot is
Have we got any
looking so good
downtrends now?
right
5
now.
minute downtrend.
Yarp.
Yep.
Yeah, that's interesting. We will also.
What do you guys think? What is the criteria
we are close to 3 minute
to
uptrend
make
too.
this trade a swing trade? This shot.
Yeah.
Let me see. What do you guys think?
That was a test with the 1 minute. Try and gain the 5 minute shield in a couple minutes. So just 1 minute. Gotta hold first, baby.
So we're taking profit on that 5.
I mean, I think it's a smart place, but I think we're going to take profit at the origin. I think. Just go for the bottom of the range.
Cool.
Just something to know. We could start closing 1 minute outside of the 5 minute downtrend. Just something to keep in mind. Because we're kind of really compressed against it, but
True. I mean, this 15 looks like it's not creating an uptrend.
You do have room if you want to draw the 1 minute downtrend. You have room to kind of go up and hit that as well. But I know you've got the 5, and you would use the 5, but you know, in these instances, they're all valid on the time frames. So.
we just need someone to come in right now. Who's that? What's that guy's name? It starts with a B, Bognerov or something. Like Khan's videos.
Bognerov.
What?
Yeah, the Dumpit guy. What's his name?
No idea.
Bognov?
No idea.
15 minute candle in 30 seconds.
5 minute shield. New 5 minute shield in 30 seconds as well.
20 seconds.
All right, Kartik, what did I miss?
10 seconds.
Nothing much. We were just just chilling around. I was asking these guys like
We just gained the 3 minute
Gain the
backside.
5, gain the 3.
I was
15
asking these
close,
guys like,
gain
what is
5
the
and 3.
criteria now to make this trade a swing trade? So that's what we were talking about. Waiting for you, just chilling.
I'm seeing some Kartik is sexy spam in the chat. Pretty cool.
I missed that.
Yeah, that was a good one. You missed that one. So Paradigm, they did take their short earlier, but unfortunately way too high. I think they had the right idea, but just getting in a little too high. Phoenix currently still in this trade, I think. Everybody saying how much they like the new mullet cut, the cotton mullet. Let's go through the teams one by one, see where they're at right now. Let's start with TA-Mafia. They do need to make a big comeback today. See if they've got anything on the books right now, or if they're considering anything. They do have the level marked.
Nice trend. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's on the
Oopsies.
week.
Oh, this 5? Oh, I was looking at the one we had.
Oh no, I was just like what's touching the other higher one. 2946.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to fix the window sizing here. It's not going well. Hang in there, everybody.
I select our entry.
What'd you say?
Yeah, check other alts, dude, because there might be some like sick, just sick spots. Because on a ETH, I can't really. The only thing I like is that short way up top. I don't really know about longs on that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start updating charts on a few of the other ones.
All right, I'll watch Bitcoin for now. Just 'cause it's coming down pretty quick.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, they're
Thank you as well.
99.
Gotta fix this thing up a little bit here. They're screen centered. There we go.
I think the 5 is the best.
I'm just gonna
option here.
take like a
Of all the
5-minute
levels.
break, make some tea for
For
myself,
one.
and I'll be
Sounds
back.
good, Kartik. See you soon.
Thank you.
Staying alive wants his mullet back.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, you have the 3, the 5, 15. 3-minute origin. It's a lot there. 1 minute. It's like literally everything.
Because it's trend as well. Got a point.
Create the trend too, range trend. Easy.
Looks like Mafia is not in a trade right now. Let's keep going through the ranks here. Let's go over to Enigma, see where they're at.
You got the one here?
They are looking for a long. They don't have a short on the book. They had it there, but they took it off.
We could go to the one.
They are looking for a long. Checking on Paradigm, see
One
how
could be
they're doing
alright.
with this trade.
You want to move it to the one?
I could lose some profits, but yeah, because the trade that we took before that short, I thought we were taking it to see if we can break, because that was the only scenario for me to.
Which one?
the one that we took today. That was the only thing for me that explains why we took such a low entry, right? To see if we can break down and have a big move. So I would think in this way.
Oh, we have a 5-minute inverse now. We had a 3 on the bottom.
Everything is dead.
All quiet over in Arcane Land right now. Back over to Phoenix.
Got a 1 minute shield.
Okay.
I think that makes sense. Play it that way. So, okay, nice.
Nice. Okay.
In a great trade so far. Up looks like $200 for Team Phoenix so far.
So what's happening at 5? Create any higher time frame downtrends yet? No.
If Phoenix stays in this trade, if we see a big move down in Bitcoin,
downtrend,
Phoenix could take first place today with this trade if it keeps dumping.
Yeah, the 5 minute.
Never count any team out. TA-Mafia, with the size of their trades, they could also climb right back into the lead. Same with Enigma. Enigma, every team one trade away from taking such a crazy move right now.
Yeah. I mean, logically speaking, if it's create the 15 range on the top, it's going to come create the 15 on the bottom, not the 5 mid range.
Enigma's got their long set. They've got a short set. Let's see what happens here. Something I'll say about Team Enigma is that I have really enjoyed their technical analysis.
This is the weekly inverse.
All week long, I've been eavesdropping on Team Enigma, and they always seem to see the deeper parts of the charts. They second guess themselves a lot, which unfortunately they always have great entries. And I love listening to their technical analysis because they always kind of see past the move that's going on, and you wouldn't expect it from Team Enigma looking at their scores. But again, they are a team that has become one of my favorites. Just listening to their TA and hearing how they manage all their trades, it has become quite a treat to listen to them. Team Phoenix in a big profit here. Looks like they've got an open long. They may hedge their position.
Just get down there.
Let's not create this range trend. That would be lovely.
57. Ooh, we're very close to getting a 15-minute shield as well.
Yeah, and then that's when if it does that, when I think we don't get out instantly in the 1 minute.
Quite the pullback on Bitcoin right now.
You just take profits.
From the back test of that 4-hour level, we are down 80%.
I think you're limiting yourself that way though.
Healthy debates. Got a new 1 minute shield.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of goes back to what we said earlier. Like,
I got it.
We could just said scalp, and I think it makes sense. Just scalp it.
Yeah, but in the 15 shield, that's pretty big.
Yeah, but that doesn't have like a like an instant reaction. Like,
no, but it means you can stay in that longer than you want.
It does. I think once again, happy look up
Okay,
profits.
Then at that point, you're putting a 15-minute shield and a weekly origin like in a ring together, and you're like, who's gonna win?
Huge move down. Team Phoenix still in a great spot, probably close to $300 in profits now.
Oh, you did it. You're doing it. Okay.
Okay,
I mean, you
start
also
thinking
gain an
about taking
hourly
profit.
inverse, so
Okay, cool.
We have gained the hourly inverse.
yeah. So I just don't think we get out as instant as you want.
What about just leave it, and then if it you know, we can set our take
Another
profit
big
at the
pullback
hourly
coming in on
inverse,
Bitcoin.
which is 29385.
Down now 106% from the
54
top
minutes for it to do that,
where
so-
Phoenix
That's a
bought.
five,
They're in a
anything else?
great
Three.
trade.
One. Okay, so start to pretend that you've got in on this 5 minute, and look for like shield creation, and then get out if it starts to develop in the other direction.
That was a pretty big wick.
That was pretty.
Yeah, but this
big.
could pull back to the 5-minute downtrend,
Yeah, it could.
which is also like the 15-minute shield.
Like, yeah. Let's see what happens here.
I mean, you could definitely put the take profit, like move it into profit now, the close position.
I'm gonna be.
Put it like 40%. or something. Yeah, 40%.
I'm gonna be very happy locking in profits anywhere here, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
It's Friday. We got pizza and coffee money for the weekend. It's just like nice.
Should we? It's very interesting 5. Think about locking in profit. See what reaction this has on the 5-minute trend.
Yeah, it could
Gaining
just
a 1-minute shield.
attack the 1 minute inverse.
Gaining a 1 minute there. We were up like $300 and something when it kind of got down to that 3. I think we're at like 250 now.
That's fine. Yeah, I think if we start holding above this 1 minute shield, then we can just get out. But
agree.
you're fine.
Because that 1 minute shield could, that 1 minute hold could hold you through the 5 minute.
Yeah.
I don't see why the bounce of this 5 minute though, because it looks tested already. Unless it was the 3. Unless there's like a reverse level that we're missing. What's it hit?
In 3 minutes, you'll have the close of the 5, and if that's an accumulation, that's a trend.
You'll have also the close of the 15, which will gain the 15 shield.
It lost that 1 minute shield.
Of course it did.
I mean, maybe if we gain the 3-minute shield going the other way, so if it bounces or something and gains the 3-minute shield, then maybe we'd look to get out.
Yeah.
And that's when we start looking to get out.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see if it creates like a 1 minute, and then if it starts to hold that.
But the 1 minutes is so easy. Like,
Of course,
for example, it just gained a 1 minute before.
You got to start.
And then it just comes straight back under.
Kind of got to start somewhere though. Looking at the ones in it.
TA-Mafia in a huge position here. They do have an open long with a huge amount of leverage. This could be the position they've been looking for all week. If Bitcoin breaks up right now, it has tested that weekly origin. If this breaks up right now, you could see a major move up. Once again, TA-Mafia has taken an absolute premium entry on a trade now. Let's just hope that this goes in the direction that they're looking for. Gotta spam your TA-Mafia love in the chat. Give them your energy. Show them what's up. Let them know that we're here supporting. TA-Mafia is in the trade right now.
Could create on this candle, just on that.
Yeah, got it.
This has been the story of TA-Mafia all week long, taking absolutely killer entries, but Bitcoin never materializing into what they need. But again, we have tested that weekly origin. If it does move up off of this, they could easily sweep this whole week. We could see a 3, maybe even a 4% move here. They could end up the week profits $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 in profits, maybe even 10 if this thing goes up fast enough. We'll see what happens, but it's looking really good for TA-Mafia so far. if it starts moving up, Team Phoenix has got to
Doesn't have to hold us down.
think about getting out of their trade. So we've got Phoenix in a short right now, and we've got TA-Mafia in a long. Phoenix holding for the longer term distribution, and TA-Mafia saying, hey, I don't think so, man. Bitcoin, we're moving up now. We're about to boost. Two teams with opposing positions now up $450 for TA-Mafia.
Nice.
Yeah.
This thing starts climbing fast. You could see an absolute explosion for Bitcoin.
That's a sharp trend still, though.
Once again, TA-Mafia showing their power with their accuracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's well.
They're looking at a 3-minute shield to be created right now. That's what you're seeing on the screen. A 3 or maybe a 5? 5-minute shield. My mistake. 5-minute shield.
Good spot.
They are trying to create that 5-minute shield. They have tested a 5-minute level.
So that's decent.
4 minutes they need. They need 4 minutes for this thing to go up. Bitcoin having another slight pullback, trying to hold its move. A lot of people buying that 5-minute level that they bought. It has hit perfectly, and it can develop its next 5-minute level here, up at 29,387. Bitcoin having a bit of a pullback, not exactly what they want to see. Great for Phoenix, but not good for TA-Mafia.
Go for this 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
Or 3 origin, either one.
Is that covered?
Yeah, it's all covered.
Okay.
Thing is, though,
It's a trend touch in the 5, yeah.
so I would say like 15 minutes or like another well, actually like 12 minutes. That next 15-minute candle that opens it shouldn't open under that level. Like, you don't want to close that.
Yeah, it's a hard present.
I'd actually like a blue candle though, like a thin one.
A little doji one.
Yeah.
Hold.
Yep.
If it lingers here for a little bit, it's possible.
You got static through your mic, Ty.
Yeah, Ty. Yeah, Mike.
It was like an airplane or something.
Yeah.
10 seconds in the 3 minute.
Still trying to hold this move. They've got 2 more minutes that they could gain this 5-minute level. The move is still holding. They are holding strong, and they are confident in their move. Let's see how Phoenix is handling this trade. Phoenix still in their short from earlier, the perfect short.
I might test deeper here, but that's fine.
No, Phoenix has actually hedged into a long. Phoenix is closer short and hedged into a long. So they've gotten both ends of this trade. If this thing moves up, Phoenix is in a huge position. So they've locked up probably about $300 in profits, and possibly now locking up even more on the long.
A little blue candle there on the 1 minute.
Executing the perfect hedge if this actually plays out for them.
Holding our 5-minute trend.
Oh, my mistake. Maybe Phoenix didn't exit. I thought I saw them exit on my other screen, but maybe they haven't exited. My mistake.
Spot for 3. Good spot for
They're looking for it to
5.
come back and test their move to get a limit exit. This is starting to build for them. This is starting to build for TA-Mafia.
Yep, that's looking nice there.
I misspoke on Phoenix's hedge. I thought I saw them close their position on my other screen. They have closed their position, or they're trying to. Moving it up, they're trying to get that limit order. The more it goes up, the more they are losing.
Yeah, I like it.
They need a pullback to happen. They need to be able to close the short profits. They did get out. Okay, good for Phoenix. It looks like they've locked up about $250.
My TikTok clip is getting ruined.
You might have to cut that part out.
Spam Phoenix in the chat. Great job, Team Phoenix. Awesome profits.
Gained the 1. Finally got
$600 in the bank for TA-Mafia so far. If this moves up, though, this could be the position that actually clutches them that first place finish. Let's see how long they stay in this trade today, and if it makes sense where they exit. This has gained the 5-minute level now, which is huge for Bitcoin right now. It has backtested the 5-minute almost perfectly, has moved up, created a new 5-minute level. We'll try to backtest and hold it now.
$400.
Yeah.
Yeah. 30 seconds to the 3-minute close.
Looks like I missed some action.
But this far,
Absolutely. Phoenix locked up a $250 profit, and TA-Mafia is now in a huge
that can happen right now.
trade.
Damn.
There's like a lot of I don't know, it's such a small range that I think it could test lower still.
Potentially. Preferably not.
Preferably not, but I worry it could.
You wanna let that stop and
No, I wouldn't. I don't want to get stopped out.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I think adapting stop losses is just like you have to. The only
definitely.
I think if we test that 3-minute hold again and reject off it, we take our profits and we enter at the origin.
Let's see what it does here. Hang on, because it's not a bad idea. Reject what level?
This 3-minute that is just like rejected off.
The wick.
The wick.
437.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We've got 2 minutes into this 3. Can create. Let's just keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I think that's what matters right now.
and the 15 is still holding, right? The original 15 is still holding.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's critical information or not, but
it is. You don't really want to be opening the next candle under that. That's the thing with that origin, dude, is like if it does come down there, you're gonna be
because of the amount TA-Mafia uses on their trades, they could be in a position to go from last to first place on this trade. That is an unbelievably great moment for them because they use $2,700 on 100x per trade. So if they manage to hit this trade and this 5-minute gains, they could easily go from a deficit on the week to first place, 5,000 in profits, 10,000. It depends how quick Bitcoin shoots up, but this is what happens when you trade an origin level so big, such as the weekly, is that you could just start running in the opposite direction. Listen back on TA-Mafia, see what they're doing in this moment.
Panic exit or anything.
They're still in a $200 profit. They've got absolutely premium entry.
Like if this can close white.
There's
I
no
think
need for them to panic. No need for them to
that's a
have any
must,
worries here.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, then
It's
we can get
definitely
out.
flirting with it right now. It's definitely flirting. It's going in between 15 seconds.
Is there anything it could hold though? The 1 minute?
5 seconds.
Do we want to exit on that blue candle 3? I don't know if that's enough of a justification, but yeah.
A new 3-minute candle has just opened.
Say that again.
I can't drag it.
Nah, how about we wait for this? I don't know.
Yeah, I can.
I'm good.
It's fine for now.
yeah, I think we could be okay here.
Yeah, it's fine.
Haven't
You have a 1 minute
anything
hold.
Anyway.
Yeah.
If this move holds and starts running up, you are gonna see
I keep trying to drag that
pretty
thing, I'm gonna stop playing with it.
explosive profits coming out of
It always
TA-Mafia.
messes with me, bro.
5 minute opens in 22 seconds. We want that to open above. You know, the 5 minutes.
Yeah, above where it.
Yeah. Let's open that above.
There is a bit of a push coming in on Bitcoin. They've got to love this at the moment.
Yeah.
There you go.
Kardik, do you think this is enough for this move to hold this 5-minute candle?
I think so.
I do too. You've got a 5-minute back test happening a little earlier in the charts. You've got the 5-minute test happening right now. You do have a new 5-minute candle opening holding the current 5-minute level. Let's switch over to my chart here real quick. So you did backtest this 5-minute level right here. So you did hit this level. That's where they entered the trade. You have this 5-minute developed here, which is holding the move. And then if you keep moving up, you're going to develop this as the next 5-minute to test. So as long as this holds, TA-Mafia is in a premium spot, because as long as this level holds, we are going to see a bigger move up against Bitcoin, and this will become the next 5-minute level. So if you gain this now, you have successfully hit this 5, laddered, retested this 5, and gained this one. So there's a huge amount of pressure on Bitcoin right now to gain this, and you're seeing it happen right now live in the moment. Let's get back to Phoenix. Oh, sorry, not Phoenix, TA-Mafia. Let's unmute them, see how they're dealing with this. $700 in profit now.
We can get out.
They do have a pretty close closed target. They will probably be looking to take a lot of entries and scalps here.
I was gonna say
$750 in profits right now.
On there, but you don't have one.
And hit the 1. What about the 1? Create a 1-minute shield inverse, get out type thing. I think that's
they
the call.
have their close
It
long
hits that
on
1
the
minute,
books.
Creates a shield potential. We can get out because they can still test it
right now.
Yeah.
It looks like they'll wrap up about.
I think we get out. Yeah.
And this candle is going to create a 3 here. Oh,
go.
Yep.
TA-Mafia has exited their trade.
It hasn't closed the 3. It's going to create a 3, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's creating.
Let's see if they made the right decision. I'm not sure if I would have closed it there. I like that we're gaining a 5-minute candle right now. I don't think I would have closed it there, but let's see. Maybe they made the right decision.
Shouldn't stop there. It should.
We can do. I think we can enter on the 5.
Maybe they've made the right
I'm down
decision.
for 5 origin now that we're.
They think it's going to go down to the 5 origin, so they have locked up about $700 in profit. Way to go, TA-Mafia. Let's see if this was the right decision. They might get re-entry.
Yep, it shouldn't have stopped that 1 minute. Should have blew right through it.
Now they've got another entry they're looking at. What if this actually moves down? What a stroke of genius by Captain Confused on TA-Mafia if this thing actually goes down.
We moved up, so yeah.
It has failed to gain the 5-minute level, and it is pushing back now.
Like $500.
This could possibly be an insanely brilliant move by Confused.
We did 635 there.
$635 locked up. Great job.
Minus fees, yeah, of course. But then again, you get that return. So it's like 500, yeah.
Okay, $500 after fees profit. Nice job for them. Let's see if this keeps pulling back. They will be looking to open their next long down at the origin level. Great job.
Oh.
Looks like over $500 in profits there.
So we made, hang on, we made 630, right? 635. So you're looking at like $500 profit pretty much with those fees.
Great job, TA-Mafia, taking a little scalp there, trying to see if the move develops.
Like, 17, the big numbers, 40. I would maybe a little less, maybe like 470 or something.
455, right? Or
something like that.
Usually about $150, right?
Yeah, I think for a flash close.
They didn't like what happened in the moment they got out of the trade.
Local scalp, so that's good. I mean, like, you do that every day, all right? You know what I mean? Constantly. It's not bad. How much was that percentage? You're looking at like what, 30%? Yeah. Or well, 25, I think.
I'm not sure how much leverage they use on that trade. Typically, they do 2,700. They may be scaling it down a little bit because they've had a few rough days.
Higher, but dude, I think I have PTSD from yesterday. that one trade.
Fighting for this 5-minute level now. It'll be interesting to see if it can gain that level. As I said, I don't think I would have exited the trade, but then again, I'm not the one at the wheel controlling the trade. So great job on Confused for locking up those profits. You are going to develop this 5-minute level. This is what I was looking at before, because if you do, you will skyrocket this move. Team Phoenix locked up $200 and some odd in profits. TA-Mafia locking up $500 in profits. Bitcoin looks like it is developing that 5-minute level. This is what we were looking at, the perfect development of this 5-minute level. You back test this 5-minute level here. You start to create the chain of 5-minute levels. You have this one, it holds, it tests, it creates this one. It starts to close over. If it can continue to close this, you're going to see Bitcoin rip up. So this may be a mistake from TA-Mafia coming out, getting out too soon, because this is the next 5-minute level that will protect the trade. They could have been in from here, stepped away, right? They could have been in from right here, set their stop loss to something like this right here, underneath this inverse level, so that you're saying, hey, you hit the break, you stopped out of the trade. You could even go a little bit lower. There's never any money to be lost, but you could sit in this trade for the next 12 hours. And if Bitcoin rips up, well, you just made yourself about $10,000. So maybe a misstep by TA-Mafia, but you can never be mad when a team locks up profits. Great trade by them. They got the absolute perfect entry. Every time TA-Mafia wants a position to go long, they hold it and they forfeit profits. Every time they take profits, it has moved long. I think they're just kind of getting caught in this back and forth push and pull between, hey, we've lost money, we want to secure profits. Too many times this week we've misread the charts and saying, hey, there could possibly be a move pulling back here or developing in a different direction. Too many times they've been on the wrong side. They always get perfect entry. That's the thing. They always get perfect entry, but they've always been on the wrong side of should they stay or should they exit. Had they exited at all the right spots this week instead of staying in these trades, they would have probably been up $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 now. So you can't blame them for taking those profits. I think it was a great trade. The entry is the only thing that matters. Locking up profits next is important, but I do think they need to look at that 5-minute candle and say, hey, let's see if this can develop. What can break the move down? There's nothing there yet that could break the move. Let's see if it can keep climbing.
I think Team Enigma is still that short.
I don't think Enigma is in any shorts right now. We can go take a look, see what we find from them. I don't think they're in a short. I think Team Phoenix exited their trade as well. They do have an open short on the books. They do have an open long. They are looking to get into trades. Phoenix was in a short from earlier. They did take their profits. They locked up about $250. So $500 profits for TA-Mafia today, $250 for Team Phoenix. Paradigm took a slight loss. I'm not exactly sure how much. I believe it was about, I want to say $250, maybe $300, maybe even more, but still in profits for the weekend. Arcane, we're still waiting for their first trade. They haven't gotten anything yet, but every team looking at this range saying, hey, where do we enter and what are we doing with these trades right now? Let's listen in to Enigma and see where they're at right now.
To go through trails and the testing. What is testing? Like grind on that.
Yeah. Well, no, we do that, but I feel like we talk ourselves out of a lot of the good trades because we kind of overdo it. So I wonder, like, we need to figure out for next week how we could figure out how to not talk ourselves out of a good trade.
Just stick to the plan, because what I've seen is that we change a lot. You have to decide an idea on higher time frame and then just...
It does change, right? It does change like every moment.
Yeah, but in a matter of possibility, stick to it. Like if externally it doesn't change.
It does though. What's going to be hit does change.
A certain result on internal. Like I still want to short. Like this one I'm keeping like 30.0555.
Why?
I just think.
Oh, up there, yeah, no, I agree with up there.
From the beginning, from the where it started.
And for sure, I agree for up there.
Test this reverse hourly, deep dive, create a candidate. This was a candidate with a 3-minute origin from the candidate. That's the higher range that broke the move because I think on 3.
Well, I agree with that. Like we usually have good ideas for these bigger trades of the day, but I mean like during scalps, like we usually talk ourselves out of good scalps. Like that 5 minute, like we had that 5 minute mark. I really liked the 5 minute. Then we talked ourselves out of it. Go greedy here.
We didn't talk ourselves out of it. We decided that the 1 minute would be a better entry, and we were wrong.
Or if the
Yeah.
if the 5 is in play now, I could maybe short both, like
I suppose what I'm
74 backside.
the 5 could be play. I suppose what I'm saying though is like when we decide on these things, like we need to figure out a way to determine like what's good info and what's bad info, because I feel like we focus on both, and half of those get us out of good trades.
Yeah, but how would you have come to the conclusion in this case that the 5 minute was the level to take?
I like the 5 minute because
I don't think there's a reason. Like, it's kind of just in hindsight, it's what happened. Like, if there was a reason to think that it was good, we would have taken it. You know, like.
well I liked it because it was just the combo inside of the 15 that created the range trend and everything.
So was the one.
The one
Like,
was too. It was just a little bit greedier.
The only thing that's different about it is that it protected the break level.
Yeah, I think that could be also kind of a +1 for it.
Could be. Yeah.
I think our trade is still alright though. I mean, if this hourly opens in 7 minutes, I just want to see a new hourly open before we go down to it so that we don't instantly gain the hourly hold. And then once this hourly opens, we'll have two kind of potential levels to gain 2 hourly levels, and I think whichever one gains is gonna kind of decide if we go up to the higher range should it is short, or if we just die now.
I would go for the hourly range in the very fast one. Hourly origin, I mean.
What hourly origin? The one on bottom?
Yeah, 29.313.
29.313. That's pretty much our level, anyways. Yeah. If our level gets hit, then we'll get filled on that.
For a deep dive of this trend, potentially.
Yeah. We have to be wary though that the 15 opens a new 15 in 6 minutes, and that would also gain a 15-minute inverse at the same time.
Would have to be some quick movement. We just went to the 15-minute reverse body.
I would much rather prefer to see a new 15-minute candle open above the trend and then deep dive so that we have more time.
Yeah. Shit, someone's calling me. Give me a sec.
Chilled.
Get filtered. I would exit at 29.450 at reverse.
29.450.
See what happens there.
We'll figure out it more once and if we get filled, we'll figure out kind of how our packs are better. I want to stay the C above this level for another 5 minutes though. Because that gives more time on the 15 and the hourly, which is what we need. We just need more time for this to hit.
Yeah, it's a show. We are just bouncing off the reverse. Just gonna hold the trend. Clean level. The other thing responds. 1 minute reverse could hold it.
Yeah. That was a good call. The 15-minute reverse.
Alright, let's think shorts.
We have the 5 minute up top.
What have you done on bottom?
Urgent
Hourly
creation on top.
Your 4 hour closes in 2 minutes. What does that mean? Hold on.
What does that mean? That means that we're gonna try to break the 4 hour trend, right? Where's the 4 hour trend?
We're above it.
We're above it?
Yeah.
That's nice. And we're also above the daily.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about the hourly float?
What?
Perfectly protects the creation of a 4 hour shield.
Up at top?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like the hourly float a lot. I kind of like the 5 minute though. The 5 minute inside of it.
Yeah.
Because that creates the range trend. All these
You know
common levels outside of it don't create the range trend, but these ones do.
Look at my screen.
Yeah, let me see.
I'm not much of a cycle guy.
Yeah.
But the fact that we haven't created any ranges, I think, given the way this looks, I think we're just gonna cycle against this 4 hour trend until we can hold a base to break it through. I think this is like on some FOP shit.
Yeah,
Or
kill
stuff.
the language, bro.
Yeah, it's true for them.
My bad.
But like, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like this looks strong on the bottom.
Yeah.
Given what we're holding right now and given how these time frames are closing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we could look to take a move up against this trend.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. That's why I think looking for a long right here. I don't even know if that short is the play anymore. I don't necessarily think so.
Were we on stream?
Damn, no.
Yo, we're still there. Yo.
Yeah, 15-minute reverse was clean. 15-minute reverse was really clean.
Yeah, it was. The 15-minute reverse was pretty clean. We would have been up already 30%. Yeah, that's my bad for not taking it. I just didn't like it. Let's see. Oh, it actually closed distribution. The 15-minute closed distribution really thinly, which means we could gain it as a hold really easily. What do you think about like this 3-minute reverse?
3 in reverse. I don't know. I think if we go down now,
Or this
it
one
might-
minute origin here. Deep dive the trend, 1 minute origin. Create 50-minute hold level.
Yeah.
Seems legit to me. You think?
Dude, honestly, I think our original 1 minute can still get hit now.
You think so? That's pretty far.
It would be a pretty big dive. But
Yeah, if we wanted to take this 1 minute origin, we're gonna miss it here. So
yeah, I don't like it all that much either. Even if it holds, like it's just
hourly open. So the hourly can come down and still reject the creation of this, right? Like the hourly could still come like this, then gain the hold level on the way up. This is something that could happen, right? Like hourly comes down, comes back up, closes thinly because it came up, and then gains the hold level over top on the hourly to go up to the hourly float. That would make sense. Just get the thinly level on there. Yeah, I think our level could still make sense, yeah.
we just held that origin.
We just held that origin, yeah? Nice.
Yeah. No, it was a good call. It makes sense. I don't know how much there is to gain from it. See if it holds or not. You got a 1 minute float. You got a 3 minute. Is that a float? Yeah, you got a 3 minute float. So you got a bit of a 3 minute.
I could see a case on the hourly for both. I think whether or not we gain this or this is kind of like the determining factor of the entire day.
Whether we gain what, sorry?
Whether we gain a hold or inverse. I think that origin was the last entry if we don't deep dive.
That's a nice bounce we're having. Gets you back above trend. You could potentially create a 15-minute shield.
Yeah.
Still laddering nicely.
This is what I was saying earlier, by the way. Like, we just had two really good ideas, but I talked us out of one, you talked us out of the other. We gotta figure out how to remedy this for next week.
I don't think it's a big deal. We're missing tiny trades. I think we're focusing too much on the fact that we're missing little scalps. We should try to be catching bigger pieces of this move.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, apologies to everybody there.
Just
I had
held the
to
1 minute range
step
trend.
away for a moment. I had a bit of a coughing attack. Had to grab some
Maybe.
medicine and yep.
Am I sharing?
Are you sure?
Are you fine now?
I mean, I see the trend that we're holding.
Hanging in there.
Yeah, so I think the fact that
hanging in there
this happened allows our level to be hit now, because now we have an hour, right? Hold level, inverse, comes down, hits our level, fills us, create a thin hourly candle, gain the hourly, go up to the hourly float or the 5 minute, create the range trend, and then break below the weekly.
Just to update everybody, I'm a little sick
long
today.
case, I think.
Actually quite sick, but I still wanted to be here for Chart Raiders, so just asking for a little bit of patience from our audience. Sometimes I have to disappear, go get some more medicine.
for the short case, it's just-
yeah, need to take off in breaks today, but I definitely
Until then,
didn't
we
want
just
to
take
miss
a little
today.
bit. That's the short case.
Let's check on the other teams. Let's see how TA-Mafia is handling this, knowing that they were in the long and they have a trend developed. Really hoping for TA-Mafia's sake, they did make that right decision. Hopefully this does come down, test a much lower level, they get another entry. They're right up against their trend break right now, so hopefully this breaks down. They get the next entry. They've locked up $500 in profit. They keep just grinding away today. Today could be TA-Mafia's breakout day. I'm really rooting for them. I hope they've got it in them to do it, and let's just hope the charts agree with their targets here. Thank you for all the, I hope you feel better wishes in chat. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not looking great for TA-Mafia when you do see this trend develop like this, and you do have this being held off of as well a 5-minute level. Hopefully this thing just crushes down, we have a big move down, and TA-Mafia doesn't look back at this trade and say, oh man, this could have been it, we missed it. But again, you can't blame Mafia for locking up profits. That's the name of the game. You get in an entry, especially since they're 100x trading such a huge amount of money. You get in a trade, they've locked up 500 bucks, get in a trade, make profits, get another trade. Too often teams stay fallen in love with positions, and they forfeit a lot of their profits. You know what, let's check in on Paradigm as well, because Paradigm has been pretty quiet today. Typically they are all over the charts, taking trades every day. They've been nailing it all week. They did take one loss. I think they're waiting for the perfect entry next. Let's see what they're up
you
to.
know, we're still in the area of the mindset as we were this morning. We're not that far off from 3 hours ago in the sense that we haven't created higher time frame holds yet.
Talking about the overall meta of the markets right now, trying to see if it's going to go up or down. That's Joe Mixer you're listening to.
That's why I was talking about where this 4-hour opens. They can confirm the backside of this huge valley. Plus that. It's not going to be a good day for Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, we got another 4 hours before we find out how that's
Yeah,
gonna
exactly.
go.
So that's why that data is like not really relevant, you know.
Yeah, it's.
But it makes sense as to why the C theory works as well, and why that becomes polarity. Because if near the opening of a candle, if you're above it, well, it means that in the next candle you can confirm it. But if you're under it, then you can't, right? So. That's what makes the gaining of the level so critical within those last couple minutes, like where that candle's at. It's not relevant information, I don't think, but it becomes polarity in a sense, because it decides where that next candle's opening, so it opens up that possibility, if that makes sense.
Just like the move.
Check out Team Arcane. Something's going on their screen. Looks like they may be trying to pick longs and shorts as well. Radio silence from Arcane right now.
Whatever you want to call that, like the true origin is still like that 1 minute further back, you know.
Yeah, I see that, but this did get created here, and this would get created here, which also creates the 15.
Yeah, we also have ones on both sides.
We do have ones on both sides.
I think our long is still okay.
I'm not convinced about it.
Yeah, that's true. At this point, that deep dive of trend would be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I'm more happy with the 5-minute origin.
It's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
At this point, dude, I don't know.
Team's looking down right now at that 5-minute origin. I believe TA-Mafia has this level as well.
5 minutes. So the last one was 5-minute backside inside the 4 hour from May 29th. So I wonder if we're going down to ladder from there. There's a 5-minute front side at 29.
Here we go. The move is starting to break down a bit. There is a long set by ENIGMA. Do you think it's going to go down this far, Kardik? What do you think?
To break this range?
Yeah, I think so.
At least to have
I would be looking at if the move is going down, I would be looking at to get an entry on that 5-minute origin, like somewhere in that area. And I think TA-Mafia has their order over there, right?
Yep. and TA-Mafia does have an order set down there. The interesting thing about that 5-minute origin is it actually goes backtest that weekly one more time, hits that 5-minute origin, ladders the bottom of the move, so it can ladder the bottom. Going through time frames here, you'll see there is an hourly actually back a little further. So you have kind of two split candles here. Let's go to my screen so I can illustrate this here. So you do start off with the 5-minute origin here. So if you test this level, you create the origin. Now, for the most part, people would be using this trend right here, saying, hey, let's use this trend, let's make the move. You'd go up in time frames and you say, oh, okay, great, it's laddering off the bottom. But kind of one of the hidden things about this trade is it actually would ladder above an hourly too. So you actually can get an hourly trend here off of this, which is a big deal. You get the hourly, you get the 4-hour that's laddering here interior wise. So you do have like an interior 4-hour ladder here. Not that this is very usable in the moment, but it could be something that we see in the future. We're too early on. But one of the hidden things a lot of people would miss on this trade is that hourly trend being created, because that hourly candle is back a little bit. It's a little hidden on the charts. Most people will see the 15, but maybe not that as well. So let's go right back into it, see how Enigma is handling this trade. apologies again. The cold is definitely winning the battle right now. So, yep, once again, apologies on that. But I'm back again, hopefully for good this time. But maybe I need to step away a few times more today. If the mic goes dead, there's no commentary. Just know I'm still here. Probably just dying a little bit from the coughing. So definitely not something you want to do in a mic on a show.
Yeah, it's okay, man. Take it easy. The good thing is that we have weekend, so you can rest for 2 days and get well.
I get 1 day rest. We do have mentorship tomorrow for all the mentees, and we go through some pretty intense training on Saturday mornings in mentorship. So we do have that, but then maybe at 10, 11 a.m. tomorrow, I'll be able to go and just sleep for the day kind of thing. So hopefully, how have teams been doing? Have any teams entered trades yet? Doesn't look like any teams are in trades. Looks like TA-Mafia is very, very close, though. They haven't opened long, and oh my God, is this thing ever close to being hit? Choose Goose in chat saying the science isn't a method of trading, it is the way of trading. All of the methods are based off this science, whether they know it or not. I would agree completely, as my science is back engineered from the markets back into the 1800s, so we all use the data points, whether we like it or not. Buttercup saying no one has ever cracked the architecture so precisely, and I continue to spend my life working on doing that and spreading it with the world. Works back on charts 100 years ago, so that's enough proof. Even though the proof is right there in the stream, absolutely couldn't agree with Choose Goose more. How are the teams doing? Teams are doing great. Teams are in profits today. TA-Mafia is up about $500. Phoenix is up about $250. Paradigm took one trade. I believe they're negative $250 on the trade. I don't know the exact number, but they did take a little bit of a loss on one trade. Still up great over the week. How do you find a level when the replayer tool on TradingView can't go that far back? You simply don't. TA-Mafia coming very close to getting into their trade.
Plus the 3 origin, I think, is there.
Very, very close to getting filled.
Could be touching the 1 hour origin again too.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's just come to us slightly, so that could be active.
Has Enigma entered this trade? It looks like Enigma may have caught this to the dollar. Let's go take a look. I'm not sure if I saw that correctly. They missed their trade by less than $1. This has been the story for Enigma multiple times this week. Too damn precise for their own
Dude,
good.
This
They
is
missed
so
it.
annoying, man. This literally happens all the time.
Once again, Enigma has missed a trade by less than $1.
Man, it's
so
like, it's
close, but yet
'cause
so
we
far.
do everything right. We literally do everything right, and then we miss these trades by half a cent.
Let's go and check on the charts
next moment
what
would
had
be the final
happened.
version if we want to take
We're
a
going to go
long.
here to my chart. We're going to start marking out some different levels. The 1 minute level was tested here on Binance. What about on BitGet? Was it tested on BitGet? Did they set their order properly? It looks like it's pretty darn close. It got tested to the cent on BitGet as well. It looks like they went slightly underneath the level. It can go lower indeed. It can go back to the origin level, which is a great point for it to be establishing that breakdown moment, which could also bounce up the trade. So as great as this 1 minute is, there's still one more greedier spot on the chart. Let's hope for Enigma Sanity that they have a second chance to get into this trade. Maybe they'll take the 5 minute next. We go down, we break down to that. That's the same level TA-Mafia is looking at taking. They do have their open order set there. The 1 minute did bounce it. Don't count it out yet because it is not quite there to say, hey, look at this. We are going to hold this move off the 1 minute. This is a lot of times what you see happen. You see one level bounce, it goes for the greedier point, and then it actually establishes its move after. Which hopefully, like I said, for the sake of Enigma's sanity here, I hope they get a second chance because this has happened to them all week long. And if it goes up, they are going to be on the pain train because they will be fuming.
Dude, I just think it's dumb to not take this 5 minute.
Explain
We're talking about that 5-minute trade right now.
It's the origin on the bottom. The 1 minute does exist, but this is the higher time frame origin that exists.
Not how we define origins. It's furthest back in time. Tested first. Graded first.
Yeah, I know, but I mean the 5 minute does exist though.
It doesn't even exist. We would be creating it.
It does though, right? 1 test, 2 tests. I mean, I won't place the order, but I just think that it's gonna hit.
Bro, but I think like I'm following the technicals. There's a 1 minute there
I
that
feel like I am too.
but I could be wrong.
TA-Mafia looking to set up their trade. Enigma is looking to take a trade as well, possibly on this 5 minute. We're going to see. Arcane, I don't think is in a trade yet. We can hit that 5 minute origin. That is kind of the level that all teams should be looking at. Enigma has it marked on their chart there. That does ladder the weekly, so that does represent the deepest point in the chart that can be tested, but could still hold over this weekly. So Kartik, here's the thing. If this 5 minute doesn't hold, you are threatening to lose the weekly origin and looking at a major dump in this trade. So unfortunately, if this 5 minute can't hold, you might see some pretty crazy things happen on Bitcoin. So we're kind of in a moment of truth right now. Everybody's got to be on the edge of their seats right now because this 5 minute level is kind of dictating a lot right now. It's kind of important, let's put it that way.
We're about to see in a few minutes on this.
Weekly level just tested to the dollar right now. Hopefully that doesn't bounce the move. You do have the origin under it. Teams probably going for that origin level, but the weekly has bounced it to the cent. Team Phoenix possibly in a trade. Let's go take a look. Team Phoenix looking at that same origin level. They're not quite there yet. Every team waiting for that origin to be hit, bouncing over top of that weekly. The weekly has been hit to the cent. Oh, this is getting exciting. Oh man, this is getting good. Here we go. Are we going to hit the origin level and bounce? That's a 5 minute origin right here. Let's watch my screen and then quickly flick over to, here we go. We're about to test it. Is it going to go down all the way? This can hold the move. Let's see the dump. Goes down, comes up. You hope it doesn't break down, but the only thing that matters is this hard close right here. Let's make sure no teams are in this trade yet. No teams in this trade. Every single team waiting. Arcane, so close it hurts. They are so close to getting filled here. Every team needing to see this 5 minute touch. Every team has that trade set. We're about to see it. Teams should now be in trades. 1, 2 teams filled. Let's see if this holds. It's going down a little bit. This is the worry with this level, is that it can break the move down. This is what we've been talking about all day. Do you short against this origin, or does this support the move up? Let's watch TA-Mafia. They've got it on their screen. They are in the origin level. We are starting to pull back up a little bit here. Origin level is tested. We are starting to move into the positives. Here we go. Bitcoin starting to run up. It has hit the origin. It is moving up off of it. Mafia in a huge trade. Let's listen in on them, see how they're handling this.
1 minute origin there, right?
There is a 1 minute origin a little deeper, as Ty is saying, that could have just been created right now.
1 minute origin, what's the price?
29450.
It is fighting with this 5 minute origin right now. It did have its first bounce off the level. It needs to gain this. Let's see how all teams manage this. Phoenix also in a trade as well. Hopefully all teams don't get punched in the face here. Bitcoin desperately going to try to hold this level. This will represent the breakdown of kind of the entire range. Bitcoin has gone and tested that 1 minute level again that Ty was just talking about. There is a 1 minute level there, a little deeper than the 5. Bitcoin has to stabilize here, or people are going to start exiting positions. It has to start moving up, or you're going to see Bitcoin go through a bigger dump here.
I'm out.
Which is now.
TA-Mafia has exited their trade.
Sorry. And a small amount on it.
Yep.
Exited at a small loss. They don't like the way it's developing.
For 28,986.
Not looking good.
And there's the dump. The 5-minute origin
There we
is
go.
lost. And this is what we were talking about earlier, Kartik. This thing's
Thank you,
going crazy
beautiful.
right now.
Oh, you're so sweet.
It just pulled back a full percentage off that level, and maybe more. This is what we were talking about earlier.
29.
That it could have a huge reaction at this
296.
level.
Oh, dude, I'm like a freaking crystal ball, dude.
What a great exit by
It needs to just
TA-Mafia.
stabilize and not push deeper here.
And they've taken a second entry on this. They're looking for their second entry.
Come on. Don't reg.
They're playing with
I
fire
can't see
on
him
this
on
trade. They
Binance
broke a
charts,
5-minute.
red.
They took a knife catch down lower.
Wait, you
If
did
this
the
thing
ball.
moves up, they are going to be skyrocketing up in profits. TA-Mafia, again, once again,
That's a
just
wicked
laser
house, dude.
accuracy with these
I got
guys.
next
Oh
one
my
with a candle.
god.
No.
High risk, high reward trade.
It won't-
Unreal. If this thing stabilizes, TA-Mafia is just, they're on another level.
Well, next 1 minute candle's it, dude.
Right to the 4-hour range trend, like right to it.
Why is it not stopping us out, dude? I need to.
That's a move.
Oh, hit that range trend, guys, just perfect.
I'm still
TA-Mafia
in.
entering their second trade here, exits the trade.
No, I'm not. I don't know why.
It might stabilize now. That's the thing.
Wait,
If-
what?
Such a
Stop
hard
loss, I
range to
guess.
play.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
have
It
gotten
was
out of their
lingering
trade.
there.
They had a second target. It hit. It is not holding.
670, maybe.
But what level was it?
I think they have now forfeited their profits
That
on
was
the
a
day.
15. But that
Let's
could be a
check all
reverse.
teams,
What
see
are
if
we
there's
going for?
any other teams in trades right
Range
now.
trade?
No teams in
I think
trades. Every
670
team
might be
staying
good
far
now.
away from this 5-minute level.
What
Just
do you guys think?
walking away from this. This is what we talked about, Kartik. That 5-minute level can dump the entire chart, and you could see everything explode in our face on Bitcoin today.
I mean, 670
Phoenix should have
will
stayed in their
to be like a
short.
quick bounce.
Yeah, I mean it's the origin, but if it goes straight for, I think
If Phoenix
670
had
is worth
stayed
the
in their
play.
short, they would have been in massive profits right now.
It just went so deep into that candle, dude.
250%.
It hasn't lost it yet.
That's
I
in
think we
few
look for
seconds,
re-entry
like
on
blink of an
something.
eye.
Yeah, I think the
I think the last thing we need is another knife catch.
TA-Mafia took a
55%
huge
deep dive.
chance
so
there.
What could it have deeped it into?
5-minute level collapsing. What's
Maybe,
next
let me see.
on the charts for our traders?
Oh, the
4-hour level from the
well, you
past
got the
was hit.
reverse there before. But that even went way lower than the
TA-Mafia, if they were still in their trade, they would be up a huge amount of money right now, actually. Not necessarily Bitcoin stabilizing yet, but from the bottom of this move here, we're up almost 80%.
Yeah. Let me find that. What 5-minute origin do you have? Two?
Bitcoin ladders off that 4-hour level.
2805.
2885.
Not quite sure this is enough to stop it, to be honest with you, Kartik. But just like we talked about earlier in the day,
To the
we
dollar
have to
on
find
that.
some pretty crazy levels much lower in order for Bitcoin to kind of find that moment of stability. The level I had marked out on my chart was 28,730
Oh, there's
being
a-
the daily level,
it's like
I believe
a
it
15
is.
reverse, dude.
Daily
Too.
origin. So the daily origin at 28,730 was kind of my call out for the day. We haven't quite reached that.
Yeah, a bunch of greedier stuff down there. Damn it, dude. That's
Yeah.
It's crazy because we were in that for a while and it didn't stop us
TA-Mafia
out.
had the right trend. They took the
You see
wrong
what the
target.
Bitcoin
It is
is
moving up now. The trade is not over yet.
29 640. Yeah.
I
mean, you
do
hit the
believe
5
with that
origin below,
trade,
so.
TA-Mafia has forfeited their profits on the
They
day. I
could. I
believe
think the
they're back
re-entry is
to
key,
around
though.
neutral or maybe at negative 100.
625 or something. Yeah. Dang, dude. That went really deep.
Team
Did
Arcane
not expect that
had
at all.
a level marked below. They have a long open. They might take a trade here. Enigma not in any trades. Enigma stepping away from this, just saying, hey,
It didn't go
we
as
don't
deep
want to
on
have
here though.
anything to do
That's
with
the
this.
thing. I was watching it on BitGet, dude, and I was like, oh man, that next 1 minute candle is gonna rip up on the 15, dude. Because it only went
Paradigm not
well, that's a
taking any
lot,
part of this either.
but it didn't even hit
All
the 4
teams
hour.
simply have stepped
Oh, yeah,
away
it
from
did,
this
it
right
did.
now
I'm
and are
dumb.
not
I didn't
taking
have
the
it.
risk on this 5-minute origin. TA-Mafia
The
did,
4 hour reverse was
and
it.
maybe Enigma did
in here.
too, but I'm not sure as we couldn't quite catch Enigma.
Yeah, perfect.
4 hour and the range trend, both ones.
TA-Mafia now noticing that 4-hour level
Break
being
through
hit.
that 4 hour level to the reverse. Hit the leg. broke
4-hour
that.
reverse, not necessarily the final target, but it is a good one here.
So what makes it target that level is what we want to figure out.
So Kartik, going back to the beginning of the stream, we had talked about this, about which team is going to try to take the short to see if Bitcoin can break. And Phoenix had a perfect short on the books, but they took profits. Do you think they're regretting that decision now? Do you think they're looking back at that and saying, hey, we probably should have just stayed in this trade?
I was just actually thinking about that only. Like those guys, they had like perfect entry. It could have been like huge trade for them.
Yep.
I really want to know what what they might be thinking about it, or are they like talking about this move right now?
It's out at like 750.
Well, we can go listen in on them, but before we do that, let me
folded.
remute them here and give my 2 cents. You know, the thing is about this trade is that we had been kind of talking about this earlier on in the day, that you really do want to try to get into a short position and just let it ride. You want to kind of take that idea on both sides of the charts here, because you are either going to break down in a big way, or you're going to stabilize Bitcoin and it's going to start another run up. We've kind of been of the mindset to say Bitcoin is going to go short. And we ran that poll earlier today. Most people thinking the same thing. It was very close. Half of our audience thought Bitcoin was going long. Half of our audience thought it was going short. The day isn't over. This doesn't mean it's going to break down. We could still move up. Bitcoin is taking a second move. Phoenix getting stopped out on their trade. So they did try to take the trade. They got stopped out. But this is what we were saying earlier in the day, is that you almost want to just stay in a short to see if Bitcoin can continuously break down, and only really get out if there's a kind of a reason to, right? So team's still in a good spot. We still aren't quite stabilized in Bitcoin yet. We still have some lower levels. Let's see how they handle this, and let's listen into Team Phoenix for a bit, see how they're preparing for the next trade.
I thought it bounced off the hold, to be fair. Didn't realize it bounced off the origin.
Yeah. If it had come and tested the 3-minute origin and then
You know, it's so funny, Kartik, from a trading standpoint, everybody,
so much. But I think
let's
it's
mute Phoenix again. Everybody, you look at this time of the year last year, and everybody was so scared to take shorts in the market because Bitcoin just kept running up, right? Everybody was so scared to take shorts, and now we're seeing that same thing. Short targets starting to become what is the favored in Bitcoin as it's moving down. Teams have now the opposite flip. And do you think this is because Bitcoin moved up so much in the past year that everybody's just kind of like, well, Bitcoin, can only do one thing. It can only move up, right? This is kind of the idea that's been put forth in the media and our markets, and Bitcoin moves up so fast, so quick that it's crazy. But kind of the reverse is happening now. All teams scared to take shorts, as to where last year at the same time, Bitcoin was ripping through targets, and everybody would have been, where they should have been taking longs last year, they were trying to short the market, and the opposite is happening here, where people are scared to take shorts in the market. They're taking longs, and Bitcoin is continuously pushing down. Do you think this is because Bitcoin has moved up so much in the past, say, year and a half, 2 years, that everybody's kind of just expecting it to go up?
Now that's a tricky question for me, because I have never took Bitcoin and these markets in any kind of fundamental ways, or what people might be thinking. Like, I've always believed in the data points that you have taught us, but it could be some kind of mindset, I would say, like some kind of psychology that I'm sure that you know about that better than any of us. I can like, if you want to talk about the market, what's happening in the market, what people are thinking, like I see so many times with these kind of small push-ups or push-downs, everybody's like, hey, we are going to moon. Or if we see some kind of dump, everybody's like, hey, we are just going to 10k or 12k. but then Bitcoin will do what it wants to do, what the data point will actually say.
Yeah, and you know what? Bitcoin has been dumping for a while, and we have talked about this short. And you know, how long do you ride out a short? I think people are expecting Bitcoin to kind of stabilize and move up, but you know, but by no guarantee does Bitcoin move up here. So Bitcoin losing its 5-minute origin level, having a huge reaction down, seeing where it can target to next. Let's see how Team Paradigm is going to be preparing for this next move.
Well, let's look at something real quick here. Real quick. The 1 minute we were talking about that wasn't long. That we were trying to get into, but it didn't make it. What was that? That was this here. No. It's right here. Okay, so it actually had hit. This was not a swing position. It was not a swing position by any stretch.
It went up exactly 30% on Binance. I remember.
Exactly 30%.
I was looking at the percentage.
Yeah, 30% on BitGet. So that's a trade. And once we started seeing that it retested that one backside level twice.
Okay, I have a level, guys.
Okay.
I have a level.
Shut up, JCap.
1 minute untested, or maybe tested, but I still think it's a good level. 28,548.
Do you have the approximate
Bitcoin trying to
timestamp
pull
on
back
that?
again.
So
Doesn't need
it's
exact.
28th of May.
Okay.
144.
144. Okay. Right there.
What range is that in?
It's protecting the daily leg, which is, I think, important here.
Bitcoin having its pullback once again. Let's see if teams do take another stab at this.
What time frame hold level are you looking inside?
It's the last one, but this one makes sense because we're deep diving a lot and then we're coming back.
No, but is it inside a 15-minute candle, a 5-minute candle? It's just all by itself without being inside of it? I mean, it has to be inside of some range, no?
Yeah, well, you can look
Looks
at
like
it.
TA-Mafia really likes what they see. They are starting to mark out some stuff here in the local part of the move.
Okay, so 28th of May, and what's the time?
144.
Okay, I got you. You're on the daily. I got you.
Kartik, I think another thing you're going to see
It's
here
on 1 minute.
is that teams are going to go
Right,
a little
but I just
crazy
wanna know
today
which
with their
candle.
positions because it is the end of week one. Remember, if teams do liquidate an entire account, $10,000, they simply get refreshed up to $10,000 the next week. They're not actually out of the tournament until they reach a negative $25,000 deficit. So this is something I think TA-Mafia has been looking at all week and saying, like, let's just take huge positions. Let's try to make a ton of profits. Let's really establish our presence in the tournament and really push forward. So I think that is also a consideration for teams right now, is that, hey, let's take some pretty big position risks, which is what you're seeing. So I think that this definitely has played a part in the way I'm looking at TA-Mafia trade, which I think is actually a good strategy. I probably would do something similar. I would probably take really high leverage positions in the first week of the tournament just to say, hey, we are either going to go into protection mode for week 2 on our second buy-up round, or we are going to just make an insane amount of profits on week 1. So I do think that teams are looking at this differently, where I have seen Team Enigma and Team Phoenix try to do more of a passive approach with their bankroll. Paradigm and Arcane have been in profits all week, and I think TA-Mafia has taken this kind of let's swing for the fences approach. So I think also that's what you're seeing here too. Optics of the tournament and how it is structured, not simply just, hey, let's make money, but they want to compete for that grand prize. So they do have a drive to make points and hit a really huge set of trades today.
That's right. TA-Mafia has always surprised everyone with the amount that they're using, and also with the accuracy that they have. Like,
they have been so laser accurate. It's just that they have not been able to manage. It's always gone the opposite direction. When they exit too soon, it goes up. When they hold on for longer, it goes down. They've just had a tough break with managing their levels and trying to figure out their trades, but their entries have been spot on perfect all week long.
That's right. And I also think like losing 200, 300 of, or even like $500 when you're using these kind of huge margins and high leverage doesn't really bothers anyone, because in just one trade you can cover up everything, and even you can make like 10 times.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
yeah.
Yep. I don't think this will shake teams, but it definitely is going to put a second thought as to where they should enter. So you hope that it doesn't shake any one team, but at the same time, you know, it definitely can shake a team, and they could say like, whoa, like what's going on here? We really need to rethink these trades. Let's check in on TA-Mafia, because I know they'll be looking to enter more trades today, or at least I think they will be. That 5-minute origin level absolutely crushing Bitcoin. It did try to hold it. It had a great reaction, but ultimately the level couldn't hold, and it just collapsed the entire chart off that 5-minute origin
I think
down
the
to its
origin
next range.
29,642 is like the good short, because it's the polarity of that range, and then the original one we had. Like I actually like that 642 level.
Teams looking for shorts
Yeah,
now,
I
seeing
think
if this thing can break
you're gonna
down
want to
further.
take polarity and not a considering
Bitcoin will now
we
have
tested
a
so we
fight
tested the 4-hour
all
reverse,
next
but we
week
also
to see
tested
how
a few
high it
different
can go.
origins down there as well.
So next week, we are going to see Bitcoin
a
very
5-minute
volatile
origin
as
that was
well
hit,
over
like,
this
actually
weekend
to the
and
dollar,
all
like,
next week.
perfect.
Bitcoin is going to
then
become
you had,
extremely volatile, because it's going to be trying to fight to regain that
the
weekly
1 hour
level
as well.
up at 29,240.
But I want a long. I want to get a long.
No matter which team is winning week 1, that would be Paradigm Shift. They are in the lead right now profit-wise. They have been in the lead all week. Day 1 it was Arcane. Day 2, 3, and 4 it was Paradigm. Paradigm has had absolutely stellar trading all week long.
Well, if we test the 1 hour or the 1 minute inverse here, we can close a 3-minute valley, create a 3-minute floating hold with a deep range to try and take a long.
Yo. We just guess what just happened? So apparently Arcane had the same problem we had with the stop loss. They lost $900 on the trade, and their stop loss wasn't filled because of the speed.
Arcane reportedly losing a large amount of money on that trade
Phoenix.
due to a stop loss not being hit.
Interesting. I guess that speed just... Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of people reporting the same problem in chat too, because of the speed of Bitcoin. Stop losses not getting hit. Market orders skipping over top of them. Let's keep an eye on all 5 teams, see which teams are thinking about what. Paradigm has their next order set. They've been relatively quiet today. They haven't entered a lot of trades. They entered one, took a small loss, didn't touch that range, didn't want to play with it. They do have a long set down, a little bit lower though. That is not a BitGet thing. You've had that in Binance too, says Coffee. Correct, this is not exclusive to BitGet. This happens on all exchanges where market price, if you are using a market exit, your price is dictated based on the market. That market can gap the move. So it's a two-edged sword. If you were to get liquidated on a limit order, you would have technically never been filled on a limit exit. But if you use market, you do run that risk. So I've had trades where I do a limit stop loss and it's actually gone 200% and 300% below my limit stop loss, gone up in the blink of an eye, and I was still in the trade even though it went way past my stop loss. It's a two-edged sword. Sometimes on market it happens where your price 1 second reports much lower because all markets dump. Remember, market is an average price across the industry. So if every exchange dumps like $1,000 in a split second, then what's going to happen is you are going to have the market price adjust 1 second later to that average point, which will push you right through your move. therefore sometimes even getting you close to liquidation. But if you were in a limit stop, your stop would have never got triggered because it would move down and up so fast that you would actually still be in the trade because your limit order never had time to get filled. So this is always a two-edged sword with stop losses, with market and limit stop losses, and which way you should think about them. Going to quickly go over to the standings of the team. Into the beginning of the day, Arcane was up $1,100, Team Enigma down $1,700. Paradigm Shift took a bit of a hit. They were at $2,200 on Wednesday. They ended up with a few bad trades yesterday, back to $1,500 in profits. Phoenix at plus 97, crawling into profits. Still in profits today, by the way, as well. Took a big trade today for Phoenix. TA-Mafia still not able to catch their stride. They took great trades. They were up 600 today. They lost that 600. They were up 600 again yesterday, or 500 today, and they lost that 500 in profits. The same story yesterday. They were up 650. Lost that throughout the trades on the day. TA-Mafia really trying to swing for the fences. And just to recap everybody, they used $2,700 on 100x leverage. They've probably been in about 20 trades this week, so they've handled them well. They're stopping us and stopping out in good targets, but they're just not taking their profits when they've had them. They've been in multiple positions all week long where they've been up $1,000, up $1,200, up $800, and always looking for the longer trade. TA-Mafia probably could have been in first place by a landslide this week had they just locked up their profits on the trades. They've just struggled a little bit with, they're getting perfect entries, but they're just struggling a little bit with management of those trades after. They need to focus more on locking up profits in the right spots and holding trades a little longer in the other spots. They've got to stop getting away from these flash closes. If they think something is going to fail, they have to see it sooner. They've got to set their limit exits. They've got to maximize those profits and stop flash closing their positions. Although that has saved them a lot of losses in some of these trades. Alan saying that last place will become first place. TA-Mafia, a lot of people thinking that TA-Mafia is becoming a fan favorite along with Phoenix. Phoenix is a current fan favorite because they are an underdog. Arcane has a big following as well because they've done so good all preseason, making nothing but profits all preseason. TA-Mafia, because of their accuracy, are also becoming a huge point of contention. They have become kind of this you love them or hate them type of group. They got a lot of flack, but they also have a lot of fans, myself included. I love TA-Mafia. Team Enigma becoming in week 1 some of the best TA I've heard out of all teams. Their analysis process has just been on point. And Paradigm, obviously, as first place, nothing to say there. They're currently number 1. So what do you have to say other than great job? They're winning the race. Team Enigma taking a small break.
Now, I think there's something special about Team Paradigm. Like, these guys as a team, they might have some moments where they struggle, and I think every team goes through that. But whenever it's the show time, this team does amazing. If you remember on the chart trader test stream on the first day, that day also we did good trades, like a few hundred, I think $1,500, something like that.
Yep.
So
yep.
whenever it's like a show time, they are like just on the A game. That's what I love about them.
Yeah, absolutely. Think teams just kind of having a moment of relaxation right now, where everybody kind of just chilling out, making sure they're not making any more missteps with these ranges right now. All teams doing great so far. It's been a tough day to trade. There's been some obvious stuff and some not so obvious stuff. Today's been a pretty tough day to trade, but as it is, exactly going back to what we said at the beginning of the day, with Bitcoin so polarized in this moment against that weekly level, like this thing has got a lot of fighting it needs to do. It lost that 5-minute origin, had a major dump right on command, one huge candle, and it's going to see if it can stabilize or keep moving down. I personally think it's still going to keep moving down, but we're going to see if this can stabilize the move. Coffee asking, any trading tips on such a volatile day? Trade in the direction of the market, find your best spot. Like what Phoenix had earlier was perfect. Unfortunately, they exited too early, but Phoenix really found the best short of the day, almost on point, and they decided if they wanted to hold it or they were going through a queue of decisions and talking about it. We were listening in on them saying, hey, should we hold this trade? Should we get out? What should we do? They did lock up a very substantial profit on that trade, but it's kind of what you want to do is you just kind of want to, going back to the beginning of the day, pick a direction. If it continues to develop in your direction, just let Bitcoin take the wheel. Sit at it until you just have a very big target hit on one side, or you have something on the opposing side break to get you out of your trade and profits. That would be my advice for anybody. On a volatile day like today, you just have to simply pick your target, let it develop, trade with the market until the market is showing you otherwise, right? People saying VIX, talking about VIX in the chat. Please be aware that SPX, VIX, any of the markets, NQ1, commodities, stocks, Forex, please be aware that they do not have anything to do with Bitcoin, nor does the price reflect in Bitcoin, no matter whether it's Forex, no matter whether it's gold charts, the VIX, the VXX, which is also similar to the VIX, S&P 500, the NAS. These markets are not connected. Be careful when looking at them if you think they are. One does not reflect the other, nor do they follow each other. God, what a fun week this has been so far for chart raiders. This has been amazing to see these teams trade and the volatility in the markets and the ups and the downs. It's been a ton of fun this week so far. We've got 3 hours in the stream left. Bitcoin's still pretty explosive. We may let the teams trade for an hour or two after the stream tonight. We will see. I will make that decision at the end of the stream. See you next week, Crypto LMX. See you next week. Hopefully you enjoyed this week, and we'll be back on Monday. Of course, we still have a few hours left in the stream today, but I think teams are just kind of taking a mindset break. That big origin broke. Teams had trades there. It went right through them. A couple teams got some pretty bad losses on that one. I think they're just sitting out, hanging out, just relaxing for the time being. Great stream, very entertaining. Yep, absolutely. And is the point of Chart Raiders to be an awesome way to mix esports with day trading? Yep. Without the entertainment, there is nothing, right? So you got to definitely have that entertainment.
It's been a great week. Like we started on Monday, but for me, it still feels like we just started yesterday.
I
Like,
know, man. Kind of sad I have to take a
just
break on the
fast.
weekend here. Team Arcane on a break? That said, Kartik, before I have another one of my coughing attacks, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, medicine up, and 5 or 10 minute break while teams kind of just all take a break. Looks like everybody's just having a bit of a chill out time right now, so I'm going to do the same. I'm going to join the teams in a bit of a chill out time, 5 or 10 minute break, and I'll be back. I'll leave the screen on for you. We'll just listen to some chill music. Feel free to talk to our audience if you want, Kartik, and otherwise we'll see everybody back in about 10 minutes.
Yep, sure. Take your time. All right, guys, I'm just gonna take 2 minute break, make myself some tea, chai, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, we are back. Going through some chat. Yeah, Corin never gets tired. I haven't seen this guy taking any breaks since a long time. I don't know how it handles. Maybe matcha.
Yep, I definitely don't take breaks. That's correct.
Hey, welcome back.
Hello. Years and years and years of training, Egwa job. Years of training. I pretty much work 16 hours a day. I've got a pretty big point to prove to the world that day trading is dictated by a science and that it is something real that people can do. So,
Yeah, I think your vision for your community and what you want to do is much more bigger, that it makes you work this hard. And yeah,
absolutely. People in chat saying that I hate VWAP and MACD. Definitely don't hate them. I love them because they give real traders a lot of places to take money from the markets. People who use MACD and VWAP are funneling money to the good traders, so you gotta love it. Absolutely love VWAP and MACD. It's like if someone put a duffel bag full of cash, $100 bills in your they open your front door, they've got a duffel bag full of $100 bills and they keep throwing them in your house. How could you hate that? You gotta love it. You're just like, oh, you're volunteering to make me rich? That sounds perfect. So VWAP and MACD, absolutely love them. Markets wouldn't be what they are without silly things and lots of free easy money, that's for sure. So yeah, no, don't mistake my no use of indicators as hating them. I absolutely love them. I just don't use them because I know better. I like money, so I don't use indicators. I like keeping my money. But I also like taking money from traders as well in the markets, and for that reason, I absolutely love them. Team Paradigm starting to set up their trade here. Let's go take a look at all teams, see which teams are bouncing back. Every team has had a little bit of a break. Team Arcane starting to get into something here too. They do have a long set. Paradigm and Arcane, the two teams in the most profits this week, who have had the most successful week, both looking to take this long at the same spot. Go back to our overall page. TA-Mafia sitting and waiting, seeing if they are going to take this trade as well. ENIGMA starting to look for levels. Phoenix looking for levels. All teams coming alive right now as Bitcoin starts to pull back. Breaks were had, but it's time to juice back up and get back onto the charts and make some money. Looks like Paradigm has their level set pretty close there. A little hard to make out what that price is. Don't forget to subscribe and follow the channel if you're enjoying Chart Raiders. Bitcoin still not pulling back, teams patiently waiting right now. No teams in any trades yet. It's been an hour almost now that Bitcoin has been trying to stabilize. We're not quite there yet. It is still moving down. It is still laddering down. I think the real question to ask right now, Kardik, is what's it going to take to stop Bitcoin from moving down? I think that's how you have to start looking at the rest of the day today. You have to start going to the very bottom of all the levels and say, okay, what is it going to take to stop laddering Bitcoin? That's kind of what I'd be looking at and thinking. We do have a pretty localized daily origin down at 28,730. I believe that's what teams might be looking at right now. Beyond that, I don't know if there's any hold levels left. We do have a reverse down at 28,380 on the 4 hour. So we have a pretty nasty reverse on the 4 hour down there. So we can go down to 28,430. That's another spot, or sorry, 28,380. That's another spot I'd be looking. You might be going as low as, yep, 28,380. You might be going as low as that. You did break the 4 hour range. You do have a broken 4 hour trend.
$28,380. Is that a 1 hour or what?
You've got a 4 hour reverse right back to the beginning of that big dump that hasn't been hit. It can also act as a pretty decent ladder point. So you have a daily origin slightly below the price right now. That daily origin is at 28,730. So that would be one spot that teams should be looking. You know, it's not that far away from where Bitcoin had just moved down. It's only another 0.27. So it's not another 27% from where they moved down. It's not that much, 24, 25%ish, 27, something like that. If you go all the way down to the 15-minute level, there's a 15-minute level at 28,562. That's 83%. And if you keep going down all the way to that 4 hour level, you're at 146% from where you are right now. So you do have a couple options there. But as always, what's going to stop Bitcoin? We do have a daily origin, so that is pretty important to get back over top of that. Can it deep dive that daily origin? And if it does, how far can it go? You start looking for other levels in this move to see where this thing could go. You don't really have any hourly levels. You could possibly have... No, you're really at that daily origin. There's no hourly trail there to be created. You could possibly have something a little deeper on that big wick down. From where Bitcoin did hit its recent bottom all the way down to 26,650-ish range. So you do have some combo levels in there, but they would be a lot less likely to be hit to hold up the move. You typically more hit something like the origin level here, and then when that origin level gets hit, then you know, seeing if that can hold the move or if it is ultimately going to cause the bigger breakdown. You do have a few things to consider here. All teams will be looking at this and kind of deciding if it's something they want to do.
Yeah, I think Padam is trying to take a long nearby that origin, I guess. The daily origin one. So in these kind of situations where you don't have any kind of these strong levels which can still hold the move, and you're saying that this daily origin can definitely deep dive, would it be like would it make much more sense to always go for the greediest spot? I mean, the chances to miss the move is higher, but still, what do you think?
Well, here's the thing, Kardik, is that if Bitcoin holds its weekly origin level slightly above it at 29,240, you are looking for an entry because this thing will skyrocket up. Like, it is going to go crazy. You could be in such a massive profit spot that you really want to take a lot of risks. Exactly what the teams are doing today. You know, they're risking $500 and $600, but on the other side of that, if they nail one of these levels and Bitcoin starts to move up, you know, in TA-Mafia's case, if you look at the larger chart, you could be talking about recovery all the way up to about 37,000. So, you know, that's really the thing right now, is that you look at a team like TA-Mafia, and really every team is looking at this right now, and every team wanting to catch this part of the move. You could have quite a big reaction up here. So if Bitcoin stabilizes long enough, team like TA-Mafia, you know, if this thing does go to 37K, that's a lot of money they could make. That would be $80,000 profits if it does go up to their level. So I think every team is thinking about this, you know, talking about that we'll be taking these shots and losing $500 here and there. It's never good and it always hurts. But every team is looking at Bitcoin to stabilize right now, because if it does, then you have a bigger move. So with that said, you do kind of have to take some of these chances on these levels. The 5-minute origin level, every time you see something, try to ladder the move. Every time you have like a 4-hour level developing, every time you have some type of move development going on. We've been moving down all week, and teams have been looking for that spot where Bitcoin might try to stabilize. And then if they catch it, you're talking about, for some teams, this could be close to $100,000 in profit. So yeah, you've really got to be taking those chances and taking those risks. So yeah, what do? You start taking trades at the levels you find to be the most important. You justify your ranges, you build up your bigger time frames, and then you say exactly like what we did today with the 5-minute level, where TA-Mafia entered on that 5-minute hold level. Ultimately, they exited their trade making the correct decision, but they enter on a 5-minute hold level. It develops in that 5-minute hold level, starts to move up. They got out of their trade in a great spot, great timing, locked up $500 of profit. But you know, had that move developed up, it could have been the piece that takes them up. So, you know, you do want to be taking these chances on some of these trades, and you know, you can sit in a short and that's fine. But at some point you have to say, like, if Bitcoin stabilizes this move, like, yeah, you're going to take a pretty nice size move up. So, you know, there is some consideration to be had there for the way that the teams are trading today. They are trying to catch that bigger move, and I think everybody out there is wanting to catch that bigger move on Bitcoin. And it's all being controlled by this weekly level. So the only thing you can do is just start swinging the baseball bat, getting in the game, trading it properly, taking the ranges, taking the levels, setting good stop losses, taking your profits where you think the trade is going to fail. Like just like what TA-Mafia did earlier today. They had a trade, they took the profits because they thought it was going to fail, and it did after. And they were able to get in a trade, take a chance, and lock up profits. You can't ask for anything more than that.
Yeah, that's right. And once you're in the trade, it all comes to your risk assessment, like how you manage the trade, right?
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody just patiently waiting. Let's see what Team Enigma has marked on their chart. Looks like they've got something cool to share. They've got the daily origin. Yep. The 4-hour reverse. Yep. Create the 4-hour origin. Yep. Greediest point. So they have their target set. It looks like they've done their job. It looks like they've used their team to kind of decide which points they will probably try each and every single one, which I think would be a good strategy. But ultimately, they'll make that choice. But they've defined some really big targets, which I like to see this a lot. They've got their 4-hour reverse point. So just looking at their chart, their daily is what has to hold long term. Their 4-hour reverse level could ladder the move over the current type of range. They have another level here that could be a 4-hour origin creating. You go slightly below the 4-hour origin, ladder that move, create that 4-hour level. One of the hard parts here is that you have to get over this daily origin back then, and then they've got their greediest point that can ladder the bottom of the move. So they've really got to see how the chart develops in the moment. They've got to use their comparative analysis. They've got to see what exactly is developing to allow them to better understand what to attack and which levels are the smart ones. They've got a choice to make between, do they take every single trade and just stop out in really good spots and catch one of these, Or do they pick 1 or 2 levels and just kind of swing for the fences? I guess it'll be up to them, and we'll kind of see how this plays out. Take a look at TA-Mafia and listen in on them, see what they're at right now with their trading, and see what they have thoughts on. They do have a long
I think it's
entered
decent.
much below. Much below? That's not good English. Much
Created
lower.
the 5 minute too. No, yeah, I definitely like that level.
Yeah.
They will be trying to get back in the game. Again, any team can still win this week just due to the nature of Bitcoin right now.
Yeah, I mean, if the origin doesn't hold it down, then it's going to move up.
Yeah.
3 there.
He needs to create here.
There's the point where they would
still,
look to maybe short, or they are looking for it to have a pullback here.
We have that 5 here.
Trying to create the
I was
origin
trying to
level.
hold. Like you could go to like I would say you could hit. I don't really like that though.
I don't mind like the.
It is starting to go past their level. This origin is not created yet. It's just simply a hold level right now.
2, 8, 9.
5, 2, 8, 9, 6, 5. 5 minute hold.
2, 8. 9, 6, 5.
Will
Oh yeah.
try to create
I like
it.
the 5 too.
Great.
I would adapt that.
Is a 3-minute level they have on their charts, I believe.
Relatively the same.
Is pulling back below that. It will confirm it as an origin if this is what they are looking at. Don't see any other time frames they would be using. I just see the 3-minute as the highest one.
The 3-minute origin just hard closed. Essentially.
Pretty sure. Well, the 3 wasn't even created. It was really the 1.
It has tested the 1-minute level, maybe making a 1-minute origin point
right
here.
There.
In the future, it has tested that 1-minute break level.
You're not shilling anymore.
Oh yeah, I had to stop sharing because I was lagging. Yeah, 1-minute origin at 0.28. That's what it broke. I think that could.
Let's go back to all teams. Wait for the entries. Wait for them to start trading. The funny thing about this is TA-Mafia had a long set down at the bottom of this move. They were in the trade and they did take the order off. So if they were still in this, they would be in a pretty nice position right now. But again, it was a pretty volatile move. So you can't you can't blame them for getting out of the move because Bitcoin had just broken an origin and took a big move down, and it still may not be over. Team ENIGMA setting their trade. Team Phoenix, let's go check in on them and see what they're doing right now with their trade. Looks like they're trying to set something up as well. Looks like they're setting up perhaps maybe a short. Remember, Team Phoenix was in that short much earlier from the very top of this dump.
Right above that ladder. I mean, it's the most
sensible. They had gotten into this short
sensible stop to have
all the way up at 29,600.
How volatile it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
They exited their trade. They took profits, but
and if that doesn't happen,
they're now looking to short again.
We could definitely see a breakup higher.
Wait, I still haven't even gone over this break level yet, so. The only thing that's holding us down.
They're going over what?
The break level.
What break level?
To the left, the valley.
I mean, it hit it. Hasn't not closed over. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's the thing holding it down.
That origin is broken. Got the 1-minute origin created on the bottom. Kind of makes sense. again to target the one minute origin up here. Yeah, we were talking about the stop loss then. It's a sticky one. I think we got it in the best spot really. We can't have it any higher or any lower.
Could we expect it to maybe come up and just create a new 15-minute range trend? I'll work that out and see what level that would be.
It'll be higher. It's a floating level. You're right. It just might deep dive that and target that.
Yeah, but it could. But logically speaking, like it's broke out of a 1 minute origin just now, so it could target the retest of the 1 minute that we broke out before.
Yeah, what would the 15 do? Have we got what kind of downtrends do we have still? I mean, there's 15 from earlier today, which was no hourly. 15 there. Do we have any range trends still from earlier today? Nothing really dictating us right now.
Has been a pretty explosive morning so far, but we are still waiting for that next round of trading. It looks like the next week. So for the next 10 days, it looks like we are going to be going into some pretty crazy trading territory. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity in the markets. People need to stay sharp right now. You're not going to see Bitcoin slow down right now. If anything, it's going to try to establish and hold the move. In the scenario where Bitcoin starts to slow down, it's trying to establish a long right there. So you've got to be very mindful of that to say, hey, if we do start to establish a move, then look, we are possibly going to be in a much larger trading situation. Enigma does have a few trades on the book.
Yep. Do we want to move our short up a little bit?
No.
Okay. Let's go. We have one short and 3 longs in the books.
Like I would go for 2 shorts, man. I would go here if it deep dives to the daily trend.
Yeah.
I would also short deep dive the 3-minute backside here.
Can we put another one on? Yeah, we can.
I would.
They've got a bevy of levels here. They've got shorts, they've got longs. They are looking for action right now. Typically the quiet before the storm, right? Bitcoin goes silent, all teams waiting. This is usually the quiet before the storm. Bitcoin is trying to stabilize its move, but ultimately if it can't, it's going to dump down. Alan says, I'm glad you are sharing this with us, man. Seriously, thank you. You are welcome, Alan. Hoping to continue to grow the platform, obviously, and make it into something much larger over time. So, yep, we just keep showing up every day, 5 days a week, 7 to 8 hours a day, and let the magic fly, man, as we watch these trading teams try to crack the markets. Enigma with a whole bunch of orders on the book. They have 5 as they come and chat and tell us. They've got good old Monka S spam, 5 orders on the books. Paradigm has some trades they're looking to get into as well. Theirs are a little sooner than Enigma's, but yeah, we're gonna see what happens. Bitcoin trying to break up right now, actually. It is stabilizing the move. It does look like there are some teams with trades on the books who do like what they're seeing with Bitcoin right now. The thing about Bitcoin is it did back test its 15-minute level. So, you know, Bitcoin, it did create a 15-minute level and back test it already. Don't quite think we're there on Bitcoin yet. It still looks like Bitcoin might be moving down. We do have a 15-minute hold level that has back tested, but we're going to see if this can actually break up. Just over 2 hours left on the day for teams. If Bitcoin gets crazy towards the end of the stream, we will let traders trade for an additional hour or two if we get to that point. I think I'm going to take a quick break too while teams are waiting. We're just going to go and step away for a few moments here. Teams are going to be trying to take trades, and everybody just waiting in patience right now for Bitcoin to make its next move. So we'll be back. Bitcoin starting to break over top of the origin it created. It hasn't hard closed it yet, but it is trying to break over top of it. Quickly look at my chart here. Show our audience, we do have a 1 minute origin here. It is going to be one of the pieces that dictates the move. I'm gonna color this guy white. We use white for 1 minute. You do have a 15-minute level you back tested right down here perfectly. The 15-minute level is tested. You do have that 1 minute origin, which will try to hold this move down. You don't really have anything else. You have the 3 minute here, which was broken, but it never really was an origin to begin with. It only had one test and moved straight over. At this point, we do have a 1 minute right here. So you will try to see Bitcoin break over this, and well, if it can't, it's going to keep going down. Let's listen in on teams and see how they're dealing with this right now and what their current thoughts are. All quiet in the land of TA-Mafia right now.
If it doesn't come down, which I think it should, but if it doesn't come down, we can just take that 5 up top. I know it's a long ways away, and maybe we can catch another long, but no, I think this one's good. It should hit.
Mafia starting to try to get into this trade on the 5 minute level combo to the 15.
There's a 1 origin here too. I don't know if that broke yet. No, it didn't.
We'll listen on ENIGMA, see where they're at. Patiently waiting. As you can hear, using their time wisely.
Chilling. Very chilling.
Waiting for trades to happen. We'll check in on Arcane. Looks like Arcane is starting to mark out short levels. There might be a short Arcane is considering taking. We'll see about that.
Got the 5 minute trend, which we're still... So that's something to keep an eye over if we start hard closing over that trend. Yeah, that would be some exit criteria. Let's see, I think we can see a push up here.
Arcane working with a current interior trend, thinking that that is what's going to break the move.
There on the top.
Going over to Team Phoenix, checking up on them.
Yeah. You mean target going up, not the most immediate woman origin, because that's only like 0.4.
Yeah. Target going higher. So we could take this. So then we've got to have stop loss discussions.
Phoenix starting to set up their next spots they're looking at getting in on this trade.
I think you below trend, below the 15-minute trend.
Yeah, you just kind of have to maybe sort of float below trend. What other levels could it attack though?
That 1 minute.
Check in on Paradigm, see where they're at right now.
4 hours too far away. Good decision. See. Yeah, I'm just gonna go through all this real quick. I'll be quiet for a while.
Ninpo checking in on altcoins to see where they can get entry on altcoins. So Ninpo has exited the group, looking to just go kind of check altcoins for himself for a few minutes. He's going to come back, update JCap, Joe, and Matt with what he finds on altcoins, maybe looking to get a long position on some alts. Still waiting for Bitcoin to make its move. Seeing which side of the chart can blink first. TA-Mafia does have their long set. They are looking to enter this thing. You know, one of my favorite things about chart raiders is that we do this as a profession, as day traders. It gives us a place as a community, as day traders. It gives us a place to go check out what other people are doing, go through the mind process of other traders, kind of fills that gap for people not to be so alone out there in the markets, right? Kind of gives people that hope every day that, you know, what are other people doing? I'm not alone in this thing, because day trading can be very isolating. So for a lot of people, this is the best career possible. But unfortunately, day trading is very isolating. There is no kind of thing to follow with it. There is no kind of, you know, source to say, hey, what are other people doing? Except for the news articles in the media, which, well, I think everybody has their own opinion on that, but not exactly something you want to be following on a day-to-day basis. A lot of noise. But the coolest thing is to be a day trader, to be able to wake up, go to your home office, like in your pajamas if you want. I always recommend people take it seriously and get dressed, of course, but if you wanted to, wearing whatever clothes you're comfortable in, have your breakfast, have nice, clean, healthy eating, sit down in front of your charts and just start trading. And I think a lot of our audience is doing that alongside of us and using chart raiders as a point to say, hey, these guys are looking at these levels. They're pretty damn good traders. Maybe I should consider taking some of the same levels. And even if you don't, being able to watch how other people react to them kind of gives you a meta to be in a way. Kind of gives you something where you can feel you're like you're a part of something, where you don't have to be at it alone, completely in the dark. You can see other teams, even if you're not trading, because you want to just say, hey, you know, this might not be the greatest day for me to trade. I'm tired, or I just don't want to take these risks because these levels are crazy. Then you can watch other professional traders taking those spots, and then you can watch other people who are trying to make it in these markets taking some of those positions that you might not have otherwise, and you can learn off of it. So it's a really cool thing that we're doing with chart raiders in that regard. Most people are just by themselves at home, kind of alone in the world, other than the odd Discord channel or some kind of chat group. But you know, really seeing it live is something completely different. TA-Mafia thinking about getting in this trade. Let's take a listen to what they're considering here.
Tested the 1 minute.
I think it's just coming down, that's all.
Yeah. Still
You got Confused, Lightning in a Bottle, working with his team there. You're hearing Seabass and Confused talk back and forth. We've heard from Foraker today as well.
So,
I, of course, is there, but he's just quiet at the moment.
I'm wondering about our stop loss.
I have it at 20.
Yeah.
I wanted to give it room because sometimes these little origins that you break out of, dude, they like that one time on that one stream we bought that breakout one. It kind of went a little deeper to a level and then just didn't lose it and gained, ripped up.
Yeah. I mean, I think the origin either it holds or it doesn't, right? So.
Yep.
I mean, you know, with your finger on the button, you know, you can exit that if that origin is not holding.
Yeah. Yeah. And flash close, my favorite button.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's definitely a time for it.
Our welcome Joker. Trying to create a real meta around day trading for the first time.
I like that name that they picked for that, flash close. No other exchange has done that. It's really good.
Yeah. This little range is
thing that you really are missing in day trading is really kind of a meta to follow. Nobody has gone out of the box and taken that chance to create a meta yet for day trading. There is no kind of source, there is no kind of leading type of meta in the market. You know, you go and you watch video games, and there's always some type of cycle to be in, right? Whether you're a poker player, or you're watching video games, or you're a sports player, there's always some type of meta involved. Like if you're a professional athlete, you watch whatever league that you're a professional athlete in, or if you're an aspiring athlete, you want to play football for a living, then you watch football, NFL Sunday, and you watch the college leagues. And then, you know, there's local practices you can go to, and there's a whole ecosystem that lives and breathes around it, right? So that's the thing about most professions in life. If you sell cars, there's a meta around cars. There's you know, what's new and coming out next year, what are the things that are being developed, what is the car scene in my city. There's a whole living and breathing world that supports all these different careers, but we don't have anything like that for day trading. We just have a bunch of weirdos on Twitter, news articles that make no sense, and a bunch of smoke and mirrors. We don't really have anything for day traders that can kind of create a daily meta, something to actually involve yourself in that's real. So yeah, it's a very cool thing. It's a very cool thing, chart raiders. And you know, whether the teams do good or not, it's more about creating something for the future going forward, right? Some days teams do good, some days teams do bad, and it's a realistic reflection of what the markets look like, just in sports teams, just like in poker. Sometimes you have good days, sometimes you have bad, and I think that's healthy for people to see. I think it's healthy for traders to see, and I think it creates you know, a good amount of reinforcement when you do have sometimes a team will get into a trade and it does fail, right? I think it's a very healthy thing. I think setting up this false expectation that it's always, you know, glorified in you know, $1 million lottery tickets, I don't think that's very healthy. Like only showing the highlights of a poker game, and you make everybody feel like they can win $1 million, right? Like it's just kind of not, it's not a good image, right? So yeah, it's really cool to be able to create a meta for people to come in, have something to be a part of, a spot where they could go every day. I think for sure, and I'll say this with great confidence, that now Chart Raiders is here, it would leave a big void if Chart Raiders was gone all of a sudden, which of course isn't going to happen. But if you think about it like that for a second, it would be like, holy crap, what am I going to do without Chart Raiders now? That's how I feel. I would definitely be punched in the face. I love being here. Dr. Nobody says, Kant, you're so right about what you're saying. It's so true. We need an absolute better way to improve in something real. Hence your vision. Absolutely. We need to be able to create a meta in these markets, something that people can tune into every day, win or lose, because our audience is not going to have always good trades either. And they need to be able to say like, hey, this is how we deal with them professionally, right? Not that our teams have had bad trades today. A few teams have been in bad trades, but for the most part, teams are in profit all week. So it's okay to have a few bad trades too. But, you know, for our audience out there as well, it's a really healthy thing to allow people to see all the ups and downs. It's realistic, right? Correct. Chart Raiders is part of my daily routine right now. Coffee says I would cry myself to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, it's really important to kind of take that first step in the industry. Like people are saying, hence my vision. It's really important to put yourself out there, take that first step in the industry to try to create something much bigger and brighter for the future generations of traders. Try to create something that can actually put day trading on the map for real, because until we do that, until we have something that can actually create platforms for traders to be a part of, unfortunately, day trading won't go anywhere, and it would just kind of stay in the same spot where it's all CNBC and tweets and just the kind of the stuff that turns people away from this world, right? So it is really really important for sure. Chart Raiders is a pretty important platform, I think. I would definitely rather be the kind of person that takes a bunch of risks than to play everything safe and say, well, you know, we could have tried this, but we played it safe. And yeah, I would rather risk it all. Innovation comes through failure, right? You're not trying to innovate if you haven't failed before. So you know what I mean? You got to take those chances in life. Different variables in play. Absolutely. They're just saying can't learn till you fail. Absolutely. Team Phoenix starting to set up some trades. Let's go over them and see what they're looking at. They've got a long setup. They've got a short setup. Looking to take both sides of this chart. Joker says, I start to laugh at all the news saying that gets broadcast about why the market is moving in any direction. I couldn't agree more. It does become quite comical. It can be kind of like this fun game you do. Listen to the news and yeah, see what they say. Yep. Do agree with that. Yeah, it can be comical. We have an hour and 50 minutes left in the stream for today. Let's hope that teams are getting in trades. I think every team has had their time to analyze the markets now. Looking at longs, it looks like Team Enigma is setting up a long. Paradigm setting up a long. TA-Mafia has the same long. It looks like all teams are looking at that same spot. Every team patiently waiting to get entry on what could be a long move here. This is what you love to see. You love to see 4 and 5 teams having the exact same level. It becomes a pretty special moment in Chart Raiders broadcast when you're watching teams and they are all saying, like, we've got Team Enigma has the same level as Team Paradigm with an open long. Also TA-Mafia and Phoenix, all 4 out of 5 teams right now do have this order set and are waiting. Team Arcane might even have this order too. You have a bunch of teams with this order set waiting to get in. So it becomes this awesome confluence when you start seeing multiple teams with the same spots waiting patiently. It really flexes their professionalism and shows that they are not making mistakes. It shows that they're all looking at the same thing. And to watch them all react differently. These are the moments you live for in Chart Raiders when you have this kind of synergy happening. So let's hope we get this pullback. All 5 teams, maybe only 4, maybe only 3, but hopefully all 5 teams will get into this trade if they do agree that it's moving up at the same time. It's really cool because it's almost like watching a game of Counter-Strike when, as the broadcaster and as the audience, you kind of know that, hey, these guys need to rush B long this round because it's an eco round. They don't have a choice. They have to rush B long. This is going to be their best chance at making it a lot out of this round. The other team has got ops and AKs. They've got a few deagles. They have to rush B because it's the easier site to overtake with short range weapons. And that's what we're going to see happen. And this is the exact same thing we're seeing in Chart Raiders, where every single team knows that this could support Bitcoin moving up. It is looking like it could be a move that all teams want to take. It becomes a smart decision. It is such a cool moment. I have never seen anything like that. Even TA-Mafia dropping the Giga Chad to show how much they're in that same level. But it's really cool because you get to see all these teams agreeing on this information. They have all taken a stance at that level. They're all saying, yes, this is what can happen. This is what we're expecting. And it really becomes kind of this cool ecosystem, watching professional traders, people who do this for a living, say, hey, this is where we're looking. Not only does it give confluence between teams, but between also an audience and a host as well. So it's kind of cool. Rash B, says Fachi. Roche B, Rash B. Good old Counter-Strike talk. But it becomes really cool because this is the kind of stuff you need to see to create a meta. So even if this doesn't hit, this is the kind of stuff you want to see create for the platform, for a meta. Let's go into Team Paradigm, who I think is getting pretty close to filling this trade. All teams looking to get into this trade. Let's listen to Paradigm and see what they have to say. They do have that order that is going to get hit soon. We go over to Arcane, see what they're looking at as well. Arcane's first level has been hit. I wonder if they've taken along here. I just missed their order book. I couldn't quite see it in time. Paradigm will be getting close to filling this order. Let's go back to Paradigm, see where they're at. They are close. They're breaching that gap.
Yeah, I'm doing all.
Let's check over on Enigma real quick. See where they're at. They do have very much the same order
I like
placed
our
as
longer.
Enigma. Let's go over to TA-Mafia, see where they're at, if they're going to be taking the same order as well. They do have a long set. They are in their long. They are in profits right now. Their long is hitting its bounce pretty
anyways.
perfectly.
Let's get back over this 3-minute origin.
It looks like TA-Mafia has hit this level perfectly. The other team's missing the trade. TA-Mafia taking the higher level.
Oh no, why do you have him on
It
the
is
top?
moving up.
Oh, that's
Let's
where
see
it's
if this is
going.
enough. TA-Mafia has hit the perfect target on this.
That always goes that Marta, dude. He always ends up.
Let's see if this
ends
move
up
can
being
start to
there
establish.
somehow.
All other
I was
teams
trying
missing
to
this trade,
Chad,
going
but-
for the deeper level. Every team agreeing that this will move it up. TA-Mafia has taken the highest position, the backside,
I
the
think so.
origin
You're right.
retest that broke it out. Let's spam TA-Mafia in the chat. Give them your love, guys. Everybody support TA-Mafia here on this trade. It is moving up. This could be what breaks Bitcoin's top. They could be in a massive position. Once again, TA-Mafia poised in a position where they can possibly take
All right,
the
guys,
number
I'll
one
see you in the
spot due to
Bahamas.
the amount of leverage they have on this trade.
Yeah.
Once again, perfect entry.
Need,
You gotta love it from TA-Mafia. Every
Hang on,
single time they get perfect
Yeah, I was gonna
entry
say,
on
dude,
these
I'm
trades.
getting all excited and it's not even.
Man, these guys are
1 minute
good.
yet. It's been 2 minutes.
yeah. We need the shield here.
Then again, it is an origin, so it could test it like again one more time and like.
All the
That
other
kinda
teams missing this trade. Not a single team in it. 4 other teams all trying to take this trade, but none of them actually getting it. If this move moves up, TA-Mafia once again will be poised to win the week because this can be a huge explosive move on Bitcoin, and the leverage they use is massive as well. It has already bounced up almost 20%. Yep, actually has bounced up 20% from the level test. 19% from the level test. This needs to
Yeah, I think
stabilize.
you just need some more time frames to open.
Yeah.
There are a few backup levels underneath it that the other teams are patiently waiting for, but TA-Mafia has taken the lead right now. And if it moves up, 4 other teams will miss the trade.
Just a push here and get over all those.
You love to see it from TA-Mafia. Three white candles so far, 3 accumulation candles pushing this thing up.
Keep
Keep going, Bitcoin. Don't fail here.
Don't mess with the exchange.
Yeah. probably
Let's
right.
watch how TA-Mafia handles this trade.
Don't drop them on the exit button. Flash close.
Like, imagine, dude. Holy, dude, I'd retire. That'd be it for me.
A little bit of banter coming from Lightning in a Bottle Confused, the team
Yeah,
captain
yeah.
of TA-Mafia, saying
I'd
that
be
if he
like,
accidentally
Ty,
hit flash close, he would retire.
I think Ty told you this. There's one time he lost like 700% in a day.
$600 in profit. This is looking so good for TA-Mafia right
Yeah,
now.
dude, yeah,
He like put up $1,000 order.
Oh yeah, that happened too.
Whatever he did.
Yeah, that was another one.
Looks like almost
Different time, yeah.
$700 in profits.
Got a 1 minute
They have a massive order set here. If this holds the move and goes up, Bitcoin is done. It has tried so
it's fighting
hard
right now.
to move up.
Yeah.
This is one of the moments that it could use this to do it.
We need to break this.
Needs to push through. This candle will create 1-minute shields as well.
You've got a 15-minute hold level being developed. If
Great
this
spot
thing
for the
moves up,
5
it is
minute.
over. Game over. TA-Mafia could be first place this
Yeah,
week if this
that's
thing
the perfect
continues to
spot.
move up.
4 minutes until that.
We'll have our 1 minute shield here. In
Yeah,
15
4 minutes
seconds
until the
if we can.
5 closes.
It has bounced off of 15. It is trying to create another 15 right now. Going over to my chart real quick. It has bounced off of this 15 right here. It is trying to create another 15 right here.
That's the 1-minute shields. Yep. Confirmed.
You got it.
Yep, one's confirmed.
It will try to gain this 15-minute level, and if it can, it is going to be very interesting.
I think it's fine for now.
Oh yeah.
It has tested the 15-minute and will try to gain it. It's still pushing up.
Yeah, if we're going for the big dog here, we're gonna let it ride.
That's
All
well, I
other
mean, that's
teams
the,
kind
that's
of
the play. It's already
caught off guard
2:16,
by
so
this.
we end in 2 hours. Like that's what I'm thinking right now. Is like, if we caught the level that's setting up the larger move, dude. Just let this thing fly straight up to Giga Chad.
I agree with Confused here as well, actually. Let this thing fly. Let yourself get some profits. This thing could be a massive move. If, of course, if it stabilizes. This has been
probably gonna take many hours to
the
develop, honestly.
absolute
Yeah, I mean, like we can
definition
stay in it.
of TA-Mafia all week long. Perfect
you know, like, after
entries,
stream, if
trying
that's
to
the
look for
case.
that bigger trade.
Yep.
Is this the one?
I actually think it blows through this whole range though. Like if it breaks this origin, I think this next range, maybe it has like a bounce or something, but I think it just ignores it completely and gaps it. If it doesn't though, we'll see it. So starts to develop, we just get out.
2 minutes and 30 until this 5 closes.
It is starting to move up nicely here.
keep an eye on
TA-Mafia
that.
must be in a good
Up
profit here. It looks like
725 so far.
$725 in profits. Great trade so far.
We're busting through that.
It's got to keep moving up though. It has to break this range above it. 29,155 is the origin level. It needs to get over that and hard close a candle. A 1 minute level. It's the exact dotted line you see on TA-Mafia's screen right now. If it breaks that, it is going to skyrocket.
Jesus, that entry was perfect.
It was nice.
God, the other teams have got to be so scared of TA-Mafia seeing moments like this when they hit these targets so laser straight and there is not even a dollar they could have gotten under. This has happened all
drag that back here.
week long.
Easier this way.
Now, if this breaks over the 1 minute origin level, every team will be scrambling to get entry. Meanwhile, TA-Mafia will be sitting here with a huge amount of profits, a massive edge.
Oh yeah.
We've got that 5 minute uptrend as well.
Like even if I just went
It
to
has to close 29,155 with the bottom side of an
went to here and
accumulation
looked at this in the
candle.
higher piece.
The hard close is dictated. Remember, everybody, the hard close is dictated by the bottom side of a candle, which if you have an accumulation is the bottom body, and if you have a distribution is the top body. That defines a hard close because it confirms every single time frame
50 seconds.
underneath it. So if you are looking at hard closing a time frame, remember it has to be the bottom side of a candle, which on an accumulation is the bottom, and on a distribution is the top. Because price is moving down on a distribution candle, that is flipped, and the bottom side would actually be the top of the body. Therefore, defining what is a real hard close in all markets, because it confirms every single time frame below it with that bottom side of a candle.
20 seconds.
Cotton candy exclusive, created and invented by me, and accurate as all beans.
Anything else you have here working with it that we could have missed? That's closed. However, that's not, I don't think. That origin's not closed. Don't think that one's relevant right now though.
Still moving up. TA-Mafia looking so damn good in this trade. They've got to start looking at where this thing could reject. They do have their 1 minute level. They're still up around $700.
Still not in position yet. Well, we've got a 5 now, but for the 3, yeah.
Hit the leg.
It
looks like.
does have that 15 minute level. It is above. It can develop this as a higher range.
No,
They
didn't hit
should
the
be
leg.
working with their 5 minute trend level, which they don't have on their chart, but there is a 5 minute trend there that could suppress Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, man, on the higher time frames, this thing looks like it, I mean, obviously this interior is going to decide it, but it really
How
looks like
crazy
it's
would that
something
be
high.
if TA-Mafia on day 5 takes a stance, comes out from last to first
you're
place
even in
in
here.
one trade? This is what I've been talking about all day. The power of TA-Mafia's entry size. It might look bleak and grim in one
You
moment,
gotta-
but
I
they
just
may
think
come
it
out
goes
on
straight
top
to
today.
Giga Chad, dude.
They
Under,
only
like,
need to make about 2% on
confidence.
this trade to be in first place,
If
which
it break-
isn't
when
a
it breaks this
lot.
local piece, yeah. That's where it should go.
They've already got about 0.30. They've already got 0.35, so they've already got 35% of that 2% locked up. If they get 2%,
What
they
did it hit
can
up top?
actually come out on this
It's just
tournament in
holding like
first place.
A 3?
Going from an extreme deficit all the way back into profits in first. All they have to do is make 2%,
That's hard close,
which
it can't be
isn't a
that.
lot with their
Didn't hit
position
this leg
size.
yet. Created an inverse 1. That's fine. What's the 5 minute look like? 5 minutes, yeah, so you still have the 5.
This bounce
Thing
looks
is, you really
so
don't have any shields other
good,
than
especially when you bounce off the backside of an origin like
possibility
this.
to create a 1 minute origin here. Trying to think of anything else. That could be a 3.
Thank you very much, Alan.
Got a 1 minute inverse now, so.
Yep.
It's been my life's
Probably
work
gonna
to
pull back
kind
a
of crack
little
these
bit.
markets and reverse engineer the science and put it into a
Hopefully
formula that
bounce
actually
the-
makes sense.
the
So
one
I'm
shield
glad
and
you're really enjoying it and liking it. Now seeing teams use it
Yeah, I was looking at,
going forward. Imagine
creation
being
of a
able to watch
possible
people
origin
trade
too,
100x with such
but
accuracy.
if it
What a
continues
great,
to,
great moment for me in my career.
To move like that, it's just showing a failure.
They are starting to look at what could hold this move down.
I think this is
Are having a bit of a
trying to
pullback
decide
here.
if I want to
It's not exactly what they want to
adapt
see.
the stop,
However,
but I don't think I should.
it's still so far above their entry. They
Nah,
have
I
so
can
much room to work with.
Manually exit. Needed.
Yeah, let it develop.
It does have a 1 minute candle right now that can hold
Test
up
the
the move
origin
if it
again,
does
maybe
bounce up.
test this 1 minute.
29,086,
origin.
1 minute candle. Don't want to hard close that one.
The one below.
They do have their trend in play, which it is hitting now.
I
So
was-
that's
I
the
was
most
just wondering if
important
we could
part
have
of
this
this
one
trade right now
testing
is
the
their
1
trend.
minute, which is
They
fine.
cannot lose that trend or it will go back and attack the base of the move.
What happens if we hard close the 1 minute shield?
Um,
You're seeing a big
well, I think the
pullback from
origin
this
is what
right
needs
now
to,
from Bitcoin.
The original origin we bought is what can continue to hold it, and then I was looking at this right now. This 3 minute creation of an origin.
This is
but I don't
smart
know
by
if this is, like,
TA-Mafia to hold this trade
gonna
because
create
this
here.
could
It
stabilize the move. There's no need to
Like,
panic
that's
leave
one
right now.
scenario.
Not yet. Not when you've got such a premium entry.
Could
You
create
let
this
it
guy.
develop. You stay
Could
in the
retest the
trade.
1 minute.
There's
This
no
can-
risk of
candle,
losses
yeah, it
here.
could be the creation
Use
of
your
it, yeah.
trend to guide
Yeah.
you and stay patient and try to develop the breakout on the move. This can hold it up. I'm going to
But
quickly
don't
look on
forget
my
with-
chart to see what I can
with
find.
1 minute trend as well.
Let's invite the audience
yeah.
along. Let me chart this with our audience here. Let's do something fun. Let's go right to my chart here and let's see what we got. Okay, I'm gonna start highest time frame down. Obviously, we have nothing on the 4 hour, the 1 hour. This has been way too fast. Although, interestingly enough, we could actually create the 1 hour from here to here right now. So how much time do we have left on that guy? We have 36 minutes. So we can actually leave
1
this
minute
here. We
hold.
always want to work highest time frame down so we don't make any mistakes. We can leave this hourly here. Let's go to the 15, see what we can find. Distribution to distribution candle, of course, only ever like that. So you've got this here. Let's mark out every trend, see which one we are going to be left with by the end of this. You have the spring green, which is your 15-minute level. Banana yellow is our 4 hour level. You do have also a 5 minute, remember, distribution to distribution. This is right here. We're going to mark this as gray. We have the hard close right here, bottom side of that blue candle, so we can adapt this right here. This is the trend that TA-Mafia is currently working with. Let's keep going through this move.
If it does
You've got
fail
3 minute trend
to
right
boost
here.
off the origin,
Almost the
wouldn't the
exact same
range just
thing.
entirely
Got
collapse?
that. We don't even really need this one. We can kind of delete that.
Because
It's
it
just
needs
noise on
to
the
move.
chart.
It shouldn't.
And 1 minute level,
I don't
1
think it
minute
should
trend.
go for
We've
the
got
5
that
minute
there.
down
It's
below
going to be the
either.
same thing as a 5 minute.
Like,
So
yeah.
5 minute is really your guiding light here. Got the 1 minute right there. All these trends are holding.
yeah, I
Let's go
think we're
back
fine.
up to our biggest time frame, hoping the hourly can be created.
we're-
If this
we're
hourly
good.
can be created, you're going to see a bigger attack on this level up here, the backside of this right here,
You
to
are
try to
31%
get over top of
failure.
what would be a localized origin point right here. So this being the hourly, this is kind of the minimum take you would be looking for. So if this does execute, this level that Bitcoin will probably go to actually takes ENIGMA, sorry, not ENIGMA, TA-Mafia into first place, right on the
Because this
first
trend
rejection
can
point. So this is an
hold, and
insane
this is it. Can
trade.
push us
Let's
up
go to the
through this
15.
3 minute
We've
origin.
got that there. We want to keep
Potentially.
that hourly trend 15. We don't really need the 15-minute trend. I think the 5-minute trend is the one we want to keep our eyes on here. Don't really think we need the 15-minute trend.
20 seconds, we could hard
The
close our
5-minute is
shield
really
here.
what we want to be looking at here. And then this is the level they bought right here, which was the 15-minute level with the origin inside of it. This is your origin level. It broke out the move. It is what can hold
Yeah, I
the
also
move.
don't want to give
and
it like
that is
hopium.
also set up from the 15-minute level right
Yeah,
here.
like this is
So you
just-
have quite a bit of information there.
looks-
You really don't want to hard
Hard
close
close
this
on our
level here.
1-minute
This is
Yeah,
where they've
it
got
looks
an entry.
like it's honestly, it looks like
Let's go
failing.
see how they
So,
manage their trade now.
okay. I'd say
5-minute trend still intact.
Yeah,
Can
just
support the
stop to
move
the
up
origin,
long term.
just under the
This can
origin.
create an hourly
Yeah.
trend, which would be
That's what I'd say.
insane as well.
actually I like the idea of it being right under this 1 minute level.
Seconds, we get to
14% right there.
Alan asks if hard closes can happen on
14 's not
trend
bad.
and support. supporter resistance. Everything is a level,
30
whether
seconds
it's a
away from
ray or a
3
trend,
minute
whether it's a
inverse.
straight line or a diagonal line, they all represent a level. There is no real difference between them. Team Arcane, something's going on over there. Let's quickly check in to see what they're doing. Team Arcane, I don't believe is in a trade, but they are looking to enter long, thinking that Bitcoin might break down. Tough break for TA-Mafia if Bitcoin does break down, but all the other teams will be getting into a trade if Bitcoin does break down, including maybe TA-Mafia for another trade. But the move is still holding. They have no reason to exit yet.
Up on the three, push up on the 3, so prevent the 3 inverse.
This is that moment. It needs to. If it can't push here, dude, I think it's too risky. By the way, my opinion. Like if it. Yeah, this is the push it needs.
Apparently Team Phoenix is in a trade.
100%.
Let's go take a look. I'm not sure if they are or not, but Team Phoenix apparently is in a trade. Getting reports that there is a trade from Discord. Sorry, not from Discord, from our Twitch chat, but these are members who are in our Discord, so there might be some talk inside of the Discord going on. Let's listen to Phoenix for a moment here.
You could say it's a 1, or you could say it's a 1.
Yeah, I see
They are in a trade as well, so there are 2 teams in this trade. Great job, Team Phoenix, as well as TA-Mafia. Amazing.
Yeah, okay, I have that 1 minute now.
Oh, we got the 1 minute shield.
Mafia still in this trade.
We're just like trapped in a loop.
Battling back and forth between these 2 teams. Arcane, Paradigm, and Enigma not in the trade, looking for the greedier level.
2 minutes.
Got a minute. Yeah, minute 40 on the 15.
Yeah, it'd be nice to. Don't want to really open outside the trend.
This does look like it's failing.
Team Phoenix has a local trend they're
fragile
using.
1 minute trend.
The 3 minute
does not want to break out of this 3 minute.
They are working with a localized trend right now to see if it can support the move up.
Be prepared.
Quickly go take a look at
Using our
Mafia,
1
where
minute
they're at.
shield. Could
I
just
think
get out
Mafia
of-
has a little bit of a better entry on this than Phoenix
have
by
that
what I'm
3
seeing,
minute
but again,
uptrend
I'm
now,
not
though.
quite
Still
sure.
laddering in it. Yeah, you do have the 3 minute uptrend.
3 minute uptrend right into the 3 minute downtrend.
Let's listen to both teams at once. It might get a little crazy and hectic here. Hang in there. Let's listen to both teams.
It's better to manually close than let it retest that, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna close that.
Okay.
5.
They have closed their trade. They did take a slight profit. I'm not sure exactly how much, but they did take a profit on their trade. Great attempt, TA-Mafia getting out before losing any money. Great job. Hopefully it doesn't move up now.
Where's our stop at?
29878.
Team Phoenix still in this. Hope for the
Get
sanity
up
of
there, Bitcoin. Come on, Spidey. Pull us up.
of TA-Mafia. This thing doesn't move up, and they were right in the end after all.
Alright, we're gonna try and create this 1 minute shield, and then we have to gain it, or I'm getting us out.
Let's see how Phoenix handles this trade now going forward.
Now.
They are in profits, but they could lose those pretty quick here if this does
Gotta
test
gain this, or I'm
down.
gonna get out.
Question becomes, did TA-Mafia exit this trade too early?
It just wants to keep us in, doesn't it? Don't you, Bitcoin? Man.
Team Phoenix might have the last laugh here. We'll see.
Touch wood though. Don't speak too soon. Oh, Jesse, the jinx.
I'm sorry. We got 30 seconds. Let it rock here.
What's happening on the 15?
You
We
do
opened the
have a
15,
1 minute origin level inside of the move right now.
So the
It can
15
hard close
outside
it
the
in
trend.
18 seconds. This thing has 20
Yeah.
seconds. If it can't go, if this
not very-
candle turns blue in the next 10 seconds here, we might
This 1
lose
minute
this
candle is
move.
ridiculous.
You've got an origin level right here, right? 1 minute level. If it turns blue, you could see the big
Come
purger
on,
here.
keep us in, please.
Does turn white in the last second. That's it.
Oh
It did turn
my
white.
gosh.
It did turn white in the last second.
This is so close.
It did turn white. It held its level.
What's G?
Unbelievable. It's still got another minute it has to hold because unfortunately right now with the candle closing, with the bottom side of this candle closing, this is what you got to watch out for. With the bottom side of this candle, the white candle closing underneath this level, it means that if it does turn blue, it will confirm a hard close. So in a candle like this, where you open halfway through, there's no threaten to have the hard close. But this candle can threaten Bitcoin to break down right now, because it could dump down with 27 seconds left, and you could close blue in the last second, and pop goes the weasel. The move is gone.
Come on, come on, come on.
TA-Mafia may have prematurely exited here. We'll see. Watch Phoenix here. Manages trade.
Give me the shield.
Nice, we're getting 1 minute shield.
Yeah, we are back above the 3 minute trend as well.
1 minute shield
until,
created,
yeah, new 3
and
minute
also
opens.
back above that local origin point.
Also getting relatively close to gaining a 5.
Yeah.
We are outside the 15.
Not
trend
looking
again.
good for Bitcoin. It has tested back its 1 minute shield right now in the moment. Has tested it perfectly.
Yeah. Lose this 1 minute shield.
Getting below that 1 minute shield. This is going to open up that trade for the other teams that were just not able to get into it. Maybe TA-Mafia made the right decision, locking up profits in this trade where they did.
Fighting to gain it.
Yeah.
To gain shields here.
We're just continuously kind of pushing through this 3 minute downtrend. You know, like you just think at some point, like, but
Still in slight profits here.
Do we have a relong at the bottom?
It's gotta be somewhere.
No matter what happens, somebody is going to lose in this trade, because either this thing goes down and TA-Mafia was right to lock up their profits, or it goes up and TA-Mafia missed out on a huge opportunity. So no matter what happens, somebody's going home in a box right now.
Another one of these.
Did it get us out? Like, are we out?
No, my take profit has just disappeared. It's on stream too.
Okay, well we better get it.
It's disappeared.
We better get it figured out. It doesn't matter where it's gone.
I'm gonna make a new close. Then I'll have to drag that. Okay, well
We are threatening this hard close now by opening that candle once again.
Okay, well,
2 9s.
You can close this blue in distribution, which would break this move.
Yeah.
To be not hard close.
You're losing trends on bigger time frames as well. The hourly and the the hourly still half an hour away, but you have lost that one.
Holding on for
1 minute
July.
trend. The 5 minute trend could technically hard close in a minute as well. So you could be losing trend and origin point all at the same time if you don't start to turn candles white in the next 1 minute. You've got 1 minute left.
I'm gonna get us out. Is everyone comfortable with that?
I mean, it's hanging on. May as well see where it goes.
It's just we're pushing like just slowly through this downtrend, but these 1 minute candles are exhausting.
Teams do trade on BitGet, but they do chart on Binance and BitGet using all tools available at their disposal.
1 minute in distribution. Get out.
We're out because this closes the shield.
The 5.
Yeah. 15 seconds, so get ready.
Okay. I'll let you guys tell me. I'm gonna pump the price in.
Oh, it's looking like distribution.
Yeah, get out.
All right, get out, get out.
They have exited their trade. It looks like Bitcoin is going to move down.
So it didn't feel us to it. Yeah, just flash close it.
Flash close and profits. No love, no loss.
Nice.
Not nice.
Time bomb was certainly up and weren't creating any shields, losing the trends. Just have to do what you have to do.
Good job.
Right.
We're gonna relong anything at the bottom.
Let's go back and check which teams are now going to enter the trade.
Is there any higher time frame creations that we could take?
Kind of higher time frame origin creations.
Yeah, the 3 is right above the 1, so I would like the 1. No, there's not.
Great exit by both
stinky. That
teams,
was
recognizing
so
failure.
close to
That is
moving
how
up.
that is how it's done.
Look at that reaction,
Not like how I'm
man.
speaking, but that is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. As both teams have gotten out of that
It was
trade
killer. It's just
in
like,
a pretty
geez.
great spot. Hopefully, it doesn't move up for them, but it's looking good so far.
That like those however many 1 minute candles up, and then the 4 candles down was just like so nasty.
We're up so nasty. Don't tell me this just like holds onto this. When do you ever just back test a origin and then just like hold it? You're outside the 15-minute trend though, so. We've taken some killer trades today, like our accuracy's been great.
Yeah.
I'd say like, yeah, accuracy's been great. First trade stopped out just slightly, so maybe there was a stop loss problem there. So accuracy's still good, and the obviously stopping out on the larger trade, that was just like, yeah, I mean, I guess a few things could be said about that. I mean, the accuracy was still good, but I think our just analysis of what was going on at the moment, perhaps, RA wasn't good there at all. So,
yeah.
Other than that, though, 2 fantastic trades, and then 1 pretty good trade here, fairly well managed. Just just being price action, just being really.
Yeah, it's tough because it like before those 4 candles down, like it was looking good. Like there was really no reason for us to take profit in those moments. I mean, unless we were just going to take the immediate 1 minute inverse. But
here comes the dump on Bitcoin. We are going to be getting into some other trades here. Let's take a look at Enigma, see where they have their trade. I know they've been anxious to get into a trade today. They do have their trade set a little lower. Looks like it will be coming down to their level, hopefully. I know Arcane, I believe, has the same level as well. We're going to just quickly switch between all teams here. Arcane has the same level. Arcane and Enigma both looking to take this trade. I believe Paradigm will be looking at this point too. They had this marked on their screen earlier. TA-Mafia probably getting back in for another round. TA-Mafia ready to smoke the charts once again, going for a much lower buy, but still could be pretty good.
Or do you go greedy and take 377?
What's 377? 15?
It's like 15, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. I like that 50. I like it too, but what's the gap?
They are looking at the lower levels in the range, that if Bitcoin does break this range, where can it go?
I don't want to be reckless.
No, I don't want to be. I'm not. I'm not. I don't want to be reckless either. But you know, it does look mighty good there.
It always goes greedy.
It does always go greedy, and unless we go greedy, then it doesn't go. You could.
Goes back, shorts off the 3 minute level perfectly. Breaks the 3 minute origin, shorts the 3 minute level. Now we go down here to our 3.
Hopefully TA-Mafia gets in their trade. We'd all love to see that massive leverage swing trade coming on in. Let's watch all 5 teams right now, as all 5 teams are going to be looking at trades right now.
If we miss this by 5 cents again, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Inuk displaying his frustration with how close they're getting. Their accuracy has just been like TA-Mafia is just so
ENIGMA,
incredible.
Call on the short. You love to see it.
Yeah, if we miss this by 5 cents, literally doing 13 backflips and then diving out my window.
We'll give some old school vintage vibes to our traders right now, hoping that they get in their trades.
Bro. Yep.
The coin is pushing down. Great exits by the teams, great way, just flexing their professionalism in these markets, showing that they do have what it takes to take these trades, get out before it dumps down. Let's go over to Enigma, see their trade's about to get filled here. Swapping back and forth between them and Arcane. Arcane does have it too as well, put on their books. See if we can hear anything from Arcane.
But if we go for the one just below the origin, like, I don't know,
Wait, we took the 5?
Yeah, there's a lot deeper it can go.
Oh, I thought we were taking the origin.
Thought we're taking the 3.
I thought we're taking the origin.
I guess it was
Sounds like both teams a little
Yeah,
confused
as
at
long
the
as we
same
ladder
thing. What
up
target they should take.
We're gonna create this range turn.
I don't know if Enigma got into this trade, but it hit both their targets and it is moving up. Hopefully this confusion.
What I like about that 15 is it's just, just above the daily
Yep, they're in. Enigma's in the trade. It is moving up off of Enigma's level. Is it enough though?
Only like 14%.
It has moved up 10% already. Is it going to keep moving up?
Create this range. Create this low range trend.
Oh wow. Okay.
Is Arcane in this trade? That is the next question.
I'm not gonna lie.
We are starting to develop the move where Enigma has taken their trade.
You're a genius. We hit the 3 origin. Right? Yeah. Makes. No, either way, it was a good front run.
I'm not sure, but Arcane might be in this trade as
We
well.
hard close the 3-minute under origin though.
Let's start build
Yeah, we did do that.
see if we can get some architecture on here.
Although we already kind of backtested it, so we'll see what kind of response we get from that. Targets, if we could close this 5 thinly, that'd be really nice. Same goes for the 15, but I think that's just going to be...
Not even taking a break. I do believe they're in this trade, and the reason I'm saying that is because they're not even taking a break to look at their chart. They are hyper charting right now. They are looking at every single possibility. Team Arcane has kicked it up into high gear. Let's turn Enigma off. Let them manage their trade, and let's listen to Arcane. I do believe they're in this trade. You do not want to miss a single thing. They're missing. They're starting to mark everything on both sides. What can stop this trade? What's going to support it up?
Between 10 to 15 minutes to build some shields, yeah. So I said 9 out of 10.
Don't believe Mafia is in this trade.
I think we're too way down here.
And Paradigm's target just got missed. Oh no. Just by a few dollars. Do they take it off the books if it comes back down? Is the level tested? Can it hold? Just by $1, they have missed their trade. Heartbreaking for Paradigm.
What did you say, JP?
Nah, nothing. Just feels too way down here.
Let's listen in on Enigma and see how they're managing this trade as it comes back down to their buy spot.
It could go back down to the origin, and I'm okay. I'm okay if it goes back down to the origin, to be honest.
Looks like they may have canceled their order.
We are chilling. Still in. Of course.
Are still in their trade. Okay. Bitcoin having a little bit of a pullback here.
Origin, though, for sure.
Enigma confident it's going to go to the origin, but not wanting to miss a trade, so they basically played both levels.
Gets created, or until we see something that looks like really scary. Like you could come down to the origin this candle and.
I mean, we're playing the creation of the 15-minute trend. We got to give it some time.
Dang, like 15-minute candle could go all the way down to the origin and then come back up and close an accumulation, and we'd still have trend, right? Like,
yeah.
We got to give this thing a sec. But I think we should be mindful of origin back tests and things that could actually push this thing down.
Yep, for sure.
Because there's nothing saying that it has to hold here. The short just could have been the short.
Absolutely.
Marcus making some great commentary there, talking about what could break the move down, really needing to see everything. So if Bitcoin does backtest a pretty important level like a 15-minute trend or a 15-minute backside or a hold level, being aware of that and saying, okay, it has tested this level, it is rejecting, we need to get out.
Yeah.
From first test, so like 25 minutes.
We gain this 3-minute shield.
Now is the waiting game. You manage your position, you watch the charts, you hope it doesn't go and break down to your level so you get put into a tough spot. You always are going to be faced at one point in a trade, no matter whether it's at the beginning or the end of the trade. with a tough decision of do I stay in or do I get out, unless your target is hit perfectly, then it's just a moment of solace. But 90% of the time in these trades, you are always faced with a tough decision. Just like right now, do you continue to hold your trade? Is it still developing?
Same with this 5.
Oof.
Got these nice little thinly levels. Come on, close thinly.
Coin not exactly looking great right now, but if it does hold, it can create that time frame push that it needs. Has the 1 minute, could gain the 3. The 5 is up a little higher.
Yo, this song
back
is
up
such
at
a
29,020. I knew can join the classic vintage vibes. I would not rate this a 10 out of 10 risk. I think there are levels lower that you can go after.
So
I would rate it maybe an 8.
Protects the
I think there's probably 2 levels below it still.
So let's
You are looking
watch
for
that
polarity. I
back
would
test
rate
and
it
see
an
what
8.
happens there.
Indeed.
Although I haven't charted this too much, to be
That
fair,
can
because
be
I am sitting here commentating.
reversal
I would
point.
assume that there's at
This
least one
doesn't
level.
end up
Well,
being a
we know
strong
there is.
read
There's
because we
the origin level, but
If you
there's
get a big,
probably one more level underneath
reaction
that.
off it, we'll get help.
Staying
Getting a
Alive says,
3-minute
thinks
shield?
Nuke is a G. Shared opinion by most people in chat. Team Paradigm
Good.
just
I'd like to see you get a 5 though.
barely missing this trade. If it
Wait,
goes
like,
up, they are
15
going to
minutes
be
to gain the
just.
Yeah. That's
They're
the
going to
thing
have a
with the 3
tough
and the
night if it
5,
goes
is there's
up.
That like weird disconnect. Like it's like this, like you know when you have like those 3-minute and 5-minute origins, and sometimes like one of them they're like in the same spot, but one
Team
of them will
Arcane
close, one
still
of them
in
won't.
this trade. Really have the level marked out that they want to get above to stay in this and justify it long term. In profits, not a lot, but in some
Let's
profits
get
here.
above this 5.
TA-Mafia waiting for
We
the
have a trigger
bigger
point
breakdown
too, I
on
think,
this
for
move.
turn. We got a little bit of minutes, a couple minutes to get to 5.
Yeah, we're getting time. Which one?
TA-Mafia has had to try to have their moment. This stream, could this be Enigma's moment? We all know TA-Mafia has been grinding away like crazy, taking awesome positions all day long. Not getting the bigger push that they wanted. This could be Enigma's moment as well. Thank you for the kind words, Chud. I am enjoying myself. I must admit, I think it's pretty cool too.
I think we're
Chart
chilling
Raiders is
for
here
now.
to stay, my friend. I'm going to be committing all my time to Chart Raiders going forward. So absolutely love being here. I'm going to be here every day and for many seasons and years to
7
come,
seconds
hopefully.
to create the 5.
As long as it keeps growing,
you
so
push up
do your
above it
part,
in the
help
next
spread the
7
word,
seconds?
help Chart Raiders grow, tweet about it, talk about it, get
Now we
people
got a
involved,
problem.
get this thing
Now
growing.
we cannot gain the 5-minute inverse.
Yeah.
I think it's probably the best platform I've seen in day trading yet, but of course I'm biased. I'm the host
we
and the
can
creator,
close the
but
5
I
thinly.
do think it's pretty cool. So do your part.
running a 5-minute
Chart
backside.
Raiders wants you to advertise for us.
Are we?
Think of Uncle Sam, except with a cotton mullet
I think we're alright
and
for now.
pointing a lollipop at you instead of a finger.
Like our target, our target.
Or even better, maybe a stick of
still
cotton candy, right?
29.4 something.
I can move to stop and profit.
Range trends. I wouldn't be worried if we get stopped out of this trade.
Whoever thought
I mean,
day
that's
trading
a
could be
good
so
trade.
darn fun, right?
I wouldn't be worried about that.
No, Nuke.
I would just let it play out. And that's it.
Yeah, Nuke. I'll allow for this 1-minute
Do
origin.
you
right
have
now.
what it takes to be a
You still
raider?
want to allow for it?
From
I
staying
don't wanna
alive?
Make any brash decisions at the current moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Hank Slot. Providing commentary is also such a nice addition to this concept.
we
I
did
agree,
hit the
and
5-minute
I'm really
backside, though, you're
enjoying
right.
it. I love these moments where we can get excited together and sharing some laughs and tears. It is a lot of fun.
1-minute shield gained.
You just
Team
held the
Phoenix not in a trade.
That's the real test.
Team Paradigm heartbroken. They just missed it by a few dollars. Enigma still in this trade. It is pulling back. It is still above team's entry, so this is okay. They are still in profits, but
No,
it
I
is
think we
pulling
should-
back a little bit. It's still moving down. TA-Mafia might have had the right idea after all. Just wait for the next part of the move. Let's watch all 5 teams at once right now, see how they're handling this.
I think we might have just laddered the break level on the 1.
No, we didn't.
Oh. We did hold. No, you have a 1 minute origin from the back of the range now.
Oh, you do?
29.8, 798.
Marcus helping take that load off of Inuk by doing all that work on the end. Team Phoenix looks like they're setting something up. They really want to get a piece of this too by the looks of it.
I don't think.
I wonder if they're going to be entering the same trade late or if they're waiting for a much lower
We just need to
piece.
hold out until we can create this 15-minute trend.
How much time more time?
7 minutes.
Okay.
7 minutes and we have a 15-minute trend, says Marcus. Bitcoin is having a bit of a push up here right now. It is moving up quite quickly.
A little bit this.
Let's see if it turns into anything or if it's just kind of a little bit of a shaking of the charts. It is pushing up nicely right now. I wonder if the other teams are starting to feel the pressure. Paradigm's going to be sitting there just biting their fingernails like crazy because they missed their trade by about $1.
We're going to the upside.
Trying to create a 1 minute origin on top.
Team Arcane currently over $100 of profit, setting a higher up target here, looking to take a big chunk out of these charts.
Just trying to develop this range.
Looking for that 2% play that TA-Mafia was looking for. Not quite there yet, but it is starting to develop.
Maybe this 1 minute reverse will get tested.
Possibly.
Bitcoin pulling back a little bit. Again, just the constant back and forth right now. Trying its hardest to stabilize this level. You've got to start looking for other time frames. We do have 3 minute hold levels created. They are not holding the move. We don't have a 5 minute yet. However, in a minute and 30 seconds, we will have what could create a 5 minute hold level. So in a minute and 30 seconds, if we don't dump, we will have a target to gain on the other side. So right here, if we create this in a blue candle, if this finishes as a blue candle, we will create the top of this as a target to get over. So that'll be the first step here. We gotta just hold price for the next minute and a half so we have a target to get over. We cannot dump too hard, so there's gonna be some pressure coming in on Bitcoin to dump the move. But as long as it holds and we can open and print a new white candle in 1 more minute, we have a target to gain, which will support the move.
This 5 minute
And the
inverse.
15, well, it could actually create here as well if we can continue to hold this move. This would be pretty tough though. You've got 5-6 minutes left to hold this smaller piece. I don't think you're going to be able to do that. But you might be able to hold this 5 and then use this up here as the 15 right here. We're going to see how it looks as this move develops. We're going to move some of our targets around here. We're going to take the 15. We're going to put it there because we do want to gain that. We're going to remove this 15. We don't need it. We do want to gain that level right there right now. Of course, that's subject to move because there still is quite some time left in the chart. Every team still in their position. 13 more seconds. If Bitcoin holds, it will try to make a move up. It should preferably close over 28. Yeah, there we go.
Well, we didn't there. That's not action.
We gained a 5 minute inverse.
Okay, let's tread carefully. It kind of just becomes, do we want to wait to see if this trend can get created, or
That is exactly what it is. Do we want to wait for this to get created or not?
I think we see what this 1 minute does. Because you're still just holding the origin.
Yeah.
We do have that target starting to develop. Just like we said, if we can hold that price, this will become a target for Bitcoin. It'll likely test it and have a small pullback on it because it's going to say, okay, we need to gain this as a hold level. So if Bitcoin can gain this, we're going to be creating the support for the future. So it will have a slight pullback off of this level. If it doesn't and it blasts straight over top of it, it's the type of move that can continue to go up maybe to this 15 and have the pullback there. But ultimately, this will be a huge moment for Bitcoin right now. Let's zoom into time frames before we go back to the teams. And you're seeing it right now stopping dead in its tracks, trying, and it will try to gain this level, but it will stop dead in its tracks here and see if it can gain this level. And there it is. Can it boost over? You've got 3 minutes. It might just boost over this level. Create it for the future. Go right for that 15 like we said. Here we go. It's going straight up.
This could be the spot.
Can Bitcoin do it? Is this the moment?
15-minute shield now.
It's blowing right by that 5-minute level, just like we had thought. One of two things can happen. It can stop dead, or it can blow right by it and try to attack this 15. This 15 is going to be a huge moment for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Hasn't hit it yet.
What is it going to do? It has stabilized its move. It is now trying to develop up.
And 29,111.
Come on, Bitcoin. Keep pushing. Hit that 15-minute level, baby.
I don't know if we have different stuff.
Let's gain one thing at a time. Let's just focus on getting the 5-minute
We got to give
shield now.
Bitcoin some
We broke a 3-minute trend.
big time juice here.
But I think the next one will be it. All 3-minute week. Backside. Starting to create a trail on the game.
Come on, Bitcoin. Hit that 15-minute level and don't stop.
This is dangerous if we take hard off this 3 minute.
If you hit hard off this 3-minute, I'm out.
I don't know, but we are developing a 15 minute.
Can it do it? There's a 15-minute level. Is it going to pull back? Yep, there's the pullback. Is it going to push straight over and boost? Here we go, Bitcoin. This is your moment. Don't let this 15-minute define your failure. Keep pushing through. This is it right here.
You're also rejecting the creation of the hourly inverse right now. 2 minutes, you can stay above this hourly.
2 minutes and you stay above the hourly inverse.
Come on, Bitcoin. Don't let this stop the move. You do not want to get below this 1 minute level. It will act as an inverse to the move. If you hit this 15, go down below the 1, it will act as an inverse and could possibly put failure into Bitcoin. It has to gain this move, and it will try. Here we go. It's attempting a second. Here we go. Second push being attempted right now. This is where shorts will start to exit because they'll see that creation of the 15. There's no going back because once you get over top of this, it acts as the support. Here we go. Bitcoin starting to push. Once it gets over top of this level, it will use this as support in the future to continue to move up the 15-minute hold level, or possibly this reverse. So getting down here, getting entry down at this level is premium if it gains it. Here it goes. Bitcoin is starting to move up. Let's check in on Team Enigma, see what they're looking at for profits right now. They're going to be in great profits. Gaining this level is huge right now.
Let's make sure we gain this 15-minute hold. If it rejects and we open under it, I'm just gonna exit. You think?
39 seconds to gain this 15-minute level. Oh my God, less than 1 minute for Bitcoin to stay above 29,050. Looks like I can't quite see level 2052. It has to get back over top of it. $2 more. It needs to push up. Remember, it still has a 5-minute level below, so it is not failure yet. It still has a huge hold level below, but it is ideal if in the next 10 seconds Bitcoin has a boost up. It needs $2 more. Now $7, falling back a bit more. 2 more minutes, so close it couldn't
not created. We could
gain its level. It still has the 5-minute, but it attempted to gain the 15. It attempted a huge breakout. It will try to pull back now a little bit. Let's see if it can keep moving up.
You also have a 1 minute at 29.
The vintage jazz was just not quite enough to give Bitcoin what it needed, but the move is still not over. We have developed a 5-minute on the bottom. You do have this 5-minute level developed right here, so you do have a level it can back up onto. You have created the 5. Remember, you did bounce off this 5-minute level. You created one here. You are starting to create the trail. The best case scenario for Bitcoin right now, the next thing you'd be looking at is you don't want any of this tested because you want an untested hold level to be able to support this. You have back tested this 5. This 5 has developed this hold level right here. You want to leave this unscathed. And if you can do that, it means it again acts as perfect support as an untested level in the future. So right now, the most important thing, if Bitcoin is going to move up, is that it doesn't come back down and test this level. This is going to be critical for Bitcoin right now if we want to move up long term. It can still gain this 15-minute level. It's not, it would have been nice to gain it on the spot, but it can still gain it. Again, you just don't want to come down too far here Because if you do test this level, it means Bitcoin has to stabilize all over again. It means you're going to go down, you're going to test this level. You have to start opening up another 5-minute distribution candle like this, even higher than this one. And then you have to kind of go around here and then regain that and make another attempt at a higher time frame. So you really don't want to see this. What you want to see is this whole level not get touched at all, and for Bitcoin to just be able to come back up over time and test that.
Testing 3-minute backside right now.
Stream ends in 1 hour. Teams have 1 hour left to trade. It has just tested that 5-minute level, so this is going to be now a 5-minute tested level. It will try to support the move. Something's going on Team Phoenix's page here. They've got shorts and long set up. Let's keep our eyes peeled on Enigma, as they are in a very exciting position right now.
Did you move the stop loss and profit?
No. Because he could still go down to the 1-minute origin.
People in chat saying the move couldn't pump because the music ended too early. Very good possibility. Could agree with that.
Goals that were failing really hard.
Possibly.
Knife Catcher saying I've infected everybody with my passion. This is a good thing.
You didn't gain the hourly.
It's a good infection to take.
And we gained the 15-minute trend.
Oh, so close, Bitcoin. Once again, getting to just this high tension, high heart rate, just exciting pounding moment, and it just couldn't quite gain the 15. This has been the story all day long with Bitcoin. It has tried so many times to have these breakout moments, and it has come so close, and then this has led to the failure of the move, because every time it tries to gain one of these moves and fails, it has a bigger breakdown. Man, this is tough to see when you have so many teams on the brink of such great trades, and Bitcoin just can't manage to stabilize. This has, like I've said, this has happened so many times throughout the course of the day that it's almost unreal. It just shows the strength of how strong the short market is right now in crypto. It's the moment where Bitcoin pulls up to the finish line, nose to nose with place number 2, creeps a little in front, falls back a little bit, finish, you're on the final lap, finish line is coming in half a mile, you go up, you go back, you go up, you go back, it's a snapshot finish, and Bitcoin can't finish in first. It keeps trying to gain these levels, keeps failing. Now we're in the waiting game on Bitcoin again. We either dump down in a big way, or we wait to create more levels, attempt to fuel another attack on a higher time frame, and try to once again gain one of these critical levels. Go right now to your charts, find the right moments. The hourly could be created in 55 minutes, so that's pretty far away. New 15-minute candle could be created off of this level in another 10 minutes. You've got nothing major happening yet. You got 12 seconds for a blue candle, so if you can hold the bottom of this move, you may take a little push up to try to gain the blue level here, the 5-minute blue.
We attack the front side. That would be nice.
We do have the printing of that blue candle, so we might try to go for a little push up here.
I don't like this.
Ladder off the current point down from 28,956. Maybe ladder off this and go up, but again, not really looking great for Bitcoin. Let's go back to the arena. Check it out. Looks like Enigma's not going to be in this trade for much longer. Paradigm has just gotten filled on this trade. Enigma may still be in this trade, but Paradigm is also in this trade looking for the bounce. They've got the perfect entry. Now, can Bitcoin actually stabilize and move up? They have taken their spot. They've taken their shot. I'm not sure what level this is. It could be a 1-minute origin maybe.
But that would be significant next time.
Let's go tune into Paradigm and see how they're managing this trade. They have taken this bounce. It has hit perfectly for them. Hopefully for them and Enigma's sake, this does bounce the move. It's holding steady. Bitcoin not moving in either direction. Frozen in time.
Yeah.
This could hold the move right here. Paradigm getting a laser sharp entry. All teams have been on their A game, getting the perfect entries. However, can this level hold?
Oh, I need to see where the stop loss is.
All right,
Here we go. Bitcoin has started its push. Paradigm has nailed their trade. Every single team today has been nailing these entries. Enigma possibly still in their trade as well. It has hit one of their backup levels. They are looking for it to climb. Both teams right now biting their nails, waiting for this push up on Bitcoin. Can this be the one that tries to stabilize the move?
I have a 3-minute inverse. No 5 yet.
We have
Possible on this candle as
54
well.
minutes left in the stream. Teams may be allowed to trade afterwards
Got it. Yeah,
for a
we
little
get-
bit.
we
We're going to
get
see how the
five
stream
with,
goes.
3
Bitcoin's very
minutes
volatile.
20.
You'd hate to cut it
If I
off.
could turn white.
Final updates will happen Monday morning on the teams and how
Got
they finished
13
ranked and
seconds
everything
on
like
the
that, because they
one.
will still have some time
Yeah,
to
the
trade.
stop
If they are
loss
in a
is at
trade
288.60.
before the stream ends, remember that team can stay in that trade. So if a team is in a trade and the stream ends, they are allowed to stay in their trade as long as they
Alright.
want. They cannot open
Start
new
building some
trades,
candles
but they
here.
can stay in their trade. So if teams are exiting today with a trade, they could possibly
we
be in
have
it
the
all
one in
weekend.
origin
And
and the
this is
range
why we
trend.
updated on Monday.
Moves holding.
Paradigm has hit the perfect entry. Bitcoin needs to take a move up here off of this level. Not only for Paradigm's sake, but also for Enigma's sake as well. Let's quickly go over
We
check
didn't
over
hit
on
the leg
TA-Mafia.
yet,
It
so
has hit
that's
their
good.
level perfectly as well. I'm not sure if they took entry here. If they did, they
But we need
absolutely
to move
sniped
up
it
now.
once again.
There's
I'm
no
not
other
100%
way.
sure if they've taken
Yeah,
position
if
here.
he-
But they
these
do have the level
timeframes,
marked.
he needs to move
Whether they took
quick.
the position or not, they did not take the position. They are looking much lower. Okay, let's
Yep,
go to Enigma.
20
Enigma's
seconds.
still in their position.
20 seconds. It'll be our third minute in the trade.
Phoenix also has the same level marked. You love to see it. Everybody using the signs perfectly to pick the level.
All right, push it up.
Let's go to Paradigm. Watch them trade. They are in the trade right now. They have used a good amount of leverage here.
All right. Gives us
Not
a
too
lower
much. Looks like
shield.
$500 of leverage. Nothing major.
Always
But,
look at the bright
enough to
side.
make a difference if this thing
That's
keeps
right.
moving up.
Love the
100x trade,
optimism.
$500, so nothing
Alright,
crazy.
we hit. So this is our 4th minute in the trade. Okay.
We do have a daily origin being pointed out in chat at 28,730.4 is what I have marked on Binance. We do
That
have
was
that
quick
level
away.
indeed.
40
It is a great
seconds.
target.
Got
We
the
do
hand
have
on the
another level
slider.
under it.
It's
It
ready to
can
go
deep
when
dive
we
the
need to.
origin as long as it holds it.
Okay,
We do have
gotcha.
28,562.8
minutes,
and
no shield, we get out, right? This is a
28,380.9. So we
10.
do have a
Well,
couple
this
levels
isn't a
underneath this
10,
origin.
Actually, no, yeah.
You could
origin.
absolutely
origin,
sink
yeah.
down to it and
We
boost
have
right back
the
up
newly
top of that.
created ranged uptrend that's holding as well.
Quickly going over to my chart here so we don't miss any action. You could hit this origin right here and bounce up.
I would watch.
But the most
I'll
important
keep an
thing
eye
is
on
that
the
you
5
don't
closing,
hard close this
where we are.
origin underneath this one
Yep,
right
we've
here.
got a minute and
That's the
10 on
most
that.
important thing. So you could see it go down to this target even a little
So
deeper.
that's gonna give us the
Come up
inverse.
like this over top. That
confirmed
would be
inverse.
okay. You have another scenario where you could go all the way down to this
Okay,
4
1 minute.
block, it right back up and
Blue,
come
it's
over top.
okay.
Make a new move. You could front run this level, meaning that you've laddered off it, which will be an even bigger, quicker move
Anybody
up.
watching,
And you could hit this
what's
right
going on?
on spot. So there's quite a few different possibilities that could happen here. I'm going to shut
stream?
up. Let's watch Paradigm.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, good. All right, cool.
Great
backside.
entry by Paradigm. Now let's see it develop for them.
Yep.
Every team
Moving on
absolutely
up,
on
about
fire
30
today.
seconds.
Exiting
Looking
properly,
looking good.
taking perfect trades. Unbelievable how good these teams are
Yeah.
doing today.
Like to see it get above this trend. All right.
All right, I'm proposing 23 as target and just.
I believe Enigma
to
is still in their trade. This level is starting to gain. Paradigm might have the last laugh.
23,
Perfect entry by
23,
Paradigm.
yeah.
Now let's see if it can turn into something.
It's not much, but I think our real order is the best trade. We're hitting.
Looks like they're just going for a quick scalp on this. They don't believe it's actually going to move up on the charts. So they've got a close
So
position pretty close.
29023.
They just want to take a quick little profit.
I would hover the slider, but if it inverses off of that, I would say I think we should just exit and go for the rebuy.
Okay.
That
They
was
do
what,
want to just
our
lock
deal-
up a small
our deal
profit
was
here,
for,
so they're
unless I'm
not
wrong.
looking for the longer
I'm wrong,
development.
otherwise that's cool.
I'm
Perfectly
directly
great.
over
Quick little scalp.
29023, so
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes on a 100x, a 100x
Okay,
scalp.
coming
Let's
up
see
on
if it
that
hits their
3-minute
target.
inverse. Let's.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Joe, for targets?
I'm going to defer to Jay on that one, and I think that sounds correct. But let's see what happens in the moment. On that 5 minute is turned white. That's a good
Interestingly
sign.
enough, though, we have 4 minutes left in the current
Take profit
candle.
here, go for the
If we
rebuy.
close in
We have a 1 minute
distribution, we
rebuy
could be
now.
gaining a 15-minute candle here.
We haven't gotten to the wick of the 3 or the 1.
take the profit to 23. 23, take it. What? Take it.
Yeah, yeah,
23?
I'm okay with. We're hitting the wick of the 3 right now on Binance.
26, damn
So
it.
Looks like they missed their first spot to get out. They might want to consider either just leaving
we're
it,
still in good
letting it
shape.
get hit, or moving it up. Something interesting is
You're
happening
not
on my
gonna
screen
rebuy
here.
in this area because that would make sense.
is that
the
you
1 minute
are
origin. If you
possibly
wanna get out, you can
developing
get
this
out.
as a 15-minute level.
We can always read by 1 minute
They
origin.
don't want to get out without that limit order. With a market order, they want to take a limit exit here.
It's your chance
They're
to
up just
limit
a
out.
nice $110 or $20. Just quickly over here, you might be gaining this 15-minute level. Something very important to
get
be
up there,
aware
do
of
it.
here. So if their order doesn't get filled, they might want to just take it off the books.
No, but I think this is the smart exit.
This move
Okay,
holding
here we
right
go.
now
Let's pull-
very
let's pull it.
tightly,
There we
very
go.
high.
Move it up.
It is pushing up. It is
Move it
going to
up.
fill their target. They are
the
going to
wick
be
of
able to get
three
exit on this. It
again.
looks like they will be filled. It's very close.
It's trying to.
It's got partial
I want
order
to
filled
stay
for
in this
them.
trade so badly.
But didn't we agree that it's like a quick in and out kind of thing? Or, I mean, if you want to stay, tell me.
They can't really
we got
stay. It's too
partially
late. Half of
filled.
their order has been filled
No, I
already.
think it's-
They can stay with the
pull
other
back off
half
the-
for sure,
the-
but
the
at this point,
top
I
of
think
the-
they just
that
lock up
origin
their
and pull back down
profits.
to the next origin.
We're hitting the wick of the final
It
one
has
here.
tested
Actually, no,
the
there's a
1 minute level.
reverse. It still hit 52.
15-minute body, 1 minute level. This
1
is
minute,
starting to look more
141.
and more
Alright,
like
we just
breakout
hit 3,
territory
the 5
for
still
Bitcoin.
moving up. We don't
As
have
it starts to gap in on that
holding
15-minute level, 2 more minutes, and we have a
Ember's candle
15-minute
here,
candle
RBO.
printed, and we are very close to gaining
not
the level
yet,
as
though.
well.
So,
So the higher you go
Ember's
up,
candle.
if
next
this blue
13
candle
seconds.
closes like this in such a tiny way, like
We
if
have
you have a
like
small
what,
candle here, if price can go all the way up to here, and it
$240.
stops before the
Let's
close
let
of
it
that
drag a
candle,
little.
Alright.
what's going to happen is you're going to create that 15-minute candle, and you only need about $20 or $30
we
to
got
gain it
filled.
and move up in a
Yeah, we
fast
got
way.
filled. We got $123.
So I do believe Paradigm has exited that trade.
All
They
right, where
do.
we're gonna
They
buy at?
exit in profits.
Sophie?
But really, right now, you could be
1 minute
like if you
rebuy
linger around this price for 2 more
or
minutes,
origin.
that could be
That's what I
it.
see.
Back to the drawing board for all teams. I think
But
Enigma
from what
is
I
still in
gather,
this
that was
trade.
our expectation when taking these kind of moves.
Great job for Paradigm. Nice little scalp.
Yeah,
Profits
cool.
in the book. They got a perfect trade, in my opinion. Everything they wanted. Not every trade has to be this big long-term banger. They've gotten a great scalp trade. Somebody asking in chat, could this be reversal here? Indeed, it could. If you do create that 15-minute candle, the body of that, you've got 1 more minute. Realize that you have such an easy target to gain. Again, you're seeing it on Enigma's screen. They are watching this exact thing. If you close in distribution here, you have a perfect hold level. If you were to close right here, all you need to do is get about $5 to get above that hold level. Sometimes you do see that on the charts where you print a 15-minute candle or an hourly candle, and then you boost right over top of it very shortly after. So this is what you've got to be watching now. 50 seconds for the close of this candle. Let's take a look. I've got it on my screen, timer on the right. What are you going to do, Bitcoin? Are you going to create this blue candle? Imagine if it created right here. You're $2 away from gaining a 15-minute level. That could lead to a massive pump. This could indeed be reversal. People are asking in chat. You've got to see the higher time frame develop. You've got to see the backside gain here. You do have an origin level. You have a potential origin here. You do have an hourly body right here. There's quite a few things, but it all has to start somewhere. It all has to kind of start in one moment. Now, 15 seconds left, 10 seconds almost. If this closes in blue, if it can hang around right here for 10 more seconds, you have a crazy easy target to go after. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a little bit of a dump coming in. Okay, so relatively easy target. It's not as easy as it could have been. You're about $15 away. It's not that bad. Let's watch Enigma's trade as we get into this. But you do have that 15-minute candle now. So with a little bit of a push, you can break over top of this thing and snap it. It is going to have a pullback off of that though, because it is a target. So you are going to see a little bit of short volume come in.
Oh, 29055.
Hello, one.
Things are
Oh,
really
yeah.
starting to heat up at the end of our trading day for Bitcoin. We're
There's
really
one
starting to
right
get
over
into
here.
some of these spots where teams are looking to take trades. I think Paradigm is going to be setting up their next
Still
order
kinda
as
think
well.
we might
They do
come
have a
down to
long
punch
set here.
them.
Looks like they're going to go into crazy scalp territory. They're just going to go back and forth and scalp this thing till it breaks out. Great plan by them. Hopefully it hits their target. Let's keep watching Enigma. Enigma in profit in their trade still.
Just chill on this for a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that we're gaining inverses, but that's kind of part of the
What inverses?
any pullback. You got like a 3 minute. It's gonna be gained.
No, yeah. We got like a 1.
Got a 1.
The greatest thing about this week
15
is
minutes,
I've had
that's
time to
pretty
kind
easy
of
to gain,
practice
though. On top of
commentating all
all-
week. So from the first day we started, where I was doing commentary
Close a
on the
4
charts,
hour
to
and
today, I
43
think there's
minutes.
a big difference. I think as the days go on, I get better and better at kind of
What does that mean?
commentating the stuff and just communicating
could we
on
set it at
behalf
hard
of
close or
what's
something
happening for our
in
audience.
43
So
minutes?
hopefully people are able to follow it. Hopefully it's gotten
Good
better
reason
over the
to
days
try
and
to
keeps
exit quick on
continuing
this,
to get
and by
better.
quick, I just mean
Then ultimately I'm able to
hard-defined
communicate
exit.
all these things in
So
a
it could
perfect
make
way for our audience,
sense.
making it even more enjoyable for them. Because that's the
Yeah,
big
coming back to
consideration when
hug
you're doing
trend.
this from my perspective, is that you have to be able to communicate the stuff with an
we
audience,
did
and
break
there's a
that
whole kind of
original
flow
one
that I
origin,
have to
so
get.
I'll
I've
take
got
that
my
off the
stream deck
screen.
here, I've got all these buttons, I've got to mute and unmute sources, I've got about 4 or 5 different things. I've got 3 monitors set up, I've got my camera I have to engage with.
think the
I've
fact
got
that we
2
actually
full
tested
scenes
that
on a
1 minute
Stream Deck,
origin and didn't hold
Stream
like a
Deck
hold
XL. So we got
and
1,
ladder
2,
the
3,
origin
4, 5, 6,
is
7, 8 buttons on the
pretty good.
top, 4 rows, so 8, 16, 24,
Yeah, so
32
it's-
buttons I control here on my Stream
I
Deck
really
on
think
one
you're just
page,
gonna
another
hug
full
trend
32
closely.
on the
Like, I
other
think you're
page. I've
just gonna
got
make a couple little
60.
sideways-
I've got 2 of them unused and
Like,
2
you're
of them
just
are
gonna
the arrow
round
buttons. So I
out,
got
just
60
make
buttons that I'm
little body
interacting
this is
with.
really
I've got the
reminiscent
mic
of?
that I got to worry about the positioning.
Remember
I've
that
got
trade that we
all
ran
team
on,
to
like,
communicate
Monday?
through muting and unmuting hosts and
That we
guests. So it's
exited
been a bit of a
way too
learning
quickly
curve
at
for
the
me, but I
bottom.
think I'm getting pretty
Hard
darn
roll
good at
official
it.
move.
And hopefully it keeps growing so that I can continue
What?
to commentate this stuff at a high
Oh, I
level. So
don't, but-
yeah.
Oh,
So
well, it was
hopefully
literally
in the
these-
coming
this
weeks it
exact
gets
same trade.
even better.
We,
We'll see,
we,
I guess.
we exited like right now, and then it shot up.
Good old anecdotal science.
Wishing it was
Anecdotal
Monday already,
science.
says Joker. Me too, but we've got mentorship tomorrow. We're going to be busy going through our learning cycle this weekend. We take a break on the
Hoping we
weekends.
just
We
hug trend
learn,
closely.
we study hard, we
That's
go
the
over new
hypothesis.
material, come back the next week better. Every
Go
single
sideways
week
for
we
like
get better.
6
So
1-minute candles.
yeah, we have
Like
mentorship learning on
500
the
minutes.
weekends.
Yeah.
You're on par with David
30,000
Attenborough. I
billion.
have no idea who that is, but I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you very much.
Free
Unless he's
trades for like
terrible, in
30,000
which way I'll still take it
minutes
as a compliment. Noah says
The
you're killing it.
method,
Thank you
it'll
so
teach
much.
you this and- Cool.
Rohan says, I can't express how much fun this is to watch. You've done an absolutely incredible job, and it gets better every day. Thank you very much, Cruel. Cruel, you've been here for a long time. You've been following for over 2 years. Great to see you, Crueler.
We might go down to like one of these 1-minute levels.
Hi, Alan says, loving the content. Perfect. Good. Yes, absolutely. Enigma still in their trade, but not out of it yet. Still in profits. They're in a good spot. Let's
It's
make sure
also
all
like-
teams are keeping up on this. Looks like Team Paradigm might have another entry they are looking at. So they have executed the first perfect scalp. Now, if this moves up, they have to enter a position on this bounce. If they don't enter a position on this bounce and it moves up, fundamentally they've made a mistake by getting out of the position too early instead of holding it. But so far, they've caught the perfect knife on the bottom. They sold the perfect top spot on the top and will look to maybe get re-entry. I'm not sure, but if it goes up, then they missed their opportunity. But for now, they've handled it perfectly. OG real Cruel. Yep, OG's been Cruel's been here for a long time for sure. Looks like Team Phoenix may be in a trade. Let's go check over on theirs, see what they've got going on. I believe they just entered a trade. I did see something on their screen that looked like a position.
Oh my gosh, this 5 minute is killing me.
Team
Yeah, 'cause
Arcane
Sean
also
Hunt
possibly
gets
in a
the daily
trade.
Origin. It's like pretty decent, but then it's can obviously deep dive the daily origin quite a lot.
Yeah,
sure.
I wonder if Arcane's still in this trade with us.
Arcane's still
Okay,
in
so
the
we
trade
will hard
apparently.
close outside.
They have not left the trade.
outside of a
Arcane is
1 minute
still in.
downtrend
That's
here.
right. I forgot. They actually
Good.
entered this trade much
Potentially.
earlier.
Okay,
They are
we
still
created
in it.
one
I
downtrend,
completely
but,
forgot about that. Slipped my mind. So we could possibly have
We'd
3
like to gain
teams
this
in
one
this
as a
trade
shield
right
and
now.
not create a 1 minute uptrend.
Yeah, we're still hugging trend. Hopefully we can gain one of these 1 minutes.
Help us out, Rob, by looking at kind of higher time frames and whatnot, please.
Let's mute Enigma and listen just to Phoenix for a moment.
Nice. Thank you.
We haven't gained anything on the top, which is looking good.
Cruel
as
says we
far
need
as
to do
it
giveaways. We
goes,
did do
as you
giveaways
said, when it goes straight down,
a couple
you
streams
only got a
back
minute
in the
inverse,
preseason.
and
We did a
every
3,000
level is
USDT
tested after
giveaway.
that,
Jasper in our
inverse
community won
wise.
$1,000. He won the big one, and
I
then a
would
whole
adjust
whack
the
of people won
stop
$50
loss.
giveaways. About 40 winners in total, so it was
if
pretty
you
cool.
want.
Do some again in the
Just in
future for
case.
Discord.
Yeah.
We just gained that
Is this-
1 minute shield there. I think we did.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only
And
one. yeah.
And it didn't create a trend either.
I could adjust the stop loss to above the test that we just had.
All right.
What does everyone think about that?
Yeah, because other people would be looking for short of this 1 minute inverse at the top.
Yeah.
Because they were wanting to get in.
Everybody in the world asking why Bitcoin is dumping right now. BTS did just release an album yesterday. There's some theories going around that BTS has done this
I'd like
again.
to get back under this 1 minute downtrend. It's so steep though.
This is opened outside of the 5 minute range now, so.
We are now in a position to close the 5, 3 minutes on another 5.
Well, you have a 3 minute inverse as well.
8 minutes on the 15.
Somehow Twitch doesn't notify me about your streams.
fine,
Well,
I should
the great
do
thing
that.
is going forward, Cruel, we're here 7 a.m. till 2 p.m. MDT, Monday to Friday, so you will never miss a stream as long as you can follow the 7 a.m. to 2 p.m.
I think this 1
Again,
minute
MDT. That's the hours of operation for chart raiders. 5 days a week, 7 hours a day, sometimes 8, sometimes 6, but at least 5 to 6.
Like, jeez.
I'm very happy we just created that 1 minute shield mid range.
Let's see where Paradigm is at on this. Looks like they might be
always use
trying
that
to set up their next trade.
before it kind of
They're not in it yet, but it looks like they are trying to set it up.
It's just tough by the time.
You can see just behind their stop loss, it is about to hit their target. They're about to take a second entry on this. If they snipe this, oh my god.
Then we're not going to be in.
Let's go listen to what's going on in Team Paradigm's
Ladder
heads right
point
now.
on the
If they
3 minute,
snipe
look
this
at the 3
entry,
minute
they have
range
gotten
trend,
2
even the 3
picture
minute
perfect
ladder,
entries.
This will protect the ladder on the
Of course, it
3.
has to go up afterwards, but
I wouldn't be
We're not
concerned with
in
the
yet.
1.
it is so close for them to get in. They
I
are
vote
so
to leave
close
it.
to their position.
Okay.
They may not get a chance. They are
Looks like we're
so
gonna miss it anyway. It's
close.
Right there at it. No,
we're okay.
Wait a minute.
They're in their trade. Bitcoin has to
Oh,
hold and
we're
move
in.
up now. They
Yeah,
might
we're
have
in.
just secured a second
Nice.
perfect entry, turning themselves into the absolute
So we
scalp
have a
kings.
confirmed 3 on the top.
Holding the range trend. Holding the ladder, moving up.
Whoa, Bitcoin is getting very volatile right now, spiking up and down very quickly.
Stop loss 865.
Team Enigma still
thank you.
is
And
in their
we're
trade.
above the origin point.
Arcane still in their trade as well.
Come on.
Bitcoin looking to push up.
We're gonna create a shield.
The story of the afternoon has been
29.76.
Paradigm though,
We need to get
sniping
to
2 perfect
29.76
entries
the 1
on
minute.
this. If Bitcoin moves up, Paradigm is becoming the absolute scalping kings.
Target.
You
Here
wanna
we go.
look for
Bitcoin is starting to
local target, or
stabilize
do you
and
want-
move up.
Do you want to try to stay in this one? What
They
do you
have
guys think?
they have secured 2
Trade to
perfect
local target, the
entries
1
on
minute
this
again.
trade.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Like this move.
An underground society, hidden from the public.
Okay, I'm not the target.
Competition of raiders, pillaging for digital gold. Do they have what it takes to reap the markets? For the first time, tickets to our world are being handed out. Join the pillaging in season 1 of Chart Raiders, streaming live on Twitch.
So
Quick little
probably-
break there to get to a commercial.
We just hit the origin.
We are trying to attack the 3 minute.
Here we go.
we have
Paradigm
a 3
has
minute versus
they've done it.
289.80.
They've turned themselves
Get
into
above
the
that in the
scalp
next
kings.
candle.
They have done it. They've gotten perfect
For
entry back to
closing
back.
the
You
5-minute
love to
trend
see it.
in
Look at how
five-
incredible
possibly
this
5
entry
seconds.
is. They've entered with a higher amount of margin this time, close to $700 by the looks of it.
White, just now. That's a good sign.
Paradigm still in the
Yeah,
trade.
Meaning day 15.
Arcane, Enigma, all in the trade. I believe Phoenix is in this trade as well.
Alright, proposed target 142 for now. I don't know.
29,
Let me get the actual price.
This thing is moving up really quickly.
130. Proposed target for now.
130.
130. Sorry?
They are in a good profit.
29130,
I wonder if they're going to take
Yeah,
another
yeah.
scalp. Do they continuously just take these scalps?
We
Looks
got-
like their
we got 30
plan is to
seconds on
take
this
the
panel.
exit
It's
here.
really
It
looking
goes
to be
down.
white
They get
unless
entry
something
again
really
for the
weird
third
happens,
time.
so-
This could be
We're gaining
incredible.
this 15.
They are on fire, dude.
Yeah.
Guys and girls,
Good eye.
Paradigm is
Close
just
that
nailing
5-minute
it right now
trend.
if this hits.
1 minute 15 on the 3 minute shield creation. Excuse me, potential.
Let's see what Enigma's looking
I'm
at
really
here.
Looking at
Potential origin right now.
We are above a 15-minute level. The 15-minute level we had just created, we are above it now once
Yeah.
again. We could be
And the
creating a
next origin
15-minute
is
level here. I
39,
don't know if Paradigm should exit.
155. With hard
Of
close,
course, you've got to let them make
we
their
just close
decision
white.
and not influence it, but Oh my
Nice,
god,
yeah,
the
look
15-minute
at
level just gained, and we are boosting right over
Yeah,
top
and
of it. This
you're-
15-minute
can
level.
still
Once
hit.
again, Bitcoin is trying that breakout, the same breakout it tried
Shall
on
we
this 15-minute level.
reconsider
It's trying it again for a second
higher
time and
target?
trying to succeed.
Yeah, but we don't have a lot of time.
It'll be coming
That's
to the
why we have
hourly
like
level
30
soon.
minutes.
It is getting over top
Take
of
the
the
money
hourly.
and
Is this
run,
the
guys.
moment? Is this it? Did
Let's
Paradigm
see how
catch
this
it? Do they stay in their
develops.
trade?
Okay,
Look at that.
They are
the
so
one
close to their
3-minute
target.
candle
Do they
that stays
take
zooming.
profits here? $270 in profit.
Hit
If
this
it gains
trend.
as hourly,
Pick a
this thing
smart
is
target,
gone.
Take the money and run.
They
Okay,
want
I
to exit
agree.
their trade. You
Sorry,
can't blame them.
I agree.
You have the push over the hourly.
Let's
Got
do
the
it.
slider bar. It's holding the slider bar. It is
Okay, we
still
got
set at
15 seconds on this
133.
3-minute. I'd like to see it turn white. Of course it will.
It's at 130.
They're moving it up, but the question is, if it gains as hourly, oh my
solid
god, this
white,
thing is
15
going to
solid
pump like
white.
crazy.
It's gonna pump.
But I
It's
think they
gonna
might
pump.
look for
It's gonna
re-entry
pump
as
from
well. They
here.
keep sliding up their profits.
All
They
right,
are
we're out.
filled.
Well,
They
Let
did
it-
take
let
their
it-
profits.
let
They're
it
out of
go,
the
let
trade.
it
Does
go,
this
let
pull
it
back
go
and
to
is
the
it perfect?
moon.
Let's take a look. Let's watch.
Take
They've
our
made another
$295
$300.
dollars, guys.
We have
It's
33
in
minutes.
your
Great
pocket.
job, but if this thing
Nice,
moves up, the
okay.
fear is that
Sorry.
this thing pumps
It's
out of
up
its
to the
mind
plan.
right now.
Let it run,
So
let it
Arcane and
run.
and
We got
Enigma
it.
absolutely
Okay,
in
I'm testing you.
in a great spot. Let's go take a look. We have gained the hourly. Hopefully they didn't leave too soon. Great trades by them, but oh my god, this would be the moment that it happens on Bitcoin. Talk about an exciting end to our week. Arcane still in the trade. Teams likely looking to stay in this trade now for a while. I guess we're gonna see. Paradigm celebrating some great wins. Looks like Team Arcane has exited their trade with $1,000 of profit. I don't know if I saw that right. I believe I did. It has hit their target perfectly. I think Arcane just sniped an insane exit. $1,022 of profit for Team Arcane. Locked it up. Hit perfect targetly. Hit target perfectly. I'm going to confirm the number with Arcane. That is a bigger trade. I'm going to ask them for confirmation right now. How much that is. They have hit their target perfectly. Looks like all teams have locked up an insane amount of profits. Yep, $1,020. Ihevet, the team captain, has just confirmed that. Congratulations, Team Arcane. Spam it in the chat. Great job, guys. Now let's go over to Enigma, see if they have taken their exit as well.
Yeah. Just 1 minute. See if this 1 minute can hold us.
Can we gain the 15-minute hold, bro? Please.
Enigma may still be in this trade. Paradigm may be looking for re-entry. Teams really heating up at the very last
We
moments
really
of the
went from origin to
competition. You can
origin
see
on that
all
one.
green on the books
Yeah.
for Paradigm, all green on the books for Arcane.
We're really not going to gain the 15-minute hold.
TA-Mafia has
Crazy.
also hit a huge stride today. They have locked up some profits. I don't know how
At
much,
this
but
point, if we start pulling back, we have to cut this.
Yeah.
Because you just tested the range.
Enigma's still in the trade. They had their target perfectly. They didn't take exit there, but all
That's
other
crazy.
teams taking perfect exit.
This is a 3-minute range trend right now. Hit to the T.
I think we probably want to start thinking. You want to come
15.
in?
At this point, you think that is it wise to stay in the trade because you missed your target
Wow.
exit?
Should we cut it?
3-minute wick still. Possible reversal.
We can still cut it with like $100.
Yeah. Let's try to take. Should we try to take a limit exit? Like
Yeah.
$40 high?
Yeah.
We just. I know we didn't broke the trend yet. Though. We're just not
We, no, you know you're right. We didn't break the trend.
It's a little spooky. I don't like that high range test. We just closed a thin 15-minute though.
Yeah.
That would be a shield to gain.
We are watching Team Phoenix. I'm
Finally
listening
gain
to
a
Enigma.
15-minute.
We'll go over to Enigma's chart.
I
See
really
what
don't
they're
want to see us
looking
gain
at.
this 5-minute inverse. Because that would be less than ideal.
Looks like Team Paradigm is just
Yeah,
on
if we gain the
fire right
5-minute
now. They are
inverse, then that
taking
could just be our
great trades.
fair
They
enough.
didn't quite get the most of it like Arcane did. Arcane got a crazy trade right at the end of the day. $1,000 locked up in
$200
profits.
shy.
Congrats to them. But
Of-
really,
of making
the
up,
story
you
of the
mean?
afternoon has now been Team Paradigm. They've taken 2 perfect trades, and they might get into a third one. This is absolutely insane what we're seeing from Paradigm. The level of skill it takes to do that is 10 out of 10.
Looks pretty good.
I'm going to go radio silent for a few moments here. I do have to get some medicine. My throat is getting quite sore again. So we do have about half an hour left in the stream. I am going to allow teams to trade throughout the move here a little bit after the stream. We will update the final results on Monday morning. We will do a recap, but for now, teams are still allowed to trade. Be back in 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, the 5 and the 3 are showing a quick move up.
We're going to
in
leave
this particular
Paradigm's
moment.
chat on because they've been on fire so much. I think they'd be a great
really just
candidate to kind of
concerned
lead
about
the
this
show running
floor.
here for a few minutes.
I know I'm like so built up on it, but this is bad.
Oh yeah, there's nothing on the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. That's why this was kind of this.
If you look at the hourly, that's where you're going to see what's going on the bottom of the 4, and the point that you don't have anything above the hold level is the issue. Nothing above 29,104. We need to get above that and start hard closing. So yeah, it's still moving down, in my opinion.
Hey, that target was the bomb. Really. Like, look at this week.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Thanks, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting better at picking the right moment for the target. That makes me feel good, Matt. I'm smiling. That doesn't happen often.
Good.
Good.
We took essentially the same trade twice, and that's doing rebuys and hitting those. That's tricky.
Yep. That's why that replay, those tests, man, those accuracy tests. When I say you guys can take rebuys, sometimes you don't do it. You got to do those, man.
And it's even more ironic that 3-minute level has still not been tested.
Yeah, we just what 3-minute level?
The one we took the first 2 times.
Really?
We took the wick, then we took the body.
Well, wherever we go, it needs to be a pretty comfortable position because
I
we
think
need to
that's what
have.
happened. That's what happened, right?
We need to have a solid position. So.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm looking, but we just don't have a lot of time, and
Don't worry about the time. He'll leave us alone if we're in a trade. Don't worry about that.
I don't know. I honestly think we're gonna dub. Like that's because I honestly think we're dumping, but.
Okay, real quick, let's just have a look at this chart. See if it pulls off this 1-minute inverse, 1-minute origin. I'm curious about that because the leg of the move is at the origin. There's no real hold levels to hold it back at this point. Little tiny micro level range trend there, holding, just showing ladder points.
Yeah, we do have hard time moving up, actually. We are in this little range and we didn't even hit the backside on the top, on the inverse. We were short of that. So it makes sense to dump.
Yep, that little 1-minute range trend holding right now, not allowing it to go to the origin, pulling back.
Yeah, that second trade was good. We made what, like 300 on that, right?
295.
Very good. That was funny. Jacob goes, "Let it go to the moon. I don't care."
Hey, let it go, man. Let it go. I don't care. 64K. Let it go. I don't care.
64. You mean 100? I'm gonna be honest, my brain's kind of fried.
Hold fast.
You overheated it like those microchips you're talking about.
Put your head in a fridge for 10 seconds.
Sorry, I'm actually.
Oh,
I'm
cool
gonna
down.
try that.
Yeah, it's funny. I believe you too.
And I am back. Enigma also exited the trade on that second push-up. As you can see, they have marked on their screen, secured bag. Decent profit for them, over $300. Wow, what an explosive final day filled with great, amazing trades by all teams. Rocky start, a huge comeback at the end. Incredible to see all teams working in synergy, every team having the same levels marked, and every single team taking those same trades. It has been an incredible week 1 for chart raiders, but hold on, it's not over yet. Teams are going to have until 10 p.m. MDT tonight. That's right, they do have an additional 8 hours and 15 minutes if they do decide to trade. It already has been a long day, but teams have also been going crazy, charting like mad. They have bigger targets. Bitcoin is dumping and moving up pretty quickly. We don't want teams to be cut short on where they could make trades, so I'm awarding teams an extra 8 hours and 15 minutes today. Now, they don't have to trade. TA-Mafia is in a trade right now. Let's go over to their screen while we talk about this. They don't have to trade if they don't want to, if they just want to take it easy, relax. But I am leaving it open till 10 p.m. MDT tonight for teams. TA-Mafia is in a trade. Let's listen in on them and see where they're at with their trade.
But you're going to close the 3 minute in a minute too, so it really just Ripperino up or Ripperino down.
Just move up because the 3 target blows. No, we're good. This is good.
They are in a profit right now. I think they're in a long. I'm not 100% sure. They're going pretty quickly back and forth between their screens here.
Come on. See, moments like this are really fun to play and to watch because they're so, like, direct.
Yeah, I know.
I love it. That's local, though, dude. That's, like, so...
Yeah, we're not getting the reaction we want here.
Not yet. Well, good news is we have 8 hours more to trade, so... Come on.
Well, that's yeah.
Did it close?
Because we want to keep those other orders.
It can't close the 15. But it could create this one as a 15.
Lightning
if it
in a bottle
continues to hold, it
confused
could create that
with
for the next
TA-Mafia in
candle.
another trade here.
Oof, we are barely clinging on. That is thin. Really doesn't. It really looks like it wants to snap down, dude.
They did take a long shot
we
here.
played a. You're gonna close. Where's that 1 minute? Are you closing under that? Yeah, that 1 minute I think is your trigger there.
Yeah. That's.
They have a
20
1 minute
seconds.
trigger point. If it closes in the next 15 seconds under that 1 minute level, they will be out of their
There's
trade.
range. We're a tiny little trend.
Taking a little
here.
stab at the pot here.
We're both at
I mean, what else do you
4.
have? Yeah, it's closing the 5. It's firing them.
Yeah.
4 seconds, it closes.
Do they flash close or do they try to get a limit exit?
Take a,
What's the choice here?
Take a controlled exit.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna let this yeah. Okay, we're out.
TA-Mafia having to flash close out right before.
Not bad. It was like 7% or 8%.
Bad of
Lost.
a hit, although always gonna be best if you
Play
look
level
for
that high in the
limit
range.
exit.
I mean,
Is still laddering off their move, but look at that dump coming there
oh yeah,
after.
breakdown, baby.
Wow,
That's what I want
great
anyway.
job, TA-Mafia, getting
Fail.
out of that trade.
Fail.
That 1 minute.
Great attempt, handled masterfully. What a nice trade by TA-Mafia and Confused.
You know where you wanna
What
go.
a great way to take a stab at the charts. It doesn't develop. They get out before the bigger breakdown.
I don't think it
Great
holds,
job
dude.
all around TA-Mafia.
I really don't.
I don't think it will.
Uh-uh.
I don't think it will. I think we're we might see our deeper longs today.
Yeah,
All right, everybody,
we have
that
all the
does
time
it
in the
for
world, so
week
there's no
one
rush to
of
even
Chart
push a
Raiders.
trade.
Our teams will be trading after hours. They have an additional 8 hours to trade. They will be staying connected. I will be watching them. They don't have to trade right now, but they can if they like. It's really been an explosive first week filled with a lot of fun. We're going to report total profits and everything Monday morning, so come in Monday morning to see all the updates for the week on how it went. And special thanks for everybody for being here on week one of Chart Raiders. Very special launch week, of course. And well, it's going to be interesting to see how teams do over the course of the next 8 hours, I guess it is. Yep, I've given them 8 hours and 15 minutes. So thank you, everybody, for being here for week one. We continue on Monday at 7 a.m. MDT. And yeah, let's wish all the teams the best of luck tonight in their final push on the week.